hour to 2 hours. And then beyond that, closer to 6 p.m. or 8 p.m., perhaps 60 to 80 mile per hour gusts. Sustained winds, of course, tropical storm force, if not greater. So you're talking about 39 to 73 miles per hour. The other thing that we have going for us, the heavy rainfall so far, we picked up nearly an inch of rain in the last, I would say, 6 to 7 hours. But here's the thing, about a half of that came in just 1 hour's time. So not only are you talking about the wind, not only are you talking about the wind-driven rain, but you're also talking about a flash flood threat as well. So a multitude or a myriad of factors to watch with Delta as it continues to bring relentless conditions here to Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana. Let's go into Carl Parker now with expert analysis, because, Carl, when this thing makes landfall, it doesn't just stop. It continues to move inland. And the other thing that I'm very impressed with is we've sort of seen the engine shut down, but as you shut down your car, there are a couple of other parts that still have to, leak out some water or shut down too, and the fans have to turn off as well. So this thing doesn't just stop all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of what we call inertial stability, a lot of momentum that is built up, but the wind shear certainly having an impact right now. I want you to notice how the cloud on the north side there in Louisiana and Mississippi is moving out to the northeast. That is the wind shear. That's important. There you see the core of the storm just about ready to move into southwest Louisiana. Winds now gusting over 50 miles per hour in many locations. But I want to show you the radar picture because this is interesting. If you look over the last couple of hours, you can see that tighter eye wall right there. And in just the last couple of frames, notice how the northeastern part of the eye wall is beginning to move more out to the northeast relative to the center. And so that means the entire storm is becoming less vertically stacked. We're starting to see more of those stronger storms being blown off to the northeast by that stronger wind shear that's actually starting to separate that core a little bit. And so that's important. That's going to help us out. We're going to see some exceptionally strong wind coming into Pecan Island here, as well as Grand Chenier. And in Lake Charles, a really close call. Jackie, I think they could get into that northwestern eye wall, but it's going to be a very close shave.
Those winds are really increasing for sure, Carl, and they're causing an increased number of power outages across the state of Texas. We're now up to almost 17,000. That's more than double just in the last hour. And then in Louisiana, we're now also almost up to 17,000. A lot of them in Calcasieu Parish, about half of them. That was from Laura, but now we're starting to see those numbers beginning to increase. So we just really want to remind folks, as power outages are going to become more likely and more widespread with time, they may go all the way up to a place like Memphis, just to use a lot of caution and be very careful. Use good practices with generators and make sure they're ventilated and outdoors.
Did you know that some aluminum-free deodorants only mask odor? Secret Aluminum-Free helps eliminate odor instead of just masking it, and is made with 3 times more odor fighters. With Secret, keep it fresh every day. Secret.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy taco spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's?
What? Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
No matter what all the baby experts say, the perfect way to care for your baby is your own way. And that inspired our perfect diaper to be the softest ever with plant-based materials. Huggies Special Delivery.
Introducing Tostitos Strips, their thickest chip yet.
And creamy avocado salsa made with real avocados.
They're good apart,
but better together.
Hey, Martha, pass me some of that green stuff.
Everybody has a flashlight, but can your flashlight fit in your pocket, light up the night super bright, and even save your life in an emergency? This one can. Nick Bolton here to tell you about the newest tack light innovation, the Bell & Howell Tack Pen. That's right, we made a tack light the size of a pen, yet without sacrificing any features. Visible up to 2 nautical miles away, has a disorienting defensive strobe, zooms in to focus its beam wherever you want, and won't quit even in the most bitter cold or extreme heat. And yes, it survived getting run over by my Humvee. Try that with a regular flashlight. That's not all. Because it's so slim, it's easy to take with you. And it has a few new features you'll love, like an emergency escape tool that can shatter glass. Now that's what I call military tough. It even has a built-in multi-tool for quick fixes. And oh yeah, it's actually a working pen. So let's review. The Bell & Howell Tac Pen has all the great features of our Tac Light. The same durability you come to expect. Clips to your pocket so you can take it anywhere, can help you make quick repairs or break a window in an emergency. It even functions like a regular pen. I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today.
Act now to get your Bell & Howell Tac Pen for just $19.99, and we'll even ship it to you free. Tac Pen is the only working pen and super bright tac light featuring zoom and defensive strobe functions and including an escape tool and multi-tool with screwdriver and bottle opener. Plus, like all of our tactical products, it features genuine Bell & Howell craftsmanship backed by our 10-year warranty. But wait, while supplies last, you can get a second one. Just pay a separate fee. So don't delay. Get yours today.
To order, call 1-800-619-4332 or go to buytacpen.com. That's 1-800-619-4332, or you can order online at buytacpen.com.
Every customer has their own Safelite story.
This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safelite for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you can trust.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
The takeaway here is it's still just a dangerous storm, not just the wind speed, but the size. The bigger the storm, the more the storm surge, and the bigger the wind field, more people will feel the impacts of that wind.
And here we go again for yet another time here in this Atlantic hurricane season of 2020. We're dealing with a landfall of a hurricane. Good news is this is no longer a major hurricane, but still a Category 2 Hurricane Delta is making landfall as we speak. It's still another hour or two before that center, the eye wall, comes on shore, but the weather is coming on shore, making landfall as we speak. I'm meteorologist Paul Gerther live in Jennings, Louisiana, and we're going to be dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts so far this afternoon. They're increasing, so are our rain rates and intensity. We're under a flash flood warning. Already picked up 2 to 3 inches of rain, and it's raining heavily now. That's been increasing over the last a half hour or so. And by the way, already across the state, closing in on 17,000 customers without power, a lot of them because of the gusty winds here. The winds not only strong and damaging here, but also even in areas of East Texas, Beaumont, Port Arthur, even Galveston. Winds have been gusting well over 50 miles per hour there, and they're 100 miles away from the center. We're about 60 miles away from that northern eye wall of Hurricane Delta. The projected path should take it within 10 to 12 miles of where we're speaking, and we're on the east side. So we do expect our winds and rains to really increase over the next 4 to 5 hours. Again, 60 miles away from that northern eye wall. The storm's moving now at 14 miles per hour. We're talking just over 4 hours of more of this, except more intense rain and definitely stronger winds on the way in here to Jennings. But it's not just Jennings. To the west, we have Lake Charles, devastated by Hurricane Laura. They're getting this as well. And to the east, we have Lafayette, as well as the town of Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, where our Jim Cantori is right now. And Jim, talk about the weather you've been dealing with there this afternoon.
Yeah, Paul, just lots of heavy rain. So the bayous are filling up pretty quickly here, but that's what they're for. They take the water out and bring it down toward the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to be harder and harder to do as the storm surge continues to increase, all right? Already getting a lot of word down there along the coastline of the storm surge, the water coming up. That will continue to be the case, all right? So if you haven't gotten out of that area yet, before you get trapped, that's exactly what we need you to do. Again, this is downtown Breaux Bridge. This is the center of town right through here. Some people have boarded up, but frankly, not many. I'm going to say that 90% of the buildings have not. You can see the glass in their ear. A lot of what I see is in the term of sandbags. You can see sandbags up toward the door should we get into enough heavy rain that comes up. So what are we going to deal with here? Certainly 70, maybe 90 mile per hour gusts by time it gets up this way. You can see some of these, planters that are hanging up there. That'll be fun, certainly for them. Look at the glass building just down the road there. There's nothing boarded up on that. So that's kind of open to whatever happens as a result of this storm. So Laura, not a lot of boarding up with that either, from what we understand. So people are just kind of taking their chances, and some of the local businesses actually did lose some glass in through here. But already, again, getting 60-mile-per-hour gusts in Lake Charles. And when you think of the thousands and thousands of tarps that are on those roofs that without COVID would have likely been more repaired at this point, okay? You stop making roof shingles, you can't put roofs on. And that's the problem in through here. This COVID is certainly having a ripple effect in so many areas, and this is another one, all right? Let's go down to Scott, Louisiana. Senel, I think you're about 15 miles to my southwest or so. You'll get, it'll be interesting to watch you, because what you get is going to be coming this way.
Exactly, and I can tell you what we're getting right now, Jim. Another squall coming in. We've seen this on the radar. We've gusted to 32 miles an hour. Again, we're not in the wind. It's going to cause any problems yet, but that's coming in the next 3 to 4 hours. And some very heavy rain. We've had about an inch of rain so far, and you can see the parking lot. Let's bring in the fire chief here in beautiful Scott, Louisiana, Chad Saunier. Thanks for joining us, Chief. Let's talk about what's in store for you. We talked to the police chief earlier. Talk about the water, the wind, potential search and rescue.
Our main issue is going to be, obviously, this is going to be a water and wind issue. We have boats strategically placed throughout the city, not only in Scott, but in the parish. And we also have urban search and rescue teams in this area, as well as 30 to 40 miles outside of the area. In case it gets hit a little worse than we expected, they can come in and assist us.
And give me an overview of low-lying areas around here, because you're not on a major tributary like the Atchafalaya River. There's not a lot of water right here in town.
Correct. We have a lot of low-lying areas, which we're familiar with them flooding on a regular basis, so we strategically place our equipment around there to get to our victims quicker.
And what did you see with Laura with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts from your perspective? Because that may be about what we get with this, 60, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, may be very compatible.
We had a couple of houses where a tree fell on them. A tree fell on a house, and we had to go in and get the people out. We had people with a couple of flooding issues where we had to go get them with the boats and bring them to higher ground. Just typical rain and wind issues.
Okay, we're going to let you go and be safe out there. Hopefully we'll get through this with no major issues. And you've got your guys, they're on around the clock right now.
Correct.
Okay, Chief Chad Saunier here in Scott, Louisiana. Tevin Wooten, we've got another squall coming through right now, some heavier rainfall. We still haven't had any of those, really gnarly wind gusts of 50 or 60 miles an hour, but I'm sure they're coming. And they're obviously, you've already had a gust in Lake Charles at 60 miles an hour. Tell me what you've seen over the past hour as far as the weather going downhill.
Yeah, Mike, we've had that gust at 60 miles an hour, sustained winds in the 30s, perhaps gusts right now near 45 or 55 miles an hour. Here's the problem. The core of the strongest winds are still just to our south. So as the storm works its way, charges its way towards the north, Delta brings winds in, slashing portions of southern Louisiana, and unfortunately right here in Lake Charles and other portions of Calcasieu Parish, such as Moss Bluff and areas towards the south near Cameron, too. A lot of the winds right now are from the north. Overall, that northerly direction will hold, perhaps a deviation towards the north and east. But look at the secondary shot or whatever is on the right-hand side of your screen here. It's a lot of trash. Here's the problem. That trash actually came from Laura in late August. So when Laura came through, Category 4 hurricane, absolutely devastating. 140 to 150 mile an hour winds in some spots with this storm. So what's going to happen today and in the remaining hours as we go throughout the evening hours today is any sort of debris, perhaps not necessarily those piles of debris, but any loose limbs that weren't brought down or any shingles that are still loose on folks' homes, that'll become a projectile potentially as the core of those strongest winds work their way through. So I don't think, even though we're not necessarily getting the eye of the storm, the point I want to drive home is you don't need the eye of the storm. Sometimes outside of the eye can be the worst part, and I actually think that's what we're seeing in terms of the winds to the north. Yes, overall that will hold as this system holds, but even to the west, it's just a different direction. That's the only difference with this storm compared to what we saw with Laura, where we pretty much took a direct hit Now it's not going to be a direct hit, but it will still be a hit nonetheless, and a hit that a lot of folks here in Lake Charles do not want, nor do they need. So we'll go throughout the day today. Visibility has already been reduced to about 3/4 of a mile, Carl. And then the rainfall rates right now near half an inch at times. So we've got the heavy rain, we've got the strong winds, and then unfortunately the winds will get stronger as we go throughout the day today. As we go throughout tonight and tomorrow, what happens to the intensity of Delta?
Well, Tevin, it's definitely on its way down, and in fact, we're seeing some real changes to the internal structure of the storm right now. We got the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, now 105-mile-per-hour storm, Category 2, and the pressure is the same, and the movement is the same, north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. You can see the big bursting of thunderstorms now coming into the coast, but I want you to notice how the clouds across northern Louisiana and into Mississippi are rapidly moving away to the northeast. That is the strong wind aloft that is now beginning to affect the system. And when you look at the radar picture here, you can see where the eye has been. Take a look at that northeastern eye wall. That has actually been sort of blown to the northeast relative to that core. So the entire internal structure of the storm is not as organized now. It's starting to tilt because of that stronger wind that's coming in. So these are all good signs as it's not as organized, but we do have a tremendous band. That band that's being blown off to the northeast, that is the eye wall that is coming up towards Pecan Island right now and maybe towards Lafayette as well. And it's going to be a really close call there in Lake Charles. Already winds now gusting to 50 miles per hour. That eye wall is probably going to be really close to you. We're getting a surge of 3, 4 to 5 feet right along the coast there. And looking at the model forecast going forward, we expect that area of very strong winds will come up through Lake Charles over the next several hours here, and points in between Lake Charles and Lafayette, including Jennings, and that's where we find our Paul Goodlow. So, Paul, very long night tonight. The storm is at least moving along, but because it is large and because it is powerful, it's going to be an exceptionally long night there.
And as you mentioned, Carl, the eye is kind of expanding. It's getting closer even faster to this area, so we have a lot of intense weather we have to go through. The rain has been picking up here, so have the winds. Even the last 10 minutes or so, we're still seeing the wind kind of driving that rain right off even the roof of this building here and across the area. We are seeing the wind direction change just a little bit more of an easterly direction of these winds here. Another sign that eye is getting closer to this area. We're still about an hour or maybe even 2.5 before it actually hits the coast. The center does, but we still have a lot of weather we have to go through. And yeah, more heavy rain and more strong winds. Having winds gusting 70, even 90 miles per hour, not out of the question here. So we can still see a lot of wind damage here, let alone the power outages continue to grow. That's going to be something we're going to see widespread across this area. The town of Jennings is under a curfew, so they don't want people out. The good news is we have barely seen anyone that's not a first responder on the streets, which is great news, because as the winds increase, you can see all types of things being blown around here. You have to remember, this area also hit by Hurricane Laura. Not nearly as intense as, say, Lake Charles was, but they had tree damage and homes were damaged, and people even lost their homes here, and roof damage as well. So they still have weakened structures, and they're still trying to clean up from that as well. So we're definitely concerned with more intense impacts still on the way throughout the evening. So basically, the weather has been going downhill since we've been out here, and it will continue to do so throughout the rest of the afternoon before things improve, but that won't be closer to the midnight and beyond hour. Yeah, probably some sunshine tomorrow, but you still have to hunker down and get through the rest of today. Again, in this wild, crazy season, this hurricane season of 2020, on top of everything else we have to deal with, still dealing with COVID and an ongoing, very active, above-average hurricane season. Let's go back to the studio, check in with Jackie, because you're still also watching a lot of things going on here all across Louisiana with impacts with Hurricane Delta.
Yeah, and other states as well, including Texas. We've got about 40,000 customers now without power in Louisiana and Texas combined. Utility company Entergy says that they're ready, though, and they're going to be mobilizing nearly 10,000 workers in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas to restore power back. About 8.4 million people live in the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone for Delta, and impacts will be felt far inland. Our Charles Peak is joining us live now on the phone from Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Charles, we know that winds have been gusting as much as 60 miles per hour here. The city hit so hard by Laura. We spoke with the mayor earlier today. He said about 95% of homes have been compromised and or have blue tarps on top of them. There we see the debris in your shot right there. I mean, what is 60-mile-an-hour winds doing to all that debris?
Right now, most of the debris piles that I've seen haven't been impacted too much. You got some sheet metal, those kinds of things that are easier to blow have come out, and some smaller items. But needless to say, we're not to the worst part of the winds yet. Blue tarps are starting to come off some of the houses. But right now, some of the roads are starting to have minor street flooding with the moderate to heavy rainfall as well.
Yeah, I saw some video that you had shot on social media, I think on Twitter earlier, showing the blue tarps. And, you know, some of them were staying on the homes, but they're flapping in the wind. So that allows all the rain to go inside of homes that might be okay on the inside. And all of a sudden, unfortunately, they're going to be damaged because of this.
Yeah, and there's just so many, almost every house, and I think you just said 95%. I mean, there's just so much destruction down here. My heart just really goes out to the people that are having to face it a second time.
So mandatory evacuation orders have been put in place there in Calcasieu Parish, including Lake Charles. I mean, are you there by yourself, Charles? Did everybody leave pretty much?
A lot of people did, more than with Hurricane Laura, but there's still people, believe it or not, driving around out on the roads and out and around a little.
That's tough. I know evacuation was somewhat challenging for folks because the interstates really got backed up during that process. Have you heard of any of those issues today?
They were clearer today. Yesterday it was a parking lot on I-10, but today coming in from the west, from the east, coming into Lake Charles, there weren't too many people out on the interstates. There's a few, but not too many.
Charles, are you riding out the storm there, or are you going to be moving on?
My plan right now is to ride it out as long as I can be. When these winds pick up with all this debris, needless to say, I got to make sure I'm in a safe location. So we'll play that out as things materialize in the next few hours.
All right. Yeah. Safety number one for sure. Stay safe, my friend. That's Charles Peak reporting live for us in Lake Charles, Louisiana. So Lake Charles, a little bit inland, but certainly feeling some big impacts. Other cities will be affected here, including Lafayette, Louisiana. The strongest winds will be arriving this evening, 60 plus miles per hour with several inches of rainfall expected. And this shows you the timing within that area. The northern Iowa already getting very, very close, but it is going to be a fast moving storm. So look at this. Even as we head into the overnight hours for tonight, we think some of that rain is going to begin to lift in. We'll still have the gusty winds, and then of course the cleanup begins. We'll have continuing live coverage with more crews in the field right after this. Stay with us.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
I am Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications in the media for 45 years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life. When life gave them the short end of the stick, they gladly fetched it anyway. Subaru presents the underdogs. Older, physically challenged. These remarkable dogs will never slow you down. In fact, they're probably wondering if you can keep up with them. Subaru loves all pets, so we're asking you to please consider adopting an underdog and join us in celebrating all dogs on our 2nd annual National Make a Dogs Day. Subaru, more than a car company.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
From roof to foundation, the damage to your home can be devastating, from clogged gutters, leaking roofs, rotting wood and fascia, and flooded basements. Protect your entire home with Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system. Once our ladders go up, you can put yours down forever.
One of the things that I like the most is that I don't have to get back on the ladder anymore.
Leaf Filter starts by cleaning, sealing, and realigning your gutters. We then install our micro mesh screen over your existing gutters, which is guaranteed to filter out everything except for water.
Trying other products is what made us finally go to Leaf Filter.
And Leaf Filter's lifetime transferable warranty makes it an extraordinary value.
Leaf Filter's going to make my home more valuable, especially when I go to sell it.
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Call or log on today and save 15%.
Is now a good time for a flare-up?
Enough, Crohn's.
For adults with moderate to severe Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, Stelara can provide relief and is the only approved medication to reduce inflammation on and below the surface of the intestine in UC.
You getting on that flight?
Back off, UC.
Stelara may increase your risk of infection, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. RPLS, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Lasting remission can start with Stelara. If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Janssen may be able to help.
Every customer has their own Safelite story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safelite for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you can trust.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Currently in our area, 70 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 65. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Coverage of Hurricane Delta already dealing with some new video coming in of some damage. This is Holly Beach, Louisiana, right on the coast. And you can see it looks like some damage to the side of that building. Don't know whether that was Laura damage, and this just being exposed now with Delta. But bottom line, back-to-back hurricanes is not a good thing, and it's definitely threatening to compromise that building there. All right, that's the video, but live pictures right now of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Our storm tracker Charles Peak has come across this, looks like a hotel where even the tarp that's kind of protecting it is kind of blowing here, and the gusty winds. Winds have been gusting 60 miles per hour in Lake Charles, and that's going to be only increasing as we go through the next, say, 4 to maybe even 8 hours or so as we still go through all the weather. Again, landfall of the center of Hurricane Delta is still hours away, but there's plenty of weather before, during, and after landfall of that center, depending on where you are. I am in Jennings, Louisiana, which is about, say, 45 miles to the east of Lake Charles and about 45 miles west of Lafayette, Louisiana. We're also about 40 miles off the Gulf Coast, so we're just south of I-10 here. We have been dealing with gusty winds, tropical storm force wind gust. Last measured one at the airport was 39 miles per hour, and we've been dealing with a gust like that for much of this afternoon, as well as some very heavy rain. Flash flood warning is underway, and that's because even where I'm standing, we're starting to see more and more soggy grass here. You can see puddles now easily forming in this grassy areas. So even some of the side streets, areas that flood easily, are starting to flood here. There's also concern with storm surge, even here, not directly, but more indirectly, because we have bayous, which all of this rainwater feeds into the bayous. That's how the area is drained. And the bayous feed to the Gulf of Mexico. But when the surge comes in, it prevents these bayous from emptying out. So while the rain goes into the bayous start to back up because they cannot go out towards the Gulf. So that's also a concern, as well as the gusty winds and the rain. And yeah, a lot of power lines coming down. Our power outage numbers here statewide continue to increase every single minute of landfall we have here with Hurricane Delta. But it's not just here in Jennings. This is all across parts of southern Louisiana, in fact, including Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, where our Jim Cantori is this afternoon. And Jim, you too, dealing with some pretty intense rain and increasing winds there.
Yeah, Paul, and we just set up one of our storm path cameras. So, guys, just so you a little behind the scenes here, each one of our crews brings out another camera that we can, show pictures of. It's almost like a static camera. When we set that up, we're going to show you the Bayou Teche, which is just down for me. Of course, the Breaux Bridge goes over that, and you can see how much higher that. Oh, we got it. Okay, great. So you can see what I'm talking about. Just for the record, yesterday this was really low, almost down to the ground. So now you've got, probably what is at least a 10-foot rise in that creek or that bayou, if you will, where, as Paul put and said so eloquently, all that water is trying to get out of the Gulf of Mexico. All right. But the more the surge comes in, the higher that gets in, it's not going anywhere. So it'll all kind of back up. David Bernard, one of our photographers out in the field, just shot some pictures, which you will see soon, of a huge, pecan tree, Dave? Yeah, a pecan limb down on the road. They're going to have to remove that. So this is really not the time to be out, guys. It's going to get worse. The winds are going to come in. The whole storm's decoupling as it's coming ashore, which Carl's been talking about very well. So that, the stronger winds are certainly yet to come up and through here, along with these heavier rain bands. We are under a flash flood warning. We are obviously under a hurricane warning. And even though, and I was thinking about this, what's a really good way to talk about this? Even though the storm may be changing its characteristics, that doesn't mean that the hazards that the Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, and the Weather Channel have pointed out to you are going to change. We already anticipated those changes with the system atmospherically, okay? So nothing else changes. You're still going to get the surge. We're still going to get the wind. We're still going to get the rain. We've already got, let's see here, about 35,000 customers between Texas and Louisiana without power right now. So those numbers are just going to go up, and we're going to see more and more flash flood warnings. All right, Tevin Wooten, Lake Charles. You, in my opinion, are the number one story here because of the beaten down area and the fact that we have so many roofs that are incomplete because of lack of roof shingles here. Let's talk about this. We've already had about a 60-mile-per-hour gust. I don't know where you're standing. I can't see your shot, but is there any, have we lost tarps yet at this point? Because you're going to lose tarps with 60-mile-an-hour winds.
I haven't seen any tarps go here, but Charles Peak has been driving around. We've seen some of the tarps starting to kind of jostle around. And look at how many there are. This is an area or a city that about 90 to 95% of the city in some shape, form, or fashion has suffered some sort of damage. And now we're dealing with Delta. This was, of course, all those tarps were put on after Laura, which was a Category 4 hurricane. And now we'll take you out towards the sky. This is facing towards the Calcasieu River here that connects to the port of Lake Charles. Look at the visibility that's been reduced down to about 3/4 of a mile. This is still a very strong and dangerous storm, and we're tracking it for you all across the northern Gulf Coast.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Now try Nestle Pure Life Plus, water enhanced with minerals and a splash of flavor.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
When knee pain stops you in your tracks and you need relief to keep you moving, introducing CopperFit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve to include the healing sensation of menthol and the energizing properties of CoQ10. These micro-encapsulated ingredients are infused into the compression fabric and are released and absorbed by your movement. The more you move, the more CopperFit Ice delivers.
This is exactly what I'm looking for. I love the menthol aroma. It's very subtle.
That menthol aroma feels like it's working.
I love CopperFit because it works. I used to feel my knees starting to talk to me. The knee says it might be ready to want to retire, and I'm going to keep going a long time longer.
Our most advanced copper-infused compression sleeve yet, in a breathable circular knit with more support for all-day comfort and fast recovery and relief of sore muscles and achy joints.
I don't work without it. I rely on it. I'm wearing CopperFit knee sleeves because it works for me, and I need that.
The cooling sensation of menthol and the energizing properties of CoQ10, activated by motion to keep you in motion.
The more I move, it feels better and better. I haven't experienced anything like this.
When you put it on, wow, the compression. It's great to find something that actually works. I haven't felt this good in years. You can't ask for anything better than that.
The all-new CopperFit Ice, the most comfortable, seamless compression sleeve you will ever wear. Guaranteed, or your money back. Get your CopperFit Ice knee sleeve online now at copperfitice.com or call 1-800-775-1375. Order right now and your shipping is free.
You get this one body, you got to take care of it.
If something works, it works, and I want to stick with it.
Sometimes you come to the conclusion that you just can't work out as much anymore. But if you find the right support, you can continue. And that's what CopperFit has made me realize.
Experience the new CopperFit Ice motion-activated compression sleeves. Feel the power of CopperFit.
It's oh so quiet and so peaceful. You fall in love, sing boom, you shout and you yell, ha ha. You blow your fuse. When you're falling in love.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll.
So this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do? Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
If people decide to stay, okay, during a weather event like this, there are particular times that emergency vehicles cannot respond. So if you're talking about the winds get above, 70 mile per hour, then it's unsafe even for emergency responders vehicles.
And the wind's now getting into that tropical storm force wind gust area. Again, 39 miles per hour and stronger. And we're going to see them perhaps even getting to hurricane force wind gusts over the next couple of hours as Hurricane Delta continues its push on shore. Don't get caught up in where the center is and what time that makes landfall. Get caught up in that weather, which only continues to go downhill across much of southern Louisiana for the next 4 to maybe even 8 hours or so. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Jennings, Louisiana. We're about 40 miles north of the Gulf and about, say, 45 miles to the east of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and about, say, 40 miles to the west of Lafayette. So this area also impacted by Hurricane Laura about 6 weeks or so ago. Tree damage, people lost power here. They've somewhat recovered, not nearly as well as we recovered better than, say, neighbors to the west out towards Lake Charles. So they got direct hit with Hurricane Laura, although we're most likely going to get a direct hit from Hurricane Delta. It's been raining here since about nonstop since about 7 o'clock this morning, and the winds have been steadily increasing throughout this afternoon. We are still about, say, 4 or 5 hours worth of weather away from that northern eye wall of the center of Hurricane Delta. Then we'll probably get into the actual eye, the center of the storm, and then eventually on the backside, a shorter amount of weather coming on through there. So we have a long way to go here as we're dealing with some of the strongest wind gusts coming through here. Even taking a look at the building next to me, you can really see how the wind drives that rain. And our wind has been shifting from the northeast to the kind of east-northeast, more easterly direction as that center continues to get closer to this area. We do expect that wind to continue to shift. But once it moves on towards the south, that's a good sign. That means we're past the center and we're starting to see the beginning of the end of the weather impact at least this area here. We have similar weather conditions going on west of here. In fact, they've been gusting at times to 60 miles per hour in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's where our Tevin Wooten is right now. And Tevin, you were there during Laura, so people definitely have to be on edge knowing another hurricane is coming to the area.
Yeah, folks here are certainly on edge. Also, Paul, a lot of folks got the heck out of harm's way. A lot of people actually did go towards Houston or Galveston or Dallas, Texas yesterday. In fact, I don't know if we have the video, but the interstate was jam-packed with people near gridlock conditions at times. I mean, you walk out, and we were interviewing some folks as they were driving by, and they were in the brightest of moods and the happiest of spirits, which is sort of, you would think they would be worse off or mad, but they weren't upset about the situation, and that just speaks to the spirit of the folks here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Let's speak to the weather right now in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Conditions continue to go downhill, and unfortunately, power outages are climbing as conditions are going downhill. We've got about 19,000 people without power. A majority of those are in southwestern Louisiana between Calcasieu and Cameron parishes. The rain's also blowing in horizontal at times. I think the strongest gust near 60 still stands, but perhaps as we go throughout the evening hours, that will get stronger. Look at that speck of red, or that blob of red coming in on the northern side of the eye. That's actually some of the strongest rainfall returns that we're seeing, or rainfall rates, but also the stronger winds, too, are near the core of this storm. So as this moves north, we actually see that counterclockwise flow that brings it in from the north and east. So overall, that does bring some of the stronger winds of Delta right here into Lake Charles and other portions of Calcasieu Parish, such as Moss Bluff, and southbound as well into Cameron and eventually Grand Chenier, where, Jim, I think maybe perhaps landfall somewhere near Grand Chenier or Mud Lake. That remains to be seen. Overall, it doesn't take the eye or the landfall to get the worst of conditions.
Right, and you know what? Now we've got storm surge issues. All right, let's take you to Abbeville, and this is it. Now we're maximizing the storm surge with the storm coming ashore and that eye wall, especially on the east side of it and the northern side of it. So get ready for that, guys. It's coming up, and it's coming up fast in a lot of these areas. So hopefully you heeded the evacuation orders. Just because the storm is starting to change atmospherically, again, as I mentioned, that doesn't mean the issues that were already forecast are going to drop off like that. They're not, because these type of things were already taken into account when these forecasts were made, okay? So keep that in mind. Stay out of the water. You can see the water coming up again in Abbeville pretty quick. And if you've ever been down in southern Louisiana on some of these parishes along the Gulf, you know that you may be okay on one section of road, but all of a sudden you drive up, there's a flood. You turn around to go out the other way, up, there's a flood. And as quick as it comes up, now you're kind of trapped out there, and the water comes up around you and you wind up in it. So hopefully nobody's down there. Again, guys, Delta coming ashore as we speak in through here. Heavy rain, storm surge, and power outages as we speak.
When Starbucks Creamer meets your morning coffee, your favorite Starbucks flavors come to life. Smooth, bold, creamy. Inspired by the Starbucks caramel macchiato you love. Mornings just got better. This changes everything. Starbucks Creamer. Enjoy at home.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath. It's English toffee.
Introducing Tostitos strips.
And creamy avocado salsa.
Anyways, these strips have got to be their thickest chip yet.
Perfect for dipping in this delicious salsa made with real avocados.
They're good apart.
But even better together.
Say what? All right, pass me some of that green stuff.
For shizzle.
Martha, we talked about this.
Tostitos.
Get to the good stuff.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Gutho live in Jennings, Louisiana. The rain has been intensifying, and so has the winds as of late. So we're talking about wind gusts nearly, at bare minimum, is 39 miles per hour. We've been dealing with that for a couple hours, getting even stronger now. The airport here in Jennings just not reporting the wind measurements every hour, though. But we are measuring pressure. That's decreasing as Hurricane Delta continues to come closer. We're about, say, 4 hours of weather away from a brief respite as the eye comes over here. Again, the National Hurricane Center's forecast brings the center of the eye about 12 miles due west of us around the town of Welsh, Louisiana, which puts us into that eye as it kind of moves towards the northeast. And our winds now are shifting from the northeast to east-northeast and even easterly winds. Still driving this rain. You can even see at times kind of driving that rain off the roof of the building here. Power outages are increasing across Louisiana, including here. That's one of the widespread things we're concerned about is people losing power and losing all our creature comforts we're used to, like air conditioning, like TV, like even internet, even cell service could be going out as we head throughout the rest of the day. The good news is, as our winds and weather is increasing, it should still be during a good chunk of the daylight hours here. So when things do perhaps break loose, you might see what they are as the daylight hours come up. But we're still going to have this kind of bad weather continue even as the sun sets just before 7 o'clock local time. But once we head past midnight and beyond, our weather should be improving. In fact, daybreak tomorrow, we'll probably see some sun, and the rain should be moving on out of here. In fact, if not the entire center of Delta, moving out of the state of Louisiana. And it couldn't come anytime too soon because we do need a respite and more time to recover now after another hurricane is making landfall in this state. We're also dealing with widespread issues, even in parts of East Texas. I want to go back to the studio now and call Parker. Even places like Beaumont, Port Arthur, even Galveston, we're talking miles away from the center of Delta. We're dealing with tropical storm close to hurricane force wind gusts there.
Yeah, that's right. Winds have been gusting as high as 60 miles per hour in Galveston for several hours now. And I want to show you what's going on the radar picture. We're starting to really see the influence of wind shear now as that northeastern eye wall is being blown blown away from the low-level center. And what that means is this area of very strong wind is accelerating, moving even faster than the speed of the storm, and now rapidly moving into some more populated areas in Louisiana. So you see this area right in here, these very strong thunderstorms right there. That's where we're going to see some exceptionally strong winds gusting 80, 90 miles per hour. That is now just moments away from coming into Bell City and Lake Arthur and Gayda and Abbeville as well. And it looks like it is also going to clip parts of Lake Charles. So some very strong wind on the way with this mid-level center that is now moving out and ahead of the low-level center. And as we look at the broader picture, you see also thunderstorms on the west side of the circulation, and we expect that that area of low-level convergence will continue to fire thunderstorms. So that's going to keep Lake Charles in the rain and the wind for quite some time tonight. Winds easily gusting 60 to 75 miles per hour, maybe even stronger than that. A lot of heavy rain on the way, and the big worry there is that as we see tarps on 6,000 homes in Lake Charles, we expect that there may actually be some serious water damage as those tarps are removed. And we want to go now to Jim Cantore reporting just northeast of Lafayette. And Jim, watching that band off to your south, I think it's going to get a whole lot windier there before too long.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, Carl, with a decoupling center like this. You know, does the band kind of drift over this way, even though, you know, we weren't supposed to get the worst of this, obviously being in Breaux Bridge, but playing that shear card, you know, is there going to be something left of that by the time it gets here? It's entirely possible. And here's the deal. I mean, I was talking about this earlier. We anticipated this. All these factors, meteorologically, we anticipated. So the forecast that you've gotten in the areas are that is all factored in. All right, so that's what I want you guys to think about, even though, you know, certainly it looks sloppy on radar and satellite presentation. All right, again, Rodney, let's take everybody down to Abbeville. I want to talk about this because this is the highest surge. This just sits west of Vermilion Bay, all right? So you have a southeast wind here, east wind, blowing the water on the western side of the bay. A lot of times we talk about how the water shifts in Lake Pontchartrain depending on the wind. Same thing in Vermilion Bay. It's a big bay. The water's coming up and through there over 5 feet, 5.4 feet. Down in Cameron Parish, we're already over 4 feet. So as this is coming ashore now, we will continue to maximize the storm surge there. All right. We've been in and out of the rain here, but Rodney, if we can call up that camera again, our storm camera, our Storm Path 2 camera here, you can see what the bayou looks like, Bayou Teche. This thing was literally trickling a couple of days ago. And look at how high it is now. It's almost to the base of the bridge. So lots of water in through here. We'll see how much more rain we got. We certainly know we're not done. We got at least 2-3 hours of this, and then we really start to dry out on the western and southern side of that, and that's the shear. This thing is getting absorbed into the mid-latitudes. It is October. This is a powerful jet stream, and thank goodness for that. But that doesn't mean we are out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. Flash flooding will ensue in a lot of these areas, and with the gusty winds, we will see trees and certainly power lines come down. 30,000 customers, by the way, in Texas right now without power and counting.
Today's new normal. Face coverings are essential, even required in certain environments. Now, there's Copperfit Guardwell Face Protector, our most advanced and durable copper-infused fabric woven into a full face protector. With a sure-fit, non-slip design for all-day comfort to help give you peace of mind in today's uncertain world. An easy-to-breathe, thermal-regulated fabric with smart technology to keep you comfortable and cool. And a lightweight fabric with UPF 30 face protection against harsh elements. And unlike disposable coverings, you can wash Guardwell Face Protector with soap to give you the clean face protection you need. Designed with smart technology fabric, reinforced stitching, and stay-dry wicking absorption, Copperfit Guardwell is built to last, and it's copper-infused into our soft stretch fabric to kill unwanted odor-causing bacteria. A stylish, easy-to-breathe, and sure-fit garment. Built-in smart technology with UPF 30 to keep cool and comfortable in harsh environments. Washable and reusable, so you are never without protection. And copper-infused to kill odor-causing bacteria. Copperfit Guardwell is the most comfortable, breathable, and built-to-last face protector you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Copperfit Guardwell is in stock now for immediate delivery, but demand is very high and supplies are limited, so don't wait. We know these are difficult times, so we made special arrangements to send you 2 copper-infused Guardwell face protectors for a limited time for only $19.99. Order online now at getguardwell.com or call 1-800-390-8867. That's 2 face protectors so you can wash one and wear one for only $19.99. But call or go online now. We're here for you, America. Don't settle for ordinary. Ask for the original by name. Copperfit Guardwell Face Protector.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Today I'm talking to small business owners about their internet and phone provider. So Ruben, how's it going?
I'm fed up. I need internet that can keep up with my caseload. The speeds I'm getting now are pathetic.
With Spectrum Business, you get fast internet at a great low price. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month and a business phone for $19.99 a month.
That's half what I pay now.
That's what I'm saying. Call 888-388-0203 and get 1 month free. Andrea.
I'm trying to stream my classes, but it's impossible when my internet keeps dropping.
Okay, breathe. Spectrum Business has over 99.9% network reliability.
I need to keep expenses low, but my phone and internet bill is packed with fees I wasn't expecting.
Spectrum Business doesn't have extra fees or contracts, so what you see is what you pay.
I can work with that.
Call Spectrum Business to get 200 megs and business phone for $69.98 a month. Plus, get 1 month free when you call 888-388-0203 today.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll.
See, this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do? Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 65. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Delta set to deliver a dangerous blow to portions of southwestern Louisiana. You're taking a look at some of the debris that is damage here in southwestern Louisiana. This is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Some of the buildings have been damaged. Now, it's very difficult to tell if this is from Delta, which has already brought winds near 60 miles an hour, or if this is from Laura that was 6 weeks ago. And that's going to be the difficult part for a lot of the homeowners and perhaps city officials here and insurance adjusters and all those folks that have to go through and assess the damage after the fact. Was this pre-Delta or was this post-Delta? Welcome back into the Weather Channel and continuing coverage of Hurricane Delta. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, live from Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we've already seen, again, winds near 60 miles an hour. That wind-driven rain continues to rage on here, and Delta not done just yet by any stretch of the imagination. And in fact, I think we're starting to see some of the stronger wind gusts as Delta's core approaches southern portions of Louisiana. Eventually, this storm kicks it in high gear, approaches northern Louisiana, portions of Tennessee, and also into the Appalachians as well. I want to show you what we're seeing right now. Starting to see a lessening in the winds here, so that a lessening in the rainfall. So if you go out towards the Calcasieu River, that's the body of water right there. Typically, you'd be able to see, and you can sort of make out some of that industrial plant that is perhaps about a mile or so away. Visibility, though, down to 3/4 of a mile at times or half a mile. So that's what happens when you do get heavy gusts of wind on the order of 50 to 60 miles per hour, and then the moderate to heavy rain showers that we're seeing here in conjunction with Delta 2. I think overall we've got much of the evening to go. Delta's not done. I would say the next 6 to 8 hours are when you really need to hunker down. Folks shouldn't be on the roadways here. There's already an evacuation order in place here in Lake Charles, Louisiana anyway. So a lot of people actually left town yesterday. I mean, the interstate was swamped with people. I'm talking about jam-packed, bumper to bumper at times, and standstill traffic. You would not believe how many folks were trying to get out of harm's way. With city officials, actually, we spoke to earlier today, Mike, said that they think more people left with Delta than they did with Laura 6 weeks ago. So I think it's safe to say that people got the message here that they needed to get out of Dodge and out of harm's way. Mike?
Hey, Tevin, right here in Scott. We are off to your east by about an hour. And again, we're getting the showers and a lot of wind now. They're gusting upwards of 30 to 35 miles an hour. Certainly not enough wind yet to knock down trees and knock out power. But you can see on the radar what's coming our way, that eyewall now coming on shore. It won't be long before we have the official statement from the Hurricane Center that we have seen our 4th landfall in Louisiana and a record-setting 10th landfalling tropical storm or hurricane. This will be our 5th hurricane of the season along the U.S. coastline. Just incredible. But look at all the standing water out here. This is one of the impacts we're going to see across Louisiana. 4, 5, 6 inches of rain. Some areas may see more rain. Now a pretty good wind gust. And it's going to be like this for about another 3 to 4 hours. The rain's going to end pretty quickly because everything is basically along and ahead of the circulation. And then once it goes by, once it goes north of I-10, we're going to see the rain wind down, but then we're going to have the winds come around from the backside from the southwest. So it's going to be still very windy in this part of the state and across the whole state. And in I-10 area, from Lake Charles over to Lafayette, those southwest winds could gust later on this evening upwards of 30, 40, maybe even 50 miles an hour. So even though the rain will end and the storm will go by and continue to weaken, we'll still have some gusty winds. Let's go back to Carl Parker in the studio. And Carl, we're awaiting the advisory coming up. Not long away here in a few minutes. Maybe you have it right now. You can give us the latest from the Hurricane Center, see if they've knocked those winds back once again.
Yeah, I believe so, Mike. Certainly that's been the trend for several hours now, and we're actually seeing a decoupling now where you've got the weather moving away from the low-level center as it feels those stronger winds. But this band of storms now coming into areas east of Cameron, and that's towards Grand Chenier and also towards Pecan Island there. That's where we're going to see some of the strongest wind. That is now just south of Gaydar as well as Bell City and Lake Arthur, and will be coming up towards Jennings, and some of that getting into Lake Charles. So weather getting a lot worse here over the next few hours. And you see also the thunderstorms on the west side of the circulation. We're going to see a lot of convergence there, and those thunderstorms going for quite some time. So the gusty winds, probably 60 to 75 miles per hour, continuing in Lake Charles for several hours tonight. Strong wind also coming up in Alexandria, and of course that onshore push of wind right through tonight, even into early tomorrow morning. And then we see a tornado threat making its way up into Mississippi and Alabama beyond that. Looking at the current surge values, they continue to rise. 5.7 feet just west of Vermilion Bay. A life-threatening surge along the Louisiana coast. We'll have much more in Delta coming up in just a minute.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS Store. Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck, Tuck, want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
Think we'll make it in time?
You may not expect the unexpected, but you can certainly take it on. The Lexus ES.
Wow, this rain is bananas.
Now available with all-wheel drive.
Lease the 2021 ES250 all-wheel drive for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Stay tuned to get a free pan from Granite Stone. Stuck on eggs, burnt on batter. You can scrub and scrape, but you can't escape the nightmare of your sticky pans. Introducing the Granite Stone Pan, the all-new durable non-stick pan. No butter or oil needed. Watch, we melted down these sticky candies in Granite Stone, and it just doesn't stick. We cooked a half a dozen eggs, bacon, cheese, and tomato breakfast with no butter or oil, and it just doesn't stick. Look, caramels, chocolate, and cheese. Unreal for any other pan, but not for Granite Stone. It just doesn't stick. Granite Stone will be the last pan you'll ever need because it's pressed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction, then coated 3 times with our durable Granite Stone finish. Granite Stone is metal utensil safe and won't scratch. And talk about non-stick. This salmon cooked skin side down with no added butter or oil just doesn't stick. This steak is perfectly seared just like the pros. And because Granite Stone is oven rated to 500 degrees, we bake this upside down pan pizza to perfection, and it just doesn't stick. Fire Flambe Delicious Cherries Jubilee. Plus it's PFOA free and 100% dishwasher safe. Call or go online to get your Granite Stone pan for the special TV discount price of just $19.99. Granite Stone is so durable it comes with a 10-year warranty. And with every order, you're going to get a Granite Stone single-serve egg pan absolutely free. It's the perfect size for personalized eggs, omelets, or frittatas that slide right out. It makes the best bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich quick. Yours absolutely free. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all, an incredible value. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-549-2614. That's 1-800-549-2614 or order online at buygranitestone.com. That's 1-800-549-2614. Call now.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Delta as it comes ashore, our 10th landfall in this historic 2020 season. We are covering it for you, and right now we are watching storm surge come up big time in Vermilion Bay, almost at 6 feet right now. That is one of the huge things that we're watching right now, but also heavy rain with this. We will have complete analysis of what's happening with the structure, and we've been talking about how it's starting to weaken the storm, but please don't forget that all the factors that we were talking about in terms of surge, rainfall, flooding, wind have already been factoring into a landfalling, weakening storm. We got a live team coverage for you, of course, this evening out in the field. Mike Dennis and Alex Wilson back in the studio as well to cover you from that angle. All sorts of stuff going on here. We are in Breaux Bridge, Louisiana right now. We want to bring in the sheriff of St. Martin Parish. This is Beckett Breaux. And we are in Breaux Bridge. Think about that. We've got a relation there somewhere. Thanks for talking to us, Sheriff. I'm going to just kind of do my proper social distancing here. You got your own microphone.
Yes,
Let's talk about, where we are right now with this. Any issues that you're facing with these first heavy rain days?
No, sir. You got high winds, it picked up a little bit, and rain, but there's no flooding right now, and it's really no damage. St. Martin Sheriff's Office is on patrol and looking out, making sure the people of St. Martin Parish are safe.
And, was there anything different that you did here that was different for how you prepared for Laura? Or were you guys pretty much briefed? Because you guys are briefed, too, on what to expect, when to get the guys off the road and things like that, right?
Yes, sir. We got a wind speed of 45 miles an hour. Yep. We have all the guys come in, hunker down, and basically after that we put them out. They did a great job during Hurricane Laurie. Yeah. And we just replicated that plan to now.
Now, I'm going to have the Weather Channel Jennings, I'm talking to you specifically. Take our Storm Path 2 camera. This is Bayou Teche, by the way. It's literally, I don't know, 300 yards down the road from me here. And I want you to see how high this is. Are we going to see more of this in and around Breaux Bridge and St. Martin County? More, of these bayous? Is there anywhere that you're concerned that may go underwater or have water flowing across it?
We're concerned about Lower St. Martin, which is, the elevation is low, so we're concerned about that. Most of the area around here is pretty high up, and we're looking at the areas that are low and ensuring that we have patrol there to watch to make sure that the people are safe in those areas. Sheriff, have you had enough of hurricane season 2020? Absolutely. I think this year's tested me, put me through a big test, and our sheriff's office has passed with A's.
There you go.
Yes,
well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you talking to me. I'd shake your hand, but in this day and age, we got to just say goodbye at this point. Again, guys, certainly looking at an area that's gone through this before, and if there's any silver lining here, it's kind of just rewind the tape and put it into play once again. But rain and wind coming ashore this thing right now. We've had some heavy rain. We've seen that bayou fill up as we showed you from our storm pack picture. You can see the radar just covering this area. 57,000 customers without power right now in Texas and Louisiana. We do anticipate those numbers going up. And with this heavy rain and wind that's coming ashore now, certainly trees and power lines are threatened to come on down. All right, let's go down to Jennings, which is off to my southwest. It's kind of interesting, Steph. We're watching this northern eye wall kind of get stretched and come ashore and move on off to the north and east with the high shear that's going on now. But interesting enough, you may still get the center, the low-level center near you.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Low-level center, even though that eye wall is getting stretched out, remind you, we're not in the eye wall. It's going to be here in the next, let's say, 3-ish hours. That center circulation, the eye, is about 30 miles to our south. And I want to just give you a lay of the land. And we're going to walk around and show you things that we will be keeping an eye out for. Obviously, the power lines. You see right in this intersection, they are connected here, and they're bouncing a little bit in the wind, but that's something that we will keep our eye out for. And, I mean, things like this sign over here, that thing doesn't stand a chance. It's already flapping in the wind. It's been ripped off. It was standing upright earlier this morning. Driving here, there's been some ponding on the roads. We're not worried about significant flooding, but of course, where you have that ponding on the road. Now, a lot of the businesses are boarded up, and if you haven't ever boarded up for a hurricane, they put these numbers on the boards so that you know where they go year after year after year. It just makes the whole process a lot easier, a lot more simple. This is what the weather is like now. I think you should stay with us. You see those gusts that come in? Those are going to get higher. Those are going to get more consistent. Now, there's some businesses that did not board up, and they just have glass. And so the reason we are concerned about businesses like this, I want to show you this little piece of metal. I have no idea where this came from, but we heard it clinking down the street, and I said to my crew, I need to go pick that up, because all you need is one little small piece of metal like this to just tap on a glass window like that, and it's shattered. You have to deal with the insurance. You have to go through that whole process. So I'm going to take this. There's actually a garbage can where I can throw this away to hopefully help one of these businesses. They are ready, though, for the water, and it's not even necessarily just flooding either. There's sandbags in place because I'm telling you, water can sneak into any nook and cranny, and this business right here has the sandbags lined up on the bottom of their door to stop any of that water getting in, and they actually even duct taped this door as well to try to stop any moisture from getting in. So this is what it looks like on Main Street. It's desolate. We really don't see many people out here, which is the good news. Now, you have to remember that we've had 3 landfalls here in Louisiana. Cristobal's Tropical Storm Marco, and Laura as well. This 4th landfall that we will be getting with Delta, which, by the way, we have never had a hurricane with a Greek name make landfall in the lower 48. So we're going to tie the record for landfalls in one season for the state of Louisiana. The record is back in 2004, where they had Tropical Storm Bertha, Tropical Storm Hannah, Isidore, and then Category 1 Lily. So not only are we going to tie that record, but we're going to break another record. We're going to break the record of number of landfalls that we had in the United States for hurricane season. The old record's 9 from 1916. We're going to get 10 with this hurricane. And this is when everyone needs to start watching and paying very close attention and staying indoors, because the eye wall is headed towards us. Again, it'll be the next 3 hours. And even, I will tell you, we've been out here for about an hour, and the weather has deteriorated, and it's going to continue to do that. And the winds are going to be able to pick up here, and we could see them 50, 60 plus, 70 even perhaps 80 miles an hour with that eye wall. That's where we have the worst weather. Then we'll get the calm. The good news is this thing is front end loaded, so we're all going through it now. This is when we're seeing the worst of the weather. On the back side of the system, Jim, you know, the eye's opening up, and it's pretty dry as well. So at least as we go into the evening hours for coastal Louisiana, I want to emphasize that, coastal Louisiana, things will start improving into the overnight hours, but unfortunately, that rain is going to continue inland because it's all northern loaded with this.
Right, and that's a sign of the shear, right? By the way, Stephanie, this morning when we were doing our show, you I think had the line of the year for the hurricane season when you said if you look at all the records of the 2020 hurricane season, they list like a CVS receipt. I will never forget that. That was absolutely spot on, perfect. It's a mile long, and you know, some of the things you just mentioned are part of that. So, you know, Steph's in Jennings. I'm up here off to the east, if you will, in Breaux Bridge. Just an adorable little town with wonderful people. Like Steph, I don't have a ton of windows boarded up here, okay? But we do have some sandbags so that we don't get water intrusion at the lower levels. And that's really, you know, the kind of thing we're looking at. Some of the other things we may watch, you know, there's some planters kind of hanging up in the air with some silks in them. Those may get blown off. Certainly from what we see, there's a glass building just down to the south toward the police station. So that's, you know, that's another area obviously threatened by any kind of debris flying around and things like that. So we'll watch, you know, as this thing continues to decouple and these heavy rain bands move in. But guys, again, as you heard from the sheriff, watch out with these bayous because they're going to fill up and they're in some cases going to go over roads, especially in southern Martin Parish, which is where they're more susceptible to that. Again, right now it's all about the surge. Mike Bettis, I'm going to throw it back to you and Alex in the studio, but Vermilion Bay getting up there over almost to 6 feet here, 5.7 as we speak. So that's the big issue right now. Yeah. And I was telling you earlier, a lot of the factors, even with a weakening storm, which we knew would happen, are already anticipated in the forecast outcome. So you're seeing all these things come to fruition. 57,000 without power, Mike, and counting.
Yeah, and that number's going to go up, and we think the surge is starting to maximize at this point. It may be there and then high for the next several hours until the storm actually comes completely onshore here, and we see the winds back off a little bit, and then a little bit of rotation of the wind, too. Jim, great stuff there. Good illustration of what's going on. Winds right now 105 miles per hour as a Category 2 hurricane. It's moving north-northeast now, so it's made that easterly turn going 14 miles an hour. You can see, as Stephanie was alluding to, everything's front-loaded, so everything is on the northern side at this point. The really strong stuff is right in here from the coastline up to, say, I-10, and there's a really strong band that's just come down onshore. There's a look at the forecast, and we think this is going to dissipate relatively quickly. Reason being interaction with land, but also some really strong now westerly wind shear is taking over on this, and so the center circulation might become actually relatively exposed here and then pushing its way off into the Tennessee Valley here over the next, say, 36 hours or so. There's a look at it on the infrared satellite. A cluster of thunderstorms is right onshore at this point, but we're getting a decent push of drier air and westerly shear from the western side, and that's going to start to really decrease the intensity of this hurricane. We still have some really heavy rain that's falling for us right now. That's why we have flash flood warnings, and in fact here it does include that I-10 corridor between Lake Charles and over toward, say, Jennings, and then into Lafayette as well. Lake Charles, our winds are gusting to nearly 50 miles an hour. Port Arthur gusts out of the north here at 63 miles an hour, so it could be a little bit of a convergence happening on that western side of the hurricane, and so that's why we might maximize winds there a little bit more. Calcasieu, Cameron, Jefferson Davis parishes all under flash flood warnings right now. I think we'll be there for hours. Beaumont, Port Arthur, this is an area that floods very easily. Jefferson and Orange counties in Texas under flash flood warnings right now. The accumulation is really now starting to pick up pretty quickly here. A lot of places are seeing 5 inches of rain already. I think we're going to get several more inches on top of that, especially with the second heavy slug of rain that comes in for us here. So just be aware of what's coming in here. There's a look at the radar estimates over the last 24 hours, and some of these totals now really impressive. Just outside of Baton Rouge, about 8 inches of rain has fallen for us there. Let's take you to Lake Charles, Louisiana with our Tevin Wooten. Tevin, we're going to be in this for a while here. It looks like winds could gust somewhere, Lake Charles, somewhere maybe in that 50 to 70 mile an hour range.
Yeah, Mike, we've already seen winds gust near 60 miles an hour here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, but what we're really feeling right now, the relentless power of the rain, coming along with Hurricane Delta. I mean, just take a look at this. The rain is not only pouring in, but it's being carried and sort of tilted, if you will, almost horizontal at times because the winds are so strong. How much rainfall have we seen today? Well, close to an inch or so, but here's the problem. Half an inch of that was in 1 hour's time. So we do have flash flooding ongoing right now and flash flood warnings. I want to take you to the Calcasieu River because this river, you can actually see not only the white caps here, but you can actually sort of see how some of the rain is being carried on the top surface of the water. You can also sort of tell how visibility is reduced too. You typically, on a blue sky day, be able to see an industrial plant that's just beyond me by about a mile to a mile and a half. But visibility is down to about 3/4 of a mile. And the insult to injury to every single person here in Lake Charles, Louisiana is this is the second time they are going through a hurricane in 6 weeks. First it was Laura in late August. Its Category 4 winds came through and raged through and took a lot of things with it, brought down a lot of trees, brought down a lot of power lines. And then today, we have Delta coming through. So as Delta comes through, now all those properties that sustain some sort of damage, now the blue tarps that we've been showing you all day long, a lot of those are starting to lift up. Any sort of debris that was not secured, it's starting to work its way and perhaps maybe in a neighbor's yard or maybe even damaging something that wasn't originally damaged before. Power had just got restored here in Lake Charles. The power crews did a tremendous job of restructuring the power grid here, not only in Lake Charles, but also down in Cameron. And now Delta's coming through and bringing a lot of that down. So far, some of the highest parishes with power outages, Beauregard, Allen, and right here in Calcasieu Parish. Let's go over eastbound to Jennings, and that is where, Breaux Bridge. That's where we find Jim Cantori. And Jim, I don't know what you're seeing right now. I can't see your shot because I'm so far away from the camera. Are you seeing any heavy rainfall? And when, if you're not, when do you anticipate that heavy rainfall?
Yeah, well, you know, again, this thing's north side loaded, so we're on the north side of it. We're going to deal with this probably for the next few hours, and then we get on the south side of it, as does everybody, including you, Tevin. You'll get that decrease in the rain before we will, and then we'll, you know, see it follow as the storm center moves to the north. But, you know, Tevin's story is really worth noting here when you think about what's happened in Lake Charles. Because of COVID, you trace it to that's kind of where we start. Because of COVID, they're not making as many roof shingles, so there's a shortage on that. Timber's gone up 30-40%. So some people are waiting for a roof, potentially starting indoor projects under those tarps. So now here comes another hurricane that has going to easily threaten, even with 30-mile-per-hour winds, to blow that tarp off or get water intrusion again over projects that potentially could get started underneath all that. So just an awful situation made even more awful. All right, I wanted to just turn around here for a second. I wanted to kind of point in and show you the tops of these trees because they're away from the buildings a little bit, just to show you. I mean, you know, just really breezy conditions. We haven't had any kind of tropical storm force gust yet, but it's interesting because with the heavier rain, that's where we typically see, you know, some of the stronger gusts, and we know those will get stronger as the circulation center comes north. So don't be fooled. Even though you may see the heaviest rain and the rain band on radar kind of move away, remember, you've still got a 965 millibar low where there's a heck of a pressure gradient. So that tight gradient near that center still has to come up by us. So winds, interestingly enough, could actually be stronger in less rain. So something to watch. Don't let your guard down when the rain stops. Don't think that's a free pass to get outside. As a matter of fact, one of those heavy rain bands that Tevin was talking about and asking about coming through right now. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. No flooded streets from what we see, but like what we showed you across the street here, you can see this building here, which I understand is up for, you know, renovation. They're going to redo this beautiful building. Just some sandbags and some tape. We tell you that tape is kind of worthless for windows, which it is, but not a lot of folks have boarded up here. They didn't do it during Laura, and they didn't do it, you know, certainly during what we're dealing with Delta. So guys, again, not too far here from our 10th landfall of the 2020 season. Historic, record-setting, and like Steph said, the list of records as long as a CVS receipt. Incredible. Our coverage continues in a moment.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Well, we made it through another Halloween without getting eaten. And this year was a close one.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Ooh, you feel that chill?
I don't feel anything. This can't be good.
Water?
Why? Incoming!
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
It's oh so quiet and so peaceful. You fall in love, sing boom, you shout and you yell. Ha, ha. You blow, blow, blow your fuse. When you're falling in love.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I had to... Okay, I'm on vibe base.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
This is an ad for a chip so iconic, we don't need a logo. It's the three-sided crunch. You know, that cheesy, spicy, crispy, crunchy, flavor-packed bodega snack that rhymes with, I need those. An ad with no logo? It's another level.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited. I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
If you want to show the world the good you do, Cheerios can help to feed the good inside of you. And in the morning, if you think your whole day's a flop, feed the good inside of you, cause it never stops. Cheerios.
Once justice delayed meant justice abandoned, with many victims of childhood sexual abuse forced to give up their claims. Not anymore. The law firm of Harnack & Harnack has been fighting for victims' rights for over 60 years. And with the Child Victims Act, a window has opened for filing new claims on old cases. As long as the abuse occurred before age 18, you have until January to bring a case, regardless of age. If you are a victim of childhood sexual abuse, let Harnack & Harnack fight for you.
There are plenty of ways that we can investigate into these things, and in the end, we're going to put together the strongest case we possibly can and seek justice for you in these cases.
All cases must be filed by January 14th. Don't wait and lose your right to fight. Call Harnack & Harnack today, 1-888-326-6966.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 68 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
watching the Weather Channel's ongoing coverage of the landfall of Hurricane Delta. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. Let's get you right to the action. The landfall in Louisiana. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten for us tonight in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where the winds are very gusty right now and only going to get worse, Tevin.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Some of the strongest gusts today that we've seen near 60 miles an hour. Here's the thing. Periodically, we do see a gust, I think, near 65 or 70. So overall, depending on what the observation sites see, that's what will go down in the record books. But, I mean, just take a look at this rain. It is absolutely pounding an area that does not need any more rain, that does not need any more wind, and unfortunately, they're getting exactly what they do not need here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Let me show you something real quick. When we pull up this video, I think there's a power line that's dangling, or a power pole perhaps that's dangling on the right-hand side of your screen here. And here's why we always say stay indoors during an event as such, because, wow, that thing is leaning. Is that the whole power pole? It's about to come down. Man. And this has to hurt. I mean, for the folks that have lived without power for close to a month here in Lake Charles, they just got power, and now they're losing it again because Delta's coming through with extremely gusty winds, perhaps gusts near hurricane force at this time, and bringing down the power lines. Also picking up those blue tarps that we've been talking about all day long, picking up those tarps and exposing portions of their house, maybe also windows damaged as well, and they're getting that water damage yet again. I mean, we were driving through some of the neighborhoods, and folks actually had new roofs constructed already, if you believe it or not. But now, again, if there's any sort of loose limbs out there, if there are any trees that didn't get brought down the first time, with Laura 6 weeks ago, Delta's coming through like a bulldozer and finishing off what Laura started here in southwestern Louisiana and in the Calcasieu Parish. I'll take you out to the water. This is the Calcasieu River. You can actually sort of make out the other little barrier islands on the other side. All of this water, though, at times starts to white cap over. And then, of course, with the heavy winds that are coming through, the strong and gusty winds that are coming through, it's picking up some of the rain and some of the water as well, right off the top, and kind of just gliding it on, almost like skating on top of the water here. And industrial plants over the way, across the way, you can't see it because the rain is too heavy. Visibility is down to about 3/4 of a mile here in Lake Charles. Again, the unfortunate part, I am looking at one area of dry air, but as that eye wall starts to approach from the south towards the north, I don't think we're done with this until perhaps 7 or 8, maybe 9 o'clock tonight, in seeing some degradation in the intensity of the rainfall. But overall, we're going to be in heavy rain through at least midnight tonight. Let's go to Mike Seidel. He's in Scott, Louisiana. Mike, tell us what are you seeing, what are you hearing?
Yeah, we're getting the same thing here, not as heavy though, based on your description of the visibility. Very heavy rain. This is the strongest squall we've taken. Winds gusting now 30 to 35 miles an hour. And this is one of the byproducts of all the rain. We've seen over 2 inches so far in the past 3 hours. A lot of standing water in the parking lots. And you can imagine how bad it is out on I-10 here. Right now we're looking westbound. We're about an hour's drive on a good day from where Tevin is over in Lake Charles. So a lot of standing water. The winds occasionally gusting 30, 35 miles an hour, but that's been the worst of it so far. So power outages, at least here in Lafayette Parish, no reports so far. You can see the wind. We do have some semis out on the roadway, but by and large, there's not a whole lot of traffic on the interstate. That's a good thing, because right now we have flash flood warnings that extend from Lafayette all the way over to Beaumont, Port Arthur. By the way, Beaumont has gusted to 64 miles an hour. They had sustained winds of 39. That's tropical storm force. But back to the interstate, I-10 from Beaumont to Lafayette, that's about 135 miles. That entire stretch is under a flash flood warning in some spots till at least 7 o'clock. And as we've been telling you, this is very front side loaded. So once the center goes north of your latitude, the rain is going to cut off pretty quickly, and there's not going to be a whole lot of rain on the backside. But with that said, we're going to have totals in excess of 5 to 6 inches, and that's why we have these flash flood watches in this area of Louisiana until tomorrow morning. Now, let's head about 15 miles literally due east of us, right on I-10 to Breaux Bridge. Meteorologist Jim Cantori over there. Jim, the rain hits here, and then it moves right over to your backyard.
Yeah, and we're getting the rain like you are as well, Mike. So miserable travel on I-10 as we are off I-10 as well. Just to our north of where we are right now in the downtown area. So I want to point out a couple of cameras here. Again, we're looking at pretty much weather that's coming straight down. So the big issue as this thing comes ashore right now is the storm surge. And if you're in Vermilion Bay, it's about 6 feet above normal dry ground. Okay, so that has obviously caused some of this water to come in to the Abbeville area, and that's obviously a problem whenever water gets in. A friend of mine just told me he talked to a friend of his down in Abbeville, and he said there's 6-foot waves right now rolling across Vermilion Bay. Normally docile Vermilion Bay. Okay, that's the kind of stuff we're looking at. Again, guys, we've gusted 20-30 miles per hour at the most here in Breaux Bridge. Higher gusts off to my southwest, but I want to look at the radar here. This is it. This is the eye wall, the northern side of this coming ashore. Very heavily north side loaded with heavy rain, almost 60,000 without power. That continues to be an issue. It will be as we go through tonight and the storm moves north. We'll be right back.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll,
this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do? Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
We are live in Jennings, Louisiana. Right now, we still have power. I know between Louisiana and Texas, there are about 90,000 people without power. We're waiting that eye wall. As the eye is coming ashore, we're just waiting for the National Hurricane Center to make that call that this storm has made landfall. We will get that northern eye wall and then eventually the eye, and that eye wall is what we're waiting for. At 10,000 feet, there are reports of 85, 95 mile per hour wind gusts. Some of that will get pulled down to the surface, and that's what we will look for. Unfortunately here, where the anemometer reading is taking place, it says calm winds. So obviously our anemometer is out. I have my personal anemometer that I will try to take wind readings for everybody once that eye wall comes through. Now this is Main Street. You see some of the metal awnings you have to watch out for. If it's already been ripped apart and then it's already loose, you can then get some issues obviously when you have those gustier winds that come on in. It's pretty desolate down here, which is the good news. The trees, they've been blowing around. There's some planters actually that have already been knocked over, Matt, around the corner here. You know, the winds haven't been too gusty, but sometimes it doesn't take a lot when you have something that is top heavy. And so that's what you also have to look for, is anything that is top heavy like trees on already saturated grounds, that can all tip on over as well. We are under a flash flood warning with all the rain that's been coming in. Majority of it is on the north side of this system, and we haven't seen any significant flooding, but when we were driving out here, you know, you get this puddling that happens, and when you drive through, you have to definitely slow down. This area also affected by Laura. So there are some homes here that have tarps on their roofs. And so we will try to drive by those homes a little bit later and make sure that those tarps stayed intact. But for us here, it's awaiting those strongest winds in the eye wall and the heavy rain that has come on down. And I don't know if you could hear that. All right, I want to take you to Lake Charles, where we have some power lines that are down there already. Now, Lake Charles, of course, was hit by Hurricane Laura just over a month and a half ago. And there's significant damage. You have that debris. You have the tarps on the roofs. It's not going to take a lot of wind to move that stuff around. And we're already seeing some of those power lines down. And, Alex, the thing is they were still trying to get power on for everyone in that parish. And now, unfortunately, they're going to have to start over in some areas.
Yeah, it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or perhaps even worse. Stephanie, thank you. We're going to get back to Steph. Right now, I want to get you caught up on what we know. Of course, seeing the scenes there from Lake Charles, already some of those tarps peeled back and power lines down. And they're not alone. More than 63,000 customers are now without power in Louisiana, as well as the state of Texas. Utility company Entergy says it's ready to mobilize nearly 10,000 workers in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas for power restoration. About 8.4 million people live in the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone for Hurricane Delta. We've seen things really ramp up at Tevin Wooten's location. He is in Lake Charles. Tevin, this is an area you spent time in during Laura. Of course, this is a community that would have done probably anything to keep this storm away. And now, again, probably taking a step back in that progress that they've made since that storm.
You know, Alex, I hope when this is all said and done, we can come out of this thing tomorrow with blue sky, sunshine, and everybody's got power. Unfortunately, from the sights and the scenes that we've already seen, I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, power poles are already snapping, and you have to know a lot of the infrastructure has not been repaired. It's been temporarily fixed, so sort of just in a fragile state at this point. So anything like those power poles that we have seen, or power lines, they're starting to come down, and understandably so. You hear this saying, never kick a person when they're down. 130 to 40 mile-an-hour winds 6 weeks ago with Laura, and now we're going through Delta here. 60 mile-an-hour wind gusts so far. We're not done with those just yet. I think we've got a good 70 to 80 mile-an-hour gust still to squeeze out of this thing. Plus the rainfall, and keep in mind it's the duration. Even if we don't get those 70 to 80 or 60 to 70 panning out, if we get 50 to 60 panning out, it's the duration of time that this thing will stick around, because we're on the west side of the storm. We're not on the northern side, even though this storm is north loaded. We're on the west side, or on the east, on the left side. So as the storm pulls towards the north, we're still being racked with this east-northeast flow that's coming in and delivering a dangerous blow here to Lake Charles, Louisiana. I want to show this guy really quickly. We've got a quick break so I can turn around and I can actually see right now as the rain has lessened. And as that happens, look at the water and the way that it's sloshing around right now. It looks sort of perhaps like a miniature Gulf of Mexico. That's a river that eventually connects to the port of Lake Charles, which is certainly churning up right now because of the force of the wind. In terms of some of the surge that we're seeing near Grand Chenier and also Cameron, perhaps 3.5 or 3.6 feet to 4.5 feet in some spots, and that's only going to pile up as we go throughout the evening hours and overnight tonight. Let's give you a live look at Creole, Louisiana, where, yes, we've still got a long way to go before Delta is done. Look at that. The visibility is down. The heavy rain is there. We've got team coverage on this storm today and tomorrow for you, your family, and your friends to keep you safe from Delta.
When life gave them the short end of the stick, they gladly fetched it anyway. Subaru presents the underdogs. Older, physically challenged, these remarkable dogs will never slow you down. In fact, they're probably wondering if you can keep up with them. Subaru loves all pets, so we're asking you to please consider adopting an underdog and join us in celebrating all dogs on our 2nd annual National Make a Dogs Day. Subaru, more than a car company.
Okay, so a magnificent mile for me.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease until I realized something was missing. Me.
You okay, sis?
My symptoms were keeping me from really being there for my sisters. So I talked to my doctor and learned
that's us.
Humira is for people who still have symptoms of Crohn's disease after trying other medications. The majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks, and many achieved remission that can last.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
No, really, I think I could dunk on you.
But I bet I love Kellogg's Frosted Flakes more than you.
Come on, buddy, my picture's on the box.
It's the truth, Tony.
Tiebreaker. Who's got the deeper voice?
They're great.
I win.
I win.
Oh, you're cute when you're wrong.
Yep. Hey guys, our continuing coverage of Delta as the northern eye wall coming ashore now. Decoupling or not, it's still got a lot of rain with it. We've had some gusts that have been over hurricane force. When those get official, guess what? We're going to tell you where they were. But this little place called Lake Arthur has had gusts of 71 miles per hour. You're looking at a live camera right now out of Creole. All right, this is down here in Cameron Parish, and you can certainly see, at times the wind and the waves whipping through. This is kind of classic eye wall. All right, this is kind of classic eye wall here. Winds are out of the east. We've had water rise down there as well in Cameron Parish, Vermilion Parish as well. Vermilion Bay right now up close to 6 feet. There's huge waves rolling in toward the coast, if you will, or toward Abbeville that are about 6 feet high as well. So that's certainly a situation there where water may get into the town. We've seen that camera where there's water in the streets here. I don't know exactly where this is at Abbeville, but it's probably close to the bay. That would make the most sense. But look at this. It's gotten high. Since we started showing you this an hour ago, it's gotten higher. And look at the wave action on top of that. So this is the storm surge. This is exactly what the modelers go and they look at the strength of the storm, they think about the time of the tide, and they say, okay, what's the worst possible case scenario with water rise? 7 to 11 feet. That's right where that is, and that's, certainly we're in the middle of that right now, and that's why we ask you to get out of storm surge. It's the number one killer, that and freshwater flooding over the inland areas. All right, guys, back here in Bro Bridge, I want you to look behind me here down the street, just down the street. This is Main Street, and we just literally, as I was voicing over that video, we had a squall that came through here, and you could really see a lot of these trees and even the sign a little bit, still the antique sign there, still swaying quite a bit, all right, in this area. So we're getting a little bit more of the wind, and that's what's going to happen. A lot of us here inland are going to see more and more of this ramp up as this center comes north and northeast toward us. So far, everybody, as far as I can see, has power at this point, but there are about 60,000 customers, and that was about, 30 minutes ago. If you guys want to give me a new number on that, I'd be happy to tell everybody. But we've had, between Texas and Louisiana, thank you, Nora, 80,000 customers now without power. We do know those numbers are going to go up with these bans as they continue to come on through. So heavy rain and continues to be an issue. We've already had gusts to 60, maybe even higher. That's just one. Remember, one station. You can have higher gusts in and around Lake Charles. So, Tevin, what are you seeing down there? Any visible signs of new damage?
Jim, I don't see any signs of new damage, but here's the problem. Even in the aftermath of Delta here, how will you know, unless you've documented, how will you know what new damage is versus some of the older damage? That's the question that a lot of the homeowners and residents here will face in the days and hours to come after Delta has long gone because of Laura that was here just 6 weeks ago. But today's topic, it is Delta. We've already seen 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and Calcasieu Parish. In terms of some of the strongest gusts, I think we've got more to go and more to squeeze out because this storm, the core of it is still far away by about 15 to perhaps 25 miles or so in terms of the outer eye wall. Now, the center is about 30 to 40 miles away. I don't think we'll get the landfall. We don't need it. And quite honestly, we don't want it here. You can go around and ask any single person here, do you want the eye wall? And they'd say no, because that's traditionally the strongest part of the storm. But this is a different storm. It's got a lot of dry air on the southern side here and the shear on the western side. So that's ultimately sort of changed the DNA, and this is not a textbook storm. So now what we're seeing here is some of the stronger parts of Delta on the left side or on the west side of the storm. We've actually got a shower or a little cluster of storms on the way, or a little cluster of rainfall on the way that's going to bring in, I think, wind gusts near 75 miles an hour. This is near Iowa and Welsh at this moment. It's working its way, it's racing its way along I-10 here and perhaps portions of Highway 90 within the next 2 to 3 minutes. Check back with us and see what its conditions are like here. So I believe we want to go to Steph now. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm going to take it from you, Tevin, here in Jennings, Louisiana, and things are starting to get worse. Definitely the winds are getting a little bit stronger. We're feeling some more of those gusts here into Jennings. That eye wall is about an hour away from us right now, and if you've been watching us, you can tell the winds are getting a little bit stronger for us here. I'm taking pressure readings and measurement readings. Of course, that pressure will be the lowest when that eye crosses over us, and we believe it will. And so we just want to show you what it looks like in Jennings. So this is their Main Street, and we saw a building, you see it down the way here, and they're fixing the roof. We can't say for sure if that was one of the roofs that was damaged by Laura, but there is roof damage here, and people do have blue tarps. I asked the officer who was with us, and he said, well, I don't remember that before Laura. So it is a possibility, but we can't say for sure. Of course, the gutters are working overtime. There's a gutter on this building. The water will be pouring out of those. That is something that always you hope your gutters are cleared out so you don't run into any issues with that. And then power. We still have power here in Jennings, but, the power lines are going to start shaking when we have those wind gusts coming in. And, of course, in this neighborhood, you see they have a lot of trees here. And I will say, driving around, you know what, Matt? I don't know if the camera picks it up. Do you see those debris piles down the street? Yeah. We saw a lot of debris piles like that around, people doing cleanup from Laura. And I know we only have 30 seconds left, but if we can look up at the sky, the rain's going to probably mess up the camera a bit. You can see the clouds moving. We have an east wind here. That means the winds are coming from the east and moving west. That is because we're on the north side of the storm, and that eye wall is coming into us. So the winds are going to continue to pick up. They will be out of the east, and then they will shift around once the storm goes past us. We'll be back with more live reports all night long as Delta is coming ashore.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Donald Trump is lying again. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000. Biden will close tax loopholes for big corporations. Trump's tax cut giveaway exploded our debt, so he's threatening Social Security and Medicare. Biden will make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, so we can protect Social Security and Medicare and invest in schools and health care.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein
to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Fall is a great time to take trips in your vehicle. Some are more memorable than others. And because life is sometimes messy, we've got you covered. With laser-measured floor liners, seat protectors, and our full line of automotive protection products to help keep your vehicle looking its best. Order at WeatherTech.com. WeatherTech, made right in America.
You put care into everything you do. United Healthcare does too. Like connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
This is the Jones family.
We have a good deal on our wireless plan.
Are you sure? Spectrum Mobile can do better. How many lines do you have?
4.
And how much data do you use?
Graham and I email and text, but these two share and stream tons of videos.
And how much are you paying per month? Don't forget those added taxes and fees and surcharges.
Oh, then $220.
Spectrum Mobile lets you customize your plans. You and Grandma can be in our Buy the Gig plan with shareable data, and your wife and daughter can be in our unlimited data plan. Offer $118 per month with no taxes and fees. Spectrum Mobile has the best data plans for your family. All plans include unlimited talk and text with no contracts. See? I proved you could save within minutes. Now it's your turn. Grab your bill and see how much you can save. Visit SpectrumMobile.com/YouSave to calculate your savings in 3 easy steps. Or call us at 1-833-295-7283 and we'll do it for you.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll,
this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 68 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
eye wall with the worst winds is about an hour away, so we want to walk around as much as we can, give you a lay of the land, show you what it looks like here in Jennings, Louisiana. And we can't confirm if winds knock these over or not, but what I can say is anything that is top heavy obviously will have a better chance of falling over when you have those gustier winds. So that's something that, you need to keep in mind. And now I know the time to clean up is over, and now's the time just to say hunker down. And as we go down the street, I noticed, this area actually was affected by Hurricane Laura. And you see, these are homes right here. We're in a neighborhood, and there is a blue tarp on a home. It's right in between the trees. It's a bit of a walk down there. We were trying to walk down there, but I think you're able to see it just through the trees. There are some blue tarps, and we've also seen piles of debris around from what I'm assuming is Laura cleanup, because there was a lot of tree piles that I saw on some of the roads here. And so, this area was affected. Remember that the hurricane made landfall over by Lake Charles, where they were devastated by the hurricane. Now we want to go off to my east and check in with Mike Seidel, who is in Scott, Louisiana, near the Lafayette area. And, Mike, I know that you had a little bit of flooding earlier. Do you think that was just from rainfall rates, or was there maybe even a drain clog, which sometimes causes so much flooding?
That's a good question. I think it's rainfall rates, because I'm looking over here behind these trees, and we've got about 5 to 6 inches of water in the field here. I walked off towards I-90. There's a lot of standing water. So we've had over 2 inches of rain, and the winds have been gusting about 35, maybe 40 miles an hour. What we're waiting for is that band. It's really part of what's left of the eye wall, or the eye wall, and that's going to sweep up this way through Abbeville and up here across Lafayette County. It'll hit here, and it'll hit Jim over in Breaux Bridge, and that'll bring us the strongest winds of the hurricane. With that said, last time with Laura, they peaked out at 60 miles an hour. They had minimal damage and a few power outages, nothing widespread, nothing more than, based on what we talked to with the locals, that lasted more than 24 hours. And we're hoping that it's no worse this time. This storm is weaker, although the center is going to be coming closer. So we're going to keep an eye on that band coming up from the south and west, coming right up from the coastline through those southern parishes, over towards Vermilion Bay, right up towards Lafayette, where we are here in Scott. Let's go over to Jim Cantori. He is about 15 miles off to our east on the other side of Lafayette. And Jim, I know you're watching the same thing on the radar.
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, Mike, let's call that radar up. Let's just do this right now so everybody can see what we're talking about. We're looking at this eye wall here. The folks at UF with WeatherFlow have a anemometer down there. They measured 71 miles an hour at Lake Arthur. Okay, so we have 71-mile-an-hour wind gust in that band you can see. And it almost looks like the eastern side of that, Sarah, if you want to zoom in even a little bit, you can see where that eastern wall is. It's starting to kind of regenerate a little bit. So that's going to go up toward New Iberia, all right, where you may even be dry right now and not much happening. But that's going to come up toward you in New Iberia and then eventually make its way up toward Steph, Mike, and I as we go on in time. Now, the question is, does it hold together? All right, because these things are constantly in flux, especially with about 60 knots of southwest shear that's starting to rip this thing apart. That's the million-dollar question. We'll see. All right, so impacts, as I mentioned to you earlier, already factored into a weakening storm at landfall. These are some of the impacts, real time. All right, let's do Abbeville first, because I think this is a classic case of Vermilion Bay coming up into Abbeville because of the storm surge here. And even into Abbeville, in some of the streets here, you can see the flooding that's going on and the waves on top of that. So there's a big east wind, obviously pushing the bay to the north and west, right into Abbeville, and that's where we're seeing a lot of this. By the way, guys, as I kind of talk to you through here, I'm seeing a lot of power trucks, buckets, kind of rolling around here. Our power outages now up to, Nora told me last, 80,000. So, those numbers are going to continue to go up for customers, and we are going to lose power. Let's take you down to Creole. This is another spot where, again, we're probably in that eye wall that I just showed you on radar. Are we going to have similar weather like that up in Abbeville, eventually up into New Iberia, Jennings, Scott, Breaux Bridge, where I am? Maybe, if it holds together. But you can see certainly what's coming ashore there again, and again from that WeatherFlow camera at Lake Arthur, which is about 30 miles inland, we're getting gusts up to 71 miles per hour there. So that's an official anemometer and certainly an official site. So again, guys, here in Breaux Bridge, you can see behind me here, we get out of these rain bands and we really lose the wind. All right, we lose the wind. So Brad's going to kind of pan down the street here a little bit. You pass the antique signs, look at it, glass that's pretty much not covered at all with windows. It would almost be impossible really to cover that building. But you can see the sandbags down by the base of the door. And of course, the street lights are still on. The power lights are on. Power's on just about as far as the eye can see in through here. But all we've got to report for you from the sheriff is we've had one tree limb down on a road, and they had removed that. But be careful in and around the bayous, because as the heavy rain continues to come in, we're going to see more and more of these bayous come up. And this is an area where they're very undulating. All right, so that means that you're going to get surrounded if you're heading out there. Stay home, ride this thing out. The south side of the storm, a lot drier. We'll talk about that coming up.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Now try Nestle Pure Life Plus, water enhanced with minerals and a splash of flavor.
I'm not hungry!
You're having one more bite.
No!
One more bite!
Kraft, for the win-win.
Our main focus is raising the girls.
It's everything to me to be able to love them and experience them every day. It's a proud feeling. Being able to order stuff online.
I can just go straight to the app. It helps out a lot.
We get to use that time that we would be at the grocery store. That time is priceless. I think Ari might have won.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection!
Overruled. And right now, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
What's in your wallet?
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here!
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited.
I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Knowing who we are is hard. It's hard. Eliminate who you are not first, and you're going to find yourself where you need to be. The race is never over. The journey has no port. The adventure never ends because we are always on the way.
So how is it?
Great.
And good evening, everyone. The center of Hurricane Delta, about 30 miles offshore, south of Cameron, Louisiana, continuing to move northeast now. But some of the worst weather isn't with the center, as you know. It's with the eye wall, which is actually moving onshore. We've had unofficial gusts of over 70 miles per hour within this, and we will continue to watch this move up through some of these higher populated areas. New Iberia, Lafayette, Breaux Bridge, which is where we are, Jennings, where Stephanie is, Scott, which is where Mike is, and of course we'll cover all this for you back in the studio with Mike Bettis and Alex Wilson as well as we continue our coverage around the clock of Hurricane Delta. As I mentioned, I'm in Breaux Bridge. We've had some heavy rain that has filled up a lot of the bayous in through here, and the surge has really been the big story now, especially down in Vermilion Bay, where we've seen total water rise there of about 6 feet. Abbeville, that camera out of that area has been very, showing in terms of what that surge is doing coming in with the southeast wind. It's just weird, and I remember this in Pensacola with Sally, to watch downtown streets where there's actually waves rippling along the surge because the wind, is so strong in through there. And yet, as I mentioned, we're strong tropical storm and minimal hurricane in terms of the gusts right now. We've had buoys showing that, and even weather stations, mobile weather stations that are up and operational. Again, guys, looking behind me here at Breaux Bridge, we're out of one of those bands right now, so it's a little bit on the quiet side. But believe me, when they kick in, it's heavy rain, it's winds gusting everything around, and you can even start to see some of these street signs swaying a little bit. But the area again that we're all our eyes on, an area so hard hit by Hurricane Laura just 43 days ago here. Tevin Wooten talking to us from Lake Charles, Louisiana. I apologize, I forgot to mention you at the top of the hour. I was trying to remember everybody. Apologies, buddy, because frankly, you got the biggest story out there. An area that has all these tarps, thousands of tarps that are under the influence of these 60-plus mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, man, this rain is just absolutely relentless. Let's take you to those tarps because there are so many. It's like a sea of blue tarps all throughout Lake Charles. In fact, I think we have aerial video of those tarps to show you so you can see how much this encompasses southwestern portions of Calcasieu, or southwestern portions of Louisiana and in Calcasieu Parish. So this is actually video of Lake Charles, where some of the water's crashing up, some of the surge, and some of the tarps as well. Look at the way that green tarp is just flapping in the wind. Here's your problem. That's one, but there are thousands of those out here in Lake Charles, in places like Orange, Texas, and also Port Arthur as well, because you have to remember with Laura, about 6 weeks ago, it wasn't just Lake Charles that saw impacts. Even though we saw the eye of the storm and the center of the storm move over, there were several different communities in and around Lake Charles, in Moss Bluff, down in Cameron that saw this. So we have to really keep southwestern Louisiana in mind and eastern portions of Texas too when we talk about going forward in the forecast and what Delta will now bring in, because this is taking a situation and upping it. The debris that's out there, the debris that's loosened, the power lines that were just fixed when people just got power a week or two ago, now they don't have power again, or now they may not have power again and likely won't have power again. All the power crews have pulled out because they have to get to safety and out of harm's way. They all have to come back in, so this is a very coordinated effort with first responders, with local officials, with utility crews, all to come in after the worst of Delta pulls out. But I think we're seeing the worst of Delta right now. Unfortunately, a lot of the observation sites, it seems like they are down, and that's understandable because the power has perhaps out in some spots, or it's too dangerous, or maybe some of the sensors aren't working right now. But I can tell you this, 60-mile-an-hour winds or 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts for a prolonged period of time from Delta, it's not just a hit or miss thing. We're seeing sustained winds near about 30 or 40 miles an hour, depending on where you are. So that'll happen for the next, we've already seen 3 or 4 hours. I think we've got another 3 or 4 more hours to go. We're not in the center. We're not on the north side of the storm. We're on the west side of the storm. So when you have a counterclockwise rotation, that is just sustaining, it's prolonged, and it's just holding itself together on the left-hand side just enough to sit and sorrow right over Lake Charles, Louisiana. So extremely unfortunate situation here. A lot of the people did evacuate. This was yesterday where we were watching people pile up on I-210 and I-10, and you should have seen the amount of cars as this exodus occurred throughout the day. It wasn't just a 1 or 2 hour spurts where you hit traffic sometimes and you're done. This was traffic that was sustained for about an hour or 2 or 3 or 4, depending on which roadway you were on. Even some of the bridges to get out of town to evacuate were piled up as well. Folks were heading mostly west when we talked to people because they didn't want to go east. If you're a hurricane-savvy person, which a lot of people that live along the Gulf Coast are, they didn't want to go to the east. They know that's the dirty side of the storm. They wanted to get away, so they went west. Mike, I talked to a couple that went as far west as Dallas, Texas. They didn't want to stop in Houston. They didn't want to stop at Katy. They wanted to get way out of the way of Delta. Thousands of folks did that. In fact, city officials, Mike, that we spoke to this morning said they think more people evacuated with this storm than Laura. So I think they're understanding the message here, and it's safe to say they certainly are.
100%, and those folks, if you've got the means and you've got the ability to do it, by all means, go ahead and evacuate. If it takes you to Dallas, then it takes you to Dallas, right? Tevin, thanks so much for the update. Want to give you an update on what's happening with the storm. Currently, we're going to get hourly updates from the Hurricane Center now through landfall. The wind's down to 100 miles per hour, Category 2. Northeast movement at 14 miles per hour. And you're now starting to see the northern edge of the eye is coming ashore right now. So you're going to see the winds back off. You're going to see the rain back off. But a place like Creole and Grand Chenier, it looks like you're about to go right into the eye here momentarily. But the really heavy rain is all on the north side of the system. And we're anticipating a lot of degradation of the storm here short term, especially over the next 24 hours. By tomorrow morning, we're probably down to a tropical storm, then accelerating off into the Mid-South and then the Tennessee Valley. There's a look at some of the winds that we're dealing with right now. In Houma, 43 gusts. New Orleans, we're gusting to 40. As high as wind gusts have we seen in any tropical system so far this year in New Orleans. I'm going to show you what's going on, by the way, in Creole. Let's take a live picture. I was mentioning that the eye was coming ashore there. Look at the winds. They've gone calm now. Look at the water. It's almost pancake flat at this point. So it looks like we've now gotten into the eye in Creole, Louisiana. It's going to be just east of Cameron. And this is going to be probably what we deal with for a couple of hours. I think we'll be in the eye for 2-3 hours here, and then we'll get the southern eye wall that comes through. Although the southern eye wall doesn't have a lot of rain with it, but you'll see the winds start to pick back up a little bit. But interesting to see that we are now going, from gusts as high as 70+ miles an hour in some spots to dead calm in a place like Creole. It just shows you, boy, that the dynamics of a hurricane, they never cease to amaze, right? Lake Charles, gusts right now nearly 50. Port Arthur, our gusts are at 62 miles an hour. We're on the western side of the storm. There's a little bit of convergence going on there. We've actually seen some of the highest winds in that area. Louisiana power outages now pushing about 50,000. Same for us in Texas. So we're getting closer and closer to 100,000 customers without power. And we think this area from coastal Louisiana up along I-10, right in the core of the hurricane force winds, most likely to see the widespread power outages, but forecast power outages could go all the way up into, say, Monroe. There's a look at the wind forecast, and as this thing comes ashore, we're going to start to see friction breakdown, wind shears taking over, so that's starting to tear the storm up. But a northeast movement here takes it over I-20 about 7 o'clock in the morning, so I'd avoid being on I-10 or I-20 now through at least lunchtime tomorrow. Flash flood warnings in effect right now with the gusty winds and the heavy rain. It's just a miserable, miserable time right now. So you're hunkered down and you just staying put. That's all you need to do right now. Calcasieu, Cameron, Jefferson Davis Parish, all under flash flood warnings. In the Beaumont and Port Arthur areas, we're also under flash flood warnings. Very flood-prone location. We're getting some training storms there. They're just not moving. They're stationary. Jefferson and Orange counties under flash flood warnings. Stephanie Abrams is live for us tonight in Jennings, Louisiana. It looks like, Steph, you're gonna be in this rough stuff for the next couple of hours. And then we think that eye's going to come potentially right over top of you there in Jennings.
Mike, just to the south of us in Lake Arthur, we have sustained winds of 65 gusting to 82 miles an hour. That's that eye wall. And Lake Arthur is only about 11 miles from where we're located. And you can see it's gotten a lot worse for us. So we are getting into that eye wall. Mike was just showing you Creole, Louisiana, which is just to our south, say 60 to 70 miles right along the coast. They are in the eye. So the National Hurricane Center will call landfall of this system. It's right where that center of the actual hurricane crosses over. Will it be Creole, Louisiana? Will it be just east or west of there? They will make that call. Within the eye, you have the lowest pressure. And I've been watching, that is my pressure reading here on my anemometer. And we started at 991, and now we're dropping down to 989.4. So our pressure is dropping as we're getting near that eye. And Mike, this eye, it doesn't look like it's going to be a clear eye, meaning that you can see a clear sky above you. It's a little bit on the dirty side because it's getting torn apart.
I think we're getting plenty of overcast in that eye. It won't be that classic eye where you're looking up at sunshine or blue skies. That's just not going to happen, Steph. We actually haven't seen that clear eye since sometime yesterday afternoon, but you'll feel it. That'll be the thing. It'll be overcast overhead, but you're going to feel the winds just relax almost instantaneously, right?
You will. And so right now, and Bettis, you'd have a better idea being in the studio and being able to determine exactly how far we are from the worst weather. Again, down just 11 miles from a sustained in the 60s, gusting higher than that. how long that takes to reach us, and then how long we'll be in it. That's what a lot of people want to know. This system, Mike, it's been moving at a good clip. I mean, it's a little above average when you talk about how the forward speed, the average forward speed of a hurricane, it's typically around that 11, 12, 13 miles per hour on average, and this has been on the higher end of that its whole life, really.
You know, Steph, I'm putting the measurement on here on the radar, just kind of estimating about where you are, where the northern fringe of the eye is. You're about roughly 30 miles away, so I'd say it's about 2 hours before you get into the calm winds again, but between now and then, you're going to have the roughest stuff. I think the next 2 hours is the roughest weather that you'll see there in Jennings, and then after that, it'll go calm. And after that, the backside of the storm, the southern side of the storm, doesn't actually offer up that bad of weather, believe it or not.
No, and it kind of reminds me of Sally, Mike. When Sally was coming ashore, that northern eye wall was rough, and that's what did all the damage. And then that western eye wall, it was open, it was a lot weaker. And so the good news for the people who are going to experience this northern eye wall is that will be the worst of your weather. It will calm, and then you'll feel it. Mike, there's no doubt in my mind. I mean, I could feel in Sally, the wind shifted. We're getting that east wind, right? On the northern side, it passes. We'll get a west wind. The wind comes from the west, but thankfully it won't be as strong. So if anything does loosen, it won't then have another opportunity to be tossed about.
I think the good news here is that this thing weakened at just the right time, right? We've seen it weaken over the last several hours, right? And we thought, gosh, it's going to be such a close call. It's going to weaken before landfall, at landfall, after landfall. What will the winds be? We were concerned about folks in Lake Charles that got a lot of tarps on their roofs, right? Are those all going to be ripped off? How much wind damage is there going to be, considering we're looking at a Category 3 hurricane? I think the big thing now is, I think we're starting to see some degradation of the winds, which is great. I think we might actually reduce the amount of structural damage that we see, but we're still getting strong surge here. You know, we're looking at the canal locks there. We're now setting our second highest surge behind only Hurricane Ike. Steph, and I look at Calcasieu Pass, 5th highest surge now, and we've still got some to go here. So this is the other big concern, how much water inundation we're going to get in some of these marsh areas that are right at the coastline.
And you know, Ben, Mike, it's been a long time since we've had a Category 2 landfall in Louisiana. Look at the winds, just like that, Ben. It's just like that. That shows you the forward progression and how quickly things can deteriorate with this storm. I mean, you saw it just live on air, but I wanted to make the point, Mike, that we have not had a Category 2 October landfall in Louisiana since 1964. That was Hilda. So it's been a while this late in the season to have a storm like this in Louisiana. As it comes ashore, Mike, it's going to be setting records. A 10th storm to make landfall. We've never had 10 named storms. The record was 9 in 1960. And then here in Louisiana as well, it'll be the 5th hurricane, I should say, to make landfall in the U.S. This happened back in 2005. So this is a record setter, and it's already setting some records. You know, that surge is rising up along the coast.
Yeah, it really is. This will be the 4th landfall in Louisiana this year. That'll tie a record, and it's just, I mean, the numbers just keep adding up here, unfortunately, and Louisiana seems like it's been the unfortunate target so far this year. But Steph, you're now in the northern eye wall. I think you're going to get the worst weather here, the worst gusts then too, the highest rainfall rates, the worst gusts here over the course of the next, I'd say, hour and a half to 2 hours. And I think after that, you might be able to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief along I-10 here. And I know that was really a big concern. You know, if we can hold off on the water getting all that way, and I think we can, and I say that because the winds have started to back off quite a bit. We might not see the high-end surges of these forecasts. Might be mid-range or low range of some of the forecasts.
Yeah. You know, Mike, one of the things that's going to happen is that visibility is going to continue to drop. And I just want to show for our viewers, there's a water tower. Hopefully you can pick it up on camera. I want to make sure my photographer is comfortable coming out. And you can see that water tower and the visibility that will be going down as the winds continue to increase. And that forward speed is really helping us here because we don't anticipate too much flooding. I know Mike was talking about that water rise, but it's more going to be that wind-driven rain. And Mike was talking about all the tarps, all the debris with Laura. We were affected by Laura here. Now, we didn't have widespread damage, obviously, like we saw in Lake Charles, but there are some homes with blue tarps on their roofs, and we will look after those. And we were showing you earlier as we were walking around the corner, there was a home around the corner with a blue tarp. But here you go. The winds just kick up that fast. And I don't know if Mike can show you the radar, or they can pull up the radar next to me to see that difference of what it looks like on the radar are versus what we're experiencing. And we're going to be going through this for about an hour or so. The bulk of the strongest winds in this northern eye wall, and then we'll see that calm like they're seeing down in Creole, Louisiana, Mike.
You know, I was trying to measure it once more for you, Steph, because I think you're going to be in the strong band for roughly, it's about the edge of the strong band is about 24 miles until you get into the eye, all right? So that's going to come to I-10 probably about the next hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, but Steph's going to be riding this one out along with the rest of our meteorologists. More live coverage of Delta after this.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup even when her bladder makes a little drop-off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. It takes poise.
Joe Biden will make healthcare affordable. His plan gives a tax credit to help working families pay insurance premiums, lowers prescription costs by 60%, and protects coverage for pre-existing conditions, no matter what. He'll pay for it by getting rid of Donald Trump's tax cuts for the super rich, because Joe knows our economy's strength doesn't come from the top. It comes from working families, and that's who he's fighting for every day.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Maverit, I was cured.
I faced reminders of my hep C every day.
I worried about my hep C. But in only 8 weeks with Maverit, I was cured.
Maverit is the only 8-week cure for all types of hep C. Before starting Maverit, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Maverit with anizanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless, because I am cured.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
You put care into everything you do. United Healthcare does too. Like caring for your physical and mental health. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Now try Nestle Pure Life Plus, water enhanced with minerals and a splash of flavor.
Hi, I'm Terry Bradshaw. You might know me from football. That's all I got.
He's the sweetest, most loving dad ever. He's a really good girl dad. He'd give you the shirt off of his back.
Hey!
What?
Where's my shirt?
I think we can all agree dad is not normal.
The Bradshaw Bunch, new Thursdays at 9, only on E!
Test drive a BMW at your Tri-State BMW Center today and receive exceptional offers on a new BMW. Or visit us at tristatebmw.com. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
The 4. Unrivaled design meets pure power. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and some clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, a few clouds. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Getting into the worst of the weather with Hurricane Delta, our first hurricane with a Greek name to make landfall in the lower 48. And I want to show you, I mean, you can see me standing up. Obviously, we're seeing some gustier winds. We've seen a gust here to 44 miles an hour. And to our south, about 11 miles, Lake Arthur, just 11 miles. They've seen winds sustained 65, gusting to 85. And that is all rotating up to me. So we haven't even gotten the worst of it yet. But look what's already happened. Anything that's top heavy is going to fall over, and you see that this has totally cracked. This definitely happened during the storm because we've been over here, and I did not see that earlier. We were talking about those other planters. Remember, 2 of them are already toppled. Another one has come over. So objects like this is what we're starting to see cause problems. Visibility. Remember just a little bit ago, we were talking with Mike Bettis, if you were with us, and I was talking about the water tower. You can't see it. Can you see it? You can barely see it. That's that visibility, that wind-driven rain. It is basically obscured. And how about this? Look at the wind and the rain on this building. You see how it's flying up? Look at how it's hitting the building and flying up and over the building. Obviously, the higher you go up in elevation, the stronger the winds you're going to get because the less friction that you'll be encountering. All right, let's go now off to my east and check in with Mike Seidel. And Mike, we're starting to see conditions deteriorate where we are. Have you seen any changes in the last, let's say, 20 to 30 minutes?
We have indeed, Stephanie. In fact, that same northern eye wall extends over to the south of us and extends down towards New Iberia. They've gusted to 60 miles an hour, and they're southwest of Lafayette. We're just on the west side of Lafayette. We're about 35 miles due east of where Stephanie is in Jennings. So the wind's now blowing parallel to I-10, east to west. Lake Charles about an hour that way. We're getting rainfall not as heavy as we've seen. We've already had 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. Mentioned earlier, flash flood warnings from Lafayette stretching to Beaumont, Port Arthur, in Texas. We have very little traffic on the highway. That's good tonight. Everything here is closed. Now the concern is when that band comes in, as Stephanie mentioned, the worst of the weather, and that's where we're going to see the worst of the weather here in Lafayette Parish. By the way, now, about 65,000 customers in Louisiana have lost power, about 115 when you throw in Texas. Those numbers are gradually coming up. We don't expect the numbers we had with Laura because we're not going to have those kind of winds, but still, you got 70, 80 mile an hour wind gusts with a wet ground. You're going to have uprooted trees and power going out. Water standing all over the place. We're expecting another maybe inch of rain or so when that band comes through, and then the rain will pretty much wind down for the evening. Once the center goes north of 10, our winds will come around to the southwest. It will be a very windy night here in Louisiana, although the strongest winds will move on because they usually come down with the squalls, those tropical squalls. So, Stephanie, we're watching the same line that you're watching. You're going to be more in the meat of it. You should get stronger wind gusts. So far here, we've gusted to 48 miles an hour. Last time with Laura, 60 was a peak gust. So we're hoping that we don't do any higher than that because with that last time, we didn't have a whole lot of power outages. Stephanie, back to you down the road in Jennings.
Let's go down the road now to Cameron Parish, which is right on the coast. And, of course, that is where we had significant damage in that 17.5 feet water rise from Hurricane Laura. I want to bring in Ron Johnson, the police chief there. And, Ron, I was just trying to look at the radar, and it seems like you guys are getting into some calmer weather. But what was it like when you went through that eye wall in Cameron Parish?
Well, we stayed down there as long as possible. We had pulled the deputies out of the lower part of the parish and put them in the upper part of the parish until we started getting stronger tropical storm force winds. And then we moved up into Calcasieu Parish and such. We did leave a skeleton crew down there and we will be back down in just a few hours as soon as the wind subsides just a little bit. But there is a storm surge down there, and we have debris flying, and, of course, blue torques flying off the roof. Hardest hit areas, of course, will be Grand Chenier, Lowry, and Klondike. Lowry and Klondike is in our parish, and it's over there about where you're at in the Lake Arthur area.
Okay, so have you had any reports of anyone needing any help or water getting into homes? What reports have you gotten out of that area?
We haven't had any reports of that yet. We do have a major and a deputy down there on the east side in the Grand Lake area, but they have seen some yards flooded, and I don't know past that if the water is actually in the houses or not yet.
All right. Well, Ron Johnson, we certainly appreciate you coming on and giving us that report. And, you know, once again, here it goes. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse as that band rotates in. So now is the time that everyone needs to stay put, and we are staying safe out here to bring you the latest updates on what is happening here, not only in Jennings, but all along Louisiana and inland as well, because all the rain is on that north side. You guys will experience that heavy rain inland into places like Tennessee, too. We have got you covered here before, during, and we'll be there for you after the storm.
Friday night pizza forecast brought to you by Domino's. Order online at Domino's.com.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
I'm not hungry. You're having one more bite. No, one more bite.
Kraft for the win-win.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You're strong. You power through chronic migraine. 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. So if you haven't tried Botox for your chronic migraine, check with your doctor if Botox is right for you and if samples are available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
95% of patients may pay as little as $0 for Botox, so text to see how you can save. Botox has been preventing headaches and migraines before they even start for 10 years. So ask your doctor about Botox today.
If you want to show the world the good you do, Cheerios can help to feed the good inside of you. And in the morning, if you think your whole day's a flop, feed the good inside of you, cause it never stops. Cheerios.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
You love your pet, but hate wearing their hair. Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. One Bounce Mega Sheet has 3 times the hair-fighting ingredients of the leading dryer sheet. Simply toss into the dryer to bounce out hair and lint. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. It's available in fresh scent and unscented.
With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll.
This is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do? Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
All right, guys, looking at live pictures here coming out of Lake Arthur, Louisiana. Believe it or not, this is actually about 30 miles inland. And the folks at the University of Florida, Forest Masters and his meteorology group, have an anemometer down there, kind of a mobile anemometer. They've gusted to 82 miles per hour on that. Dills, if it's higher, let me know. But you can see they're right in the eye wall. All right, so big time. This is Severe Studios. They're down there driving around, and you can certainly see everything kind of swaying. That color. 96. Oh my goodness. So now we're at 96 miles an hour in this thing. So this is the eye wall. This is the worst part, of the hurricane, certainly coming ashore now. Thank you, Sarah, for telling me that. And, obviously, be careful out there, guys, driving around, because John Humphreys and crew, a lot of power lines, a lot of trees certainly could come on down your way. But that's the kind of weather that we are going to get in the eye wall. Now, how much of that remains as it gets up into Stephanie, the meat of that? All right, let's find out. So Steph's just getting into the northern part of that. So Steph, again, just 96 miles an hour down there at Lake Arthur now with gusts. You're obviously seeing the gusts ramp up there where you are in Jennings, which is about 38 miles to my west.
Yeah, are you kidding me, Cantori? We're getting crushed right now with the rain and the wind ripping down the street. Visibility has dropped significantly. We're watching the power lines. It seems as if power is still on, but obviously we are getting into the worst of it. Officially, we have gusted to 49 miles an hour. Now, this is all rotating up from the south, and we have seen winds south of here in Lake Arthur gusting to 85 miles an hour, sustained at 65. So it's going to be coming through us here as we head through the next hour, that wind right out of the east. And that's what you get when you're on the northern eye wall of these storms. And by the way, when you say an east wind, that means the wind comes from the east and goes west. And that's exactly what we are seeing here. That is east and that is west. And so we're watching trees. We've already seen minimal damage. If you keep watching, we'll take you to the other corner. We are mobile. We are able to walk around this town and show you what is happening with the wind. That is by far the strongest gust we've seen so far. I anticipate to continue to see those, and perhaps some stronger ones as we go over the next hour. But overall, the type of damage that we're seeing is big planters, just huge planters have been toppled over. Some of them have broken because they landed on the street. That's the only damage that we're seeing so far. Otherwise, it's just the rain picking up and the wind getting stronger and having to brace ourselves with some of that stronger wind. There's been little bits of debris flying around, and that's it. Now, we were affected by Hurricane Laura here. There are some areas with blue tarps. We want to take you to Lake Charles and find out how they're faring, because there's been a lot of blue tarps flapping in the winds. I believe we have just live pictures. Okay, we're not able to speak to them. We have live pictures of Lake Charles, and they have power lines down. The problem is, speaking of power, by the way, we have over 110,000 people without power between Texas and Louisiana. So the storm is taking out power. Lake Charles, everyone's heart goes out to everyone in Lake Charles, because they have just been trying to get back up on their feet, and now they're dealing with this. And we do have Tevin Wooten there. We'll go live to him to talk about how they are faring. Are the tarps staying in place? The ones that I've seen here around this neighborhood are pretty solid on their roofs, but it doesn't take a lot to get a little piece of wind under one of those tarps and start ripping it and flapping it around. And we're going to be in this for a little bit of time here, right? At least an hour, if not longer. And so the good news about this system is that it is moving quite quickly. So we're not going to sit in this for 3-4 hours, because of that forward movement has been very fast its entire lifespan, 12, 13, 14, even 17 miles an hour at times, which is on the higher end of the average forward speed of a hurricane. So the fact that it's moving through quickly will will be good because that will keep flooding to a minimum. Some places will flood. But of course, that water is getting pushed up ahead of the storm, and we have seen significant water rise at the coast. The other thing we're waiting for is it does look like it's making landfall, so we just have to wait for the National Hurricane Center to make that call. Are they going to call it in Creole, Louisiana? It doesn't matter, but that center of circulation is coming ashore. It will eventually get to us, but we have to go through this first, the worst of the weather. The good news with this storm is it is front-end loaded. The rain, the strongest winds is all on the front end of this system. So once we get into that eye, on the back side of this, we don't have to worry about going through another significant eye wall. So that is the one positive with this system. What we're dealing with now, it's still light out. We can see. Once the sun sets, at least for us here in southern Louisiana, things will start getting better. Unfortunately, for our friends inland, it won't be the same. All right, we want to show you live pictures now. We have it all along the coast here. Lake Arthur, this is where the latest report we had sustained at 65, gusting to 85. This is about 11 miles to our south. That's it. The weather there is coming right back up to us. Look at these gusts.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection!
Overruled. And right now, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
What's in your wallet?
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Oh, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg aisle.
Is now a good time for a flare-up?
Enough, Crohn's.
For adults with moderate to severe Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, Stelara can provide relief and is the only approved medication to reduce inflammation on and below the surface of the intestine in UC.
You getting on that flight? Back off, UC.
Stelara may increase your risk of infection, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. RPLS, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Lasting remission can start with Stelara. If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Janssen may be able to help.
A smile has the power to get you feeling all right. At Aspen Dental, we're making every day a little brighter with our Smile Wide, Smile Safe promise. We've got you covered in every way, giving deep cleaning a whole new meaning. And if you don't have insurance, we'll give you an extra safety net too, with a free new patient exam and x-rays. At Aspen Dental, we're making it all right to feel safe and get smiling. We promise. Call 1-800-ASPEN-DENTAL.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
You are looking live at the eye wall of Hurricane Delta, the first hurricane with a Greek name to make landfall here in the lower 48. We're going to be in this for about the next 30 minutes, and I anticipate, I was just looking at the radar during the commercial break, down towards Port Arthur, we've adjusted to 96 miles an hour. That weather is rotating up to us. And Port Arthur is, I should say Lake Arthur, excuse me. Lake Arthur, Lake Arthur, which is 11 miles to our south, gusting to 96 miles an hour. The weather there is rotating right up to us. So we can look and see what's happening in Lake Arthur. I know we have a camera there. We are taking, here and there and see what weather will be coming our way. But it's pretty bad. I mean, we went downhill very quickly. Say that one more time about the damage. Okay, you're seeing the damage in Lake Arthur. And what caused that will be making its way to us. It's going to last about 30 minutes here, the worst of the weather, and then we will get into the eye of this hurricane. Now, I want to show you around and what it's looking like here. And the visibility is key. We were showing you earlier that water tower. That gives you an idea of just how bad it is here. And you see the winds just driving that rain down the street, knocking over big planters. We have this one here. Anything that's top heavy is getting knocked over right now. Really not flooding that we're concerned about here. Obviously, you're seeing a little bit of that rain accumulating, but I'm not concerned about significant flooding. But if you just look down the street, look at the trees whipping around. The power lines, it seems as if there is still power in this neighborhood. From what I can tell, I see lights on a house down there. And I do know that this area was affected by Laura, and there are some homes with blue tarps. So we will check on those homes later. And there were some debris piles with trees and whatnot that it seemed as if there was cleanup for Laura. We want to now go to Lake Charles and check in with Charles Peak. And he was there for Hurricane Laura and is now there again. Charles, have the tarps been flapping in the wind, or have they been able to stay and protect these homes?
Steph, in some cases, both. I've run across quite a few of them where they're being ripped off of homes and businesses. Some of them have additional boarding that they put on and seem to be faring okay, but winds have been really picking up here in the last little bit, so we'll have to see how the rest of them hold up.
Let's talk about the power, Charles, because Louisiana and Texas, we're talking over 110,000 customers, a lot more people, 110,000 customers without power. And I just saw Tevin Wooten, who's there with you. He tweeted that they lost power in Lake Charles. Have you seen a lot of power lines down, and can you even distinguish between damage from Laura and damage from this storm?
In some cases, it's a little difficult on the side roads, but the main roads, I've had several situations where you've got poles leaning over or almost completely down, bringing power lines down, and those situations on some of the major arteries through here. So I would feel pretty confident that that is fresh damage that's going on. But in some of the other areas right where I'm at, I see a street light on here, so they've got power here, but it is sporadic throughout the town as it continues to deteriorate.
Okay, so let's talk about the rain. You guys have been getting rain for a while. Have you seen any flooding or problems with the rainwater so far?
Yeah, Stephanie, I just came through back just a few blocks to my east where many of the roads there, they're the side roads, but they're as deep as 2 foot of water. They're running sort of like a river down the roads. And so a lot of the streets are flooded at this time.
Now, what about the debris? We know that there have been a lot of piles of debris around there. Have you seen debris starting to fly yet?
In some cases, mainly it's been the sheet metal type stuff that's so easy to pick up. I haven't seen any tree limbs blowing at this point in time, but some street signs, the metal type stuff have seen blowing in various locations.
All right, Charles, we certainly appreciate you chatting with us here, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the duration of the storm. And there's our strongest wind gust. Now we're feeling it. I was kind of waiting for this. I knew this was going to be coming in from Lake Arthur, where they were gusting up to 96 miles an hour. I'm now at the point in the storm where the rain feels like pebbles on your face. That's how fast and how strong it is hitting any exposed skin. A little bit of a lull, and then it's going to, we just gusted to 62 miles per hour here in Jennings. And I wouldn't be surprised if we got some gusts even higher than that, because you can tell now, even from just last 15 minutes, things have gotten worse, and they get, they deteriorate pretty quickly. We can show you the trees that are swaying in the wind here, and down the street, the visibility is awful, just sheets of rain going down. So far, the damage has been minimal. But of course, this is something we'll continue to watch for. I see there's a little debris in the road over here. Just a little piece of something. I'm not quite sure what it is. I could try walking down there and checking it out. But otherwise, when it comes to rainfall here, look, you can't really drive easily through this street because this is all water. This is the type of water that if you go too fast in your car, then you could run into problems because of that standing water on the ground here. But just down the street, notice that visibility, and everything is coming from the east. All right, so we have the east wind, east blowing towards the west because of the counterclockwise nature of a hurricane. That will shift as the storm moves inland, and our winds will shift from the west to the east. That will come much later. We'll be right back with more.
Your journey requires Liberty Mutual. They customized your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Wow, that will save me lots of money. This game's boring.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times.
When Joe Biden wants an update on the virus, he calls on the nation's top health experts. Working together for all Americans is what Joe does. When writing his healthcare plan, Joe Biden worked with both doctors and patients to make healthcare affordable by lowering premiums, reducing drug costs, and protecting people with pre-existing conditions. Joe listened to both small business owners and workers to create his economic plan that cuts taxes for middle-class families, creates 18 million new jobs in his first term, and raises wages by as much as $15,000 a year. Joe Biden's plans will help working families immediately by making the super rich finally pay their fair share. For Joe, it's never been about ego. It's always been about the work he can do for working families. It's what he's always done. Joe Biden brings everyone to the table and gets it done.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy every.
What's the weather today? Cold and freezing rain. What's the problem?
My front porch leaks into my tenant's ceiling. Hired 4 contractors with no luck. I hate rainy weather.
My front door is causing heating bills to go through the roof. I hate cold weather.
Call Fiberama. They put a Xerox awning over my leaky porch. No more problems. Insulated windows and doors, and we save a small fortune.
American products, professionally installed at factory direct prices. Come to Fiberama. You'll be pleased.
She can't send you flowers. He can't write you a letter. She can't give you a hug. They can't thank you, and we can't thank you enough. To all of our PetSmart associates, for being selfless, for being tireless, for always being there, caring for every pet like they were your own. We say thank you.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll.
This is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and some clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, a few clouds. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Lake Arthur. That weather's coming right up towards us. We've seen gusts up to 62 miles per hour here, but I'll tell you, looking at the radar, we definitely have some stronger winds coming towards us. I'm wide open right now. This is a street that is running east-west, so we are just getting the brunt of the winds coming down the street. And what I just want to show you, for instance, where my photographer is standing, just to give you an example of what happens when you go behind a wind. Voila, look at that. So my photographer is completely protected and not feeling a thing. You step out away from the building because the wind is coming from the east, he's totally blocked, and you get creamed. And so that's one of the things with these hurricanes, is depending on where your home or business is set up, which direction is it facing, that can also determine the type of damage that you're going to experience because of the different winds that you're getting. All right, we want to go to Tevin Wooten here. He's in Lake Charles, Louisiana, just off to my west. And I know, Tevin, you're experiencing some bad weather, and I saw you tweeting that you just lost power. Is that just where you guys are, or do you think it's widespread?
Steph, so you know exactly where I am. You were standing right here when Hurricane Laura came through and made landfall. We're at the Golden Nugget, so we're just off the interstate here. We lost power at about 5:30. That as a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust came through, and that knocked out power at least to here at this property and the neighboring property, which is the LeBaire. So I can't speak for the entire town, although I do think about 18,000 customers. And it looks like we just lost portions of power. Again, it looks like about 18,000 customers, though, in Calcasieu Parish are without power. I expect that number, and I anticipate that number to go higher, along with some of the strongest wind gusts that do move in today. Also, speaking of strong, the rainfall has been relentless, so much so that we have broken a daily rainfall record. 7.5 inches is how much rain has fallen today. A lot of that, Steph, has actually fallen within the last, I would say, 3 or 4 hours. So what happens is, when you get these tropical systems, and you know this because you're going through it right now, you get these tropical downpours and these squalls that come through, and they perhaps have rainfall rates that are maybe an inch and a half per hour. That leads to the flash flooding. And of course, the worst part of that here is knowing that a lot of folks' homes that got damaged in Laura, they were tarped and perhaps partially fixed, and now Delta's coming through to finish the job. Steph.
You know, Tevin, here, we just got a big wind gust, and that was the strongest we've had so far, and I anticipate more of that. We just had a gust with my anemometer. Again, this is unofficial, and I'm just out here in the street. 29-mile-per-hour gust, officially gusted to 62, but I can guarantee you if that was on an official gauge, it would have been a lot higher. Tevin, we have seen little bits and pieces of debris flying around, tiny pieces of metal, cardboard boxes. Have you seen any debris flying around yet where you're located?
Overall, what we wanted to do, Steph, before this storm, we wanted to stage in the proper position, so we didn't see debris, so I can't speak to what I've seen other than maybe a few twigs here or there and then a bushel of leaves or two. But I do want to let you know visibility has been significantly reduced. If you were to take a look behind me, you can't see a thing, which is about maybe... You see that red light right there that's flashing? Wait for it. It's a sign along the Calcasieu River. You can probably see that. That's maybe 60 yards, and that's about it. Typically, you'd be able to see the industrial plant that has a flame. That's about a mile to a mile and a half away. You can't see that, though, because of the heavy rainfall. But, Steph, The winds have now noticed a shift in my wind direction here. It was almost north or northeast, and now we're almost in that east-northeast, so starting to take on more of an easterly component as Delta moves northbound now and northeast. What are you seeing in your wind direction shift and overall your wind direction change?
Right, we've had that due east wind here being on the northern side of the storm, but of course as it rotates around, your winds are going to be shifting direction. And it has been blinding rain here. You cannot see that water tower anymore, and you can see the rain and the wind and how strong it is over the building, and gusts like this that sometimes just pick you up almost off your feet. And you have to kind of brace yourself, and then you're fine standing, and then you get a stronger gust, and then you kind of have to brace yourself. Trees are still standing from what I can see here. Power is still on from what I can see here. Of course, in Lake Charles, it's a much more precarious situation with the power, even though we were affected by Flora here as well. It wasn't as bad at all, but there are some areas with blue roofs. So we are going to continue to be in it here for the next 20-30 minutes. Stronger gusts, and then you get a little bit of a break, and then stronger as well. But this is it. This is the worst of the weather that we are going to see into Jennings. It's all going to continue to move inland. Northern portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, into Tennessee. You guys are next in line for Hurricane Delta, the first hurricane on record with a Greek name to make landfall. We're going to be back with more live reports all along the Gulf Coast.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
If you have risk factors like heart disease, diabetes, and raised triglycerides, Vasipa can give you something to celebrate. Vasipa, when added to your statin, is clinically proven to provide 25% lower risk from heart attack and stroke. Vasipa is clearly different. First and only FDA approved. Celebrate less risk, even for those with family history. Don't take Vasipa if you are or become allergic to icosapent ethyl or any inactive ingredient in Vasipa. Serious side effects may occur, like heart rhythm problems and bleeding. Heart rhythm problems may occur in more people with persistent cardiovascular risk or who have had them in the past. Tell your doctor if you experience an irregular heartbeat or other heart rhythm problems. Possible side effects include muscle and joint pain. Celebrate less risk. Added cardio protection. Talk to your doctor about adding protection with Vasipa.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Perrier, the original spark.
I feel golden. I feel like glitter on my shoulders. I feel golden. I feel like,
Perrier. Boldly refreshing since 1863.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows.
You waited.
I got all the seasons.
For as long as you need them. Dish, tuned in to you.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2021 NX 300 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection!
Overruled. And right now, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
What's in your wallet?
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No, the Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
And next up, we have the Experian Boost Cow.
It reminds us we can now raise our credit scores instantly, free with Experian Boost.
I'm up 13 points.
Boost your credit scores instantly, free with Experian. Download the Experian app now.
We are experiencing the eye wall of Category 2 Hurricane Delta. Watch out, there's debris flying, watch out. All right, it's okay, it went down the other way. We're all right, you're all right. You just catch it out of the corner of your eye. So there is debris that is starting to fly. We'll have to go down there and see what it is. Signs, I just saw another sign get ripped off. We are in the heart of this storm, the eye wall, where we have the worst of the wind. We'll be in it for at least another 30 minutes, and then we get into the eye, the calm of it. So what we're dealing with now, this will be it. We are not going to have to deal with another strong eye wall on the south side of it. We have had winds just to our south in Lake Arthur, gusting to 96 miles an hour. Here we've seen them gusting over 60, but I got to tell you, with what I've experienced, even just in the last 30 minutes, we have definitely seen winds higher than that, even if the official anemometer hasn't gotten it. They have seen winds sustained also to the south of us as in the 60-mile-an-hour range, sustained and gusting 80, 90 miles an hour. This is coming ashore. So remember, we're just waiting for the National Hurricane Center to make the call of landfall. Now, I'm thinking that's going to happen much sooner than later because we are seeing some areas like Creole, Louisiana, in the center of that circulation, but we have to wait until the exact center of that hurricane crosses onto the shore, onto the coast, and that's when we will see them call landfall for us. But conditions are about as worse as they're going to get. This is what we are going to deal with, and then it's going to be going north of I-10, and then we are going to see this eye wall, thankfully, as it is, dealing with the shear and interacting with the land, which is more friction, which hurricanes do not like. We will see it deteriorate more. So we are taking it on the chin here, but as it continues to pull north, you're going to start to see this thing wind down, but it takes a little bit of time for it to do that. Off into my east in Lake Charles, we have Tevin Woon there. He has reported they've lost power. It is spotty there. There have been power lines that have been down there. Right now where we are, I still see lights on down the street, so there is certainly still power here, but there are blue tarps on roofs as Hurricane Laura did cause some damage. The trees are swaying. I do not see, at least where I'm located, any trees down. This is mainly what we're seeing. Anything that is top heavy and not too sturdy has been knocked over, and you can see this planter. And let me tell you, if that's the worst of the damage we're going to get here, we will be happy to see that. All right, we officially have landfall. It has been called by the National Hurricane Center, Hurricane Delta, and Creole, Louisiana is what we were expecting. So this makes it now the 10th tropical system to make landfall in the U.S. That sets a new record. The old record was 9, and that record's been standing since 1916. That just tells you how rare it is to see this. And by the way, for our state record, in 2002, we had 4 landfalls, Bertha, Hannah, Isidore, and Lily. And we now got our 4th landfall here. So we tied the record in Louisiana for landfalls. There was Cristobal, Marco, and Laura earlier in the season. And this is now our 4th landfall here in the state of Louisiana. A record-setting season, 25 named storms. The record, of course, is 28 that was set back in that notorious 2005 season. And it's just been also the fact that all these named storms are coming well ahead of schedule as well. It's something like 22 out of 25 named storms were ahead of schedule. There's your wind. There's your wind. There's your wind-driven rain. This is starting to tear little pieces, bits and pieces of signs off here on Main Street. And as you look, the water tower we've been picking has a good sign of visibility. And that you just cannot see, barely at all. You can see the trees also kind of leaning over there. It's distant, but the visibility has really dropped. And when it comes to water, I don't know how far away I can get from my photog, and maybe you won't be able to see me because the visibility is that bad. He's giving me the thumbs up. You can still see and hear me. This is the type of water that we're seeing accumulating on the roads. And so we don't have tremendous flooding, except when we get water accumulation. That wind is strong enough where it's tough to breathe sometimes and can take you off your feet. Then you get a little low.
is in the northern eye wall of Jennings. Right now, I think we're kind of losing her mic there, so we'll take it, get you caught up. But she's obviously going through the northern eye wall there. This is the same band that produced a verified now 96-mile-per-hour wind gust down at Lake Arthur, Louisiana, which is just to Stephanie south. So NHC mentioned that in their update as an official gust. So we've gotten now again the circulation center coming on shore. We've had an official landfall at Creole right around 6 o'clock local time here. Here we are at about 15 minutes past the hour, and I want to show you the band that Stephanie's going through. I'm up in Breaux Bridge, so I'm about 38 miles or so to the northeast of where she is. But it's important because this band, it may not have 96 anymore, but it's going to have winds that could knock out power. All right. So, as we show you that, I just want to get everybody caught up. We're kind of timing it out almost like a squall line now. So you can see the different towns that are going to be in this, like Cowley. Seidel's going to get this, if you will, and Scott. He's going to have to deal with that, and maybe even West Lafayette will deal with this. So we'll see how long it holds together as it continues to move ashore. But many, many cameras out there. We can show you what's going on. Again, the Jennings camera obviously going through the eye wall, the Lake Charles camera, watching the tarps. Just one of thousands of these just flapping in the wind here with Charles Peak's camera. Of course, the problems in Abbeville with the storm surge. Now at freshwater, 7.9 feet. So that verifies exactly what the Hurricane Center was talking about with the 7 to 11 feet there with that storm surge. So water still holding its own now with that onshore wind and with that southeast wind, even with the center ashore, coming ashore. This will start to go down a little bit as the center and the eye wall starts to move a little bit further to the northeast. So hang in there, guys. We still got a little ways to go here, Mike Bettis, with this thing, but kind of amazing just seeing that northern eye wall ripple on shore, almost more like a squall line, if you will, than something we saw with Laura, which was almost a perfect circular beast coming ashore.
Yeah, this is a little different. We've got a pretty ragged eye at this point, and very well put there, Jim. More like a squall line, kind of coming south to north here, and I think it comes across I-10 here over the course of the next hour or so. What could be interesting, Jim, is I think that you, Mike Seidel, Stephanie Abrams, and potentially even Tevin could all simultaneously be in the eye at the same time because it's expanded a little bit here. I'm interested to see if you and Tevin might actually bookend it and maybe potentially be in a deteriorating eye wall while Steph and Mike might be in the eye. But you all have, I think, at least a chance of being in the eye simultaneously, which would be amazing to see four of you all at the same time with
that really would be, Mike. That really would be. And, of course, the other thing, too, is once we all get in that, or that I-10 corridor point south gets into it, that's it with the worst of the weather.
Yeah.
Because we know the south side of this thing is just completely collapsed, right?
Yeah, it's empty. The wind shear is taking everything off to the north here. Yeah. I'm still a little bit surprised that they're holding on to the 100-mile-per-hour winds, but I think it's going to come down pretty quickly from this point going forward. And I think that if it could have made landfall anywhere in Louisiana, this was as good a spot. Now, and why I say that, Jim, is it basically made landfall in a wildlife refuge. There are a handful of homes down there on Grand Chenier Highway, but if there were going to be a spot, this would be the spot.
Yeah, that's certainly a little bit of a silver lining here, Mike, but I think the calling card of this is going to be Lake Charles in the fact that you can trace this all the way back to COVID. They're not making enough shingles. The labor's ready to put them on, but if they're not there, you can't put them on. And so thousands and thousands of these tarps, unfortunately, just kind of sitting there and flapping in the wind. And in some cases, they may have started the indoor part of the project, all right, sheetrock and things like that. Now you've undermined that and have to start from scratch and maybe even have a worse problem because of losing that tarp. So it's going to be really interesting to follow the after story in Lake Charles here. They may be farther behind in spots than they were to start with, I think, even just after Laura.
You kick them while they're down, and it's just not fair. It just truly is not. 6 weeks later, we're going through it all again, and we're looking at the images on the screen there, Jim. We maybe even listen to them a little bit. The winds now starting to rip up a lot of these blue tarps that are on roofs, protecting homes from intrusion of rain, but now they're wet on the outside and the inside, unfortunately. And as Jim was alluding to, we do officially have landfall. Near Creole, Louisiana is Category 2, winds at 100 miles per hour. Pressure's coming up a little bit here, Jim, at 970 millibars. We think it's going to start to degrade here pretty quickly, but overall, the course of action from this point going forward is improvements, okay? We know that we've got still 100 mile per hour winds officially officially, although we haven't seen any winds to that strength measured quite yet. But I would anticipate that we could have a decent amount of wind still to go here before this is done, but mostly here on the northern side. Again, north-northeast movement at 14 miles per hour. A lot of flash flood warnings are in effect right now, so we've had some places record already half a foot of rain today. Now, here's the key thing. I'm going to point out a couple things. So Tevin Wooten sits in here. Stephanie Abrams right here in Jennings. Mike Seidel's in Scott. Jim Cantor over here in Breaux Bridge. And you can see the outline of the eye is about that. So a northeast movement like that could literally put all four of our live meteorologists in the eye simultaneously. The worst of the weather is happening right here around Jennings, and we're getting a pretty decent blast of weather around us, around Scott as well. But let's get you over to Lake Charles. Our Justin Michaels is there this evening. Things rocking and rolling on I-10 tonight. Justin, give us an update there.
Hey, I'll tell you what, right now, conditions are not great here, Mr. Mike Bettis. We know we could be in the western eye wall for quite a long time, maybe another hour, 2 hours. So as this thing continues to push off to the northeast, we still have a lot of weather to go through here in Lake Charles. I heard you in your conversation with Jim Cantori about the conditions here in the next couple days, weeks, months, as they were still cleaning up from Laura. I can tell you, driving around Lake Charles over the last few days, all you see is blue tarps. All you see are piles of debris. It's hard to imagine that this city over the last 6 weeks since Laura went through did remove 1.54 million cubic yards of debris. If you drove around the city yesterday, you probably wouldn't believe that because of how much debris is left. But there is a lot to clean up here after Laura. There's certainly going to be a lot to clean up after Delta as well. And just like Jim was talking about, all the work that has already been done, all the insurance claims that have been paid out so people could start the good work of getting their houses back to normal, and now probably having to start over. We've seen the video. We've seen the video of the blue tarps flapping in the wind and people's homes completely exposed because, remember, roofs were ripped off. Those blue tarps were, for some people, roofs, keeping their houses dry, keeping their houses out of the elements. And here now Delta comes in and is blowing a 1-2 punch on this city. Not what they were looking for, and certainly this storm certainly could be a major problem moving forward. Are they going to be worse off after Delta than they were after Laura? It certainly is possible because they were already down. Delta hit them while they were down here because of what happened after Laura. So there's going to be a lot of work to do in this city. I know we're going to be storytelling here over the next several days to keep you engaged in what's going on. Let's go to Steph right now, meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. I'll tell you what, Steph, conditions here in Lake Charles are not great. The power in our hotel here has been coming on and off for the last hour, and we have to believe that's probably going to continue. I know in Louisiana in total right now, more than 81,000 customers without power.
Yeah, shockingly, we still have power at Jennings. I'm not sure how, but we shockingly do. If you've been watching, do you remember me looking and saying, "Oh, there's some debris. Watch out, everybody!" Because I saw something literally flying through the sky, and it seemed as if it was heading towards us. It thankfully stopped before it got to us. But this is it. Do you hear that? This is sheet metal. All right, and think about how sharp the end of that is, and what that could do. Just think about how sharp that's flying through the atmosphere. And I'm actually going to move it out of the way here so it's out of the wind so that it doesn't do any damage or hurt anybody else. But all we have to do is go here and you see what a difference the wind is. And I'm actually being a little blocked by the building. Safer, is it okay if we go down to this corner? Is that all right with you? All right, I just wanted to check with my photographer. I want to make sure he's always comfortable with what we're doing and he is able to get the shot and stay safe as well. It's a team. I know that you see our faces on TV, but I got to tell you, it is a massive team effort, not only with our crews in the field, but everyone back at work giving us wind gusts. Look at this wind. This is the worst we've seen, the most consistent, strong wind we've seen right out of the east, right up the street. Takes your breath away. Whew. Sometimes you just got to get your breath. Now, it's been like this. This is the worst of the weather. It's made landfall in Clouillot, Louisiana. We will get into the eye. Things will get a lot better. This wind, however, is driving that rain so strong, it stings any exposed skin. And believe it or not, these power lines have been bouncing around, but you can see there's a bank. I'm going to put my back to the wind for just a minute because it stings a bit. You see that bank? The lights are still on. I can see down the street, another building down the street, the lights are still on. Pretty impressive that we have yet to lose power. The visibility, obviously, you can barely see down the street. You know, it is very hard to see with that wind-driven rain. And thankfully for us, it's not going to continue to stay like this for too much longer. But unfortunately, our friends to the north, you will be experiencing what you see here. If you live to our north, this thing is moving north. All of this rain and wind is going north with this system. Now, obviously, as this hurricane interacts with land and we get the friction and the shear kicking in, it's going to slow down the winds. But it takes a minute for hurricanes to wind down. It's nice that we got a little minute there to get a break from some of those strong winds as well. Say it one more time, Kelly. I'm so sorry. It's a little hard to hear. Woo. All right, so what we want you to do is listen to the wind, listen to the rain, and also some of the sheet metal that we hear flapping as well. Whew.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Putting adventure first doesn't mean having to put sugar first. This Cliff Bar's first ingredient is brown rice syrup, another name for sugar. In this new Kind energy bar, it's whole grain oats with 35% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Sensitive skin? Cetaphil Moisturizing Cream with 24-hour moisture lock formula gives continuous soothing relief for dry, sensitive skin. Cetaphil skin is healthy skin.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's Cars for the Cat. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 Cars.
Right now, we're all looking for new ways to keep our families safe, and that includes switching to appliances that simply do more. AppliancesConnection.com has a full stock of dishwashers and washing machines that sanitize and refrigerators that keep food fresh longer. These things are important, and we know that, which is why Appliances Connection offers free next-day delivery. We'll even take away your old appliance in the safest way possible. So visit AppliancesConnection.com now. Trusted for over 20 years.
AppliancesConnection.com.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, generally sunny despite a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy, low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
So breaking news in the last 20 minutes, Hurricane Delta making landfall near Creole, Louisiana in the northern eyewall right now is meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. For Steph, some of the worst winds are happening for you right now. Some of the intense rainfall rates are happening for you right now. But we think over the next maybe half hour to 40 minutes, you're going to emerge out into the eye where things will go dead calm. We're going to try to reconnect with Stephanie's audio here in just a moment, but she's really in the meat of it right now. We're going to get back to Steph here in just a second. Want to update you on what the situation is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's just east of where Stephanie is on I-10. Justin Michaels is there. Justin, again, same thing. We think the worst of the weather happening for you over the course of the next maybe 20 or 30 minutes there in Lake Charles.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, just in the last 5 minutes, there was a 95-mile-per-hour gust reported here in Lake Charles. So that is a beast of a gust. And certainly the damage is being caused across this town. This city was already hard hit by Laura 6 weeks ago. Now we have Delta coming through, undoing all the work that's been done over the last 6 weeks, undoubtedly. We do know also in Moss Bluff, Louisiana, here in Calcasieu Parish, there is flooding in homes, and we have to believe they're probably not the only ones. So what's going to happen for the rest of this evening? The expectation is we could have another hour, maybe as much as 2 hours in the western eye wall of this storm. We're going to continue to have these 75-mile-per-hour plus gusts. We're going to have sustained winds. It's going to be really nasty, and the rain is going to keep coming down for the rest of this evening, probably not tapering off until after midnight. The good news is by the time the sun comes up tomorrow morning, hopefully Delta is going to be off to the northeast, and people are going to be able to get out and begin to reassess the damage to Lake Charles, Louisiana. It's really hard to believe, and people here, as we were talking with them over the last few days about leaving, they were truly scared after what they went through with Laura, and that's why there were so many people, a mass exodus from this city yesterday. In fact, the mayor here, Nick Hunter, he told us yesterday that they believe that they had more people evacuate because of Delta than because of Laura, and they used Laura as a guide, saying, hey, we're not going to live through that again. All right, let's head to meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. I'll tell you what, Steph, we're getting a pretty nasty Delta here in Lake Charles, and I know you are too.
Yeah, we are, and just to our south in Lake Arthur, they've been gusting to 88, and everything that's happening in Lake Arthur is going to gust up to us here in Jennings. And I want to show you, this was just tumbling down the street, a stop sign, and look, it was ripped from how it was obviously attached to the post. So the wind was strong enough to rip this, and this is heavy, this is sharp, this can do a lot of damage. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this out of the wind. Here, guys, you might have to grab this so I can go back out there. I don't want it to go flying again. Seth, you want to come grab this for me if you don't mind, so I can, I don't want that to go flying and hit anybody. Thanks, Seth, I appreciate it. All right, so let's go back out here, and I don't know if Bettis is available. I want to talk to Mike, if we can, because Mike, this has made landfall in Creole, Louisiana. That is just to the east where Laura made landfall. And I was wondering if we know that distance between the two hurricanes, which is not unprecedented, but it is rare. The last time I feel like we saw landfall this close was 2004, Hurricane Jean and Francis on the Florida East Coast, where they were approximately 2 miles apart from each other.
Yeah, if I'm going to measure the distance, it's 13 miles,
Thanks.
approximately 13 miles from
13
Creole
miles.
to Cameron. So, that's amazing when you think about two significant hurricanes, a Cat 4 and a Cat 2, making landfall within 13 miles of each other. The devastating blow we've taken there in Louisiana, the conditions that you're dealing with today just make it all that much worse for the people trying to recover from the hurricane 6 weeks ago.
It is, and unfortunately, even people here, they got hit by Laura. It was way worse, but let me tell you, this is not enjoyable. We've had our winds officially gusting just over 60 miles an hour, but Mike, you've been in enough hurricanes to know this is stronger than 60 miles an hour.
That's, Steph, how I can tell that it is very difficult is I can hear your labored breathing, because this is like a workout out there. I'm glad you're in an open exposed area, because you certainly don't want to have stuff hitting you, but be very, very careful out there. We think that you're in this, Steph. I'm looking at that radar. I think you're probably in this for about another 20 minutes or so. If you hang in there for another 20 minutes, I think you're going to be in the clear. And after that, I think the weather's actually going to be pretty decent from that point going forward. But until then, you've got some of the highest reflectivity returns we're seeing on the radar are actually happening on I-10 in Jennings right now.
And what's incredible, Mike, is we have that storm surge also up to 8 feet already on the Louisiana coast with that push. Have you started to see any of those water levels drop? Yes. Being in the eye and as this is moving ashore yet? Have you seen that drop start?
Yes, in Calcasieu Pass, yes, we've seen that come down. Now, I would say over at Canal Locks, that's actually going up to record now, actually surpassing what happened with Hurricane Ike. They've gone past 10.2 feet now, so that's more on the eastern side where you got the eastern eye wall that came through. So record-setting surges and significant wind right now as the hurricane comes.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Introducing Tostitos Strips, their thickest chip yet.
And creamy avocado salsa, made with real avocados.
They're good apart,
but better together.
Hey, Martha, pass me some of that green stuff.
The ups and downs of frequent mood swings can take you to deep depressive lows, or give you unusually high energy, even when depressed. Overwhelmed by bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar effectively treats depression, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. High cholesterol and weight gain, high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, may occur. Movement dysfunction, sleepiness, and stomach issues are common side effects. When bipolar 1 overwhelms, Vraylar helps smooth the ups and downs.
Lactate is 100% real milk, just without the lactose, so you can enjoy it even if you're sensitive. Yet some people say lactate isn't real milk. I guess all those cows must actually be big dogs. Sit. I said sit.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry out, delivered.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
If you have risk factors like heart disease, diabetes, and raised triglycerides, Vasipa can give you something to celebrate. Vasipa, when added to your statin, is clinically proven to provide 25% lower risk from heart attack and stroke. Vasipa is clearly different. First and only FDA approved. Celebrate less risk, even for those with family history. Don't take Vasipa if you are or become allergic to icosapent ethyl or any inactive ingredient in Vasipa. Serious side effects may occur, like heart rhythm problems and bleeding. Heart rhythm problems may occur in more people with persistent cardiovascular risk or who have had them in the past. Tell your doctor if you experience an irregular heartbeat or other heart rhythm problems. Possible side effects include muscle and joint pain. Celebrate less risk. Added cardio protection. Talk to your doctor about adding protection with Vasipa.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll.
This is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do? Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
We are tracking Hurricane Delta for you tonight, officially making landfall near Creole, Louisiana, about half an hour ago. And that is a live look at what's happening for us right now as Lake Charles is being hit pretty hard right now. Winds have been gusting as high as 95 miles an hour in Lake Charles, and you can see just how angry the water is right now. We've had significant wind, and we've had some surge that's been record-setting along the coastline of Louisiana. I want to take you to Lake Arthur. This is just south of I-10, just south of Jennings, Louisiana, and show you what's happening there, because we've had pretty significant wind that's come in there. But now the weather's going to start to get a little calmer. That's a look at Jennings, by the way, as the extreme winds that have come in are knocking down power lines at this point. Please do not drive boy, this is a car here. It's just dangerous being there, because you can see the power lines that are down even over the roadway. So please just find another route in these kind of situations. Then we take you to Kaplan, Louisiana, and you can see a mobile home there, I believe, has been knocked over. And it really only takes about a 70-mile-an-hour wind to do that, and the winds have been gusting higher than that. So you are not safe in a mobile home at all, and you're not even safe in a home that's not elevated at this point. And there's a shot of what the roads are looking like in Lake Charles for us tonight. Again, plenty of water on the roads. Watch for the hydroplaning. Be careful. Watch your speed. If you don't have to be out this evening, don't. The weather's going to improve for you here pretty quickly as soon as we get into the eye, and then the storm moves pretty quickly off to the north, and you're out of this in the next couple of hours. So let's get into Lake Charles tonight with Justin Michaels. Justin, things have been rocking and rolling here the last couple of hours. I'm hopeful here that your weather improves pretty quickly, maybe in the next half an hour or so.
Well, I do know we just got another rainfall record coming in. 8.53 inches of rain has fallen so far today here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That broke a record several hours ago. The numbers are just going to continue to tick up. You said, Mike, 95-mile-per-hour gusts about 20 minutes ago. Let's hope you're right that in the next half an hour we could see a little bit of a decline, but we do know we're on the western side of this storm, and if you just think about it, go back to basic geometry, if this thing is moving to the northeast and we're on the western side of it, we've got the whole back western side, southwestern side of it to southwestern side of it to go through. So as you can see, very gusty, very dangerous. Being out right now is the absolute worst scenario. Driving around should not be an option. This is not the time, folks, to go out and try to say, hey, what's it like to be in a hurricane? I can tell you, for our safety, I am about 20 feet from getting inside the building into our hotel. Our hotel is powerless right now. Generator is operating the entire building at this point, and we have to believe if this hotel is out of power, most, if not all, of Lake Charles has got to be out of power. Across the state of Louisiana, we have about 81,000 customers and growing out of power right now. We know that number is going to go up. This is certainly Delta, insult to injury. These people were dealing with the cleanup after Laura 6 weeks ago, and now you have to believe, at least for many people, were all the efforts and all the progress made over 6 weeks, was it all washed away with Hurricane Delta? Probably was, because many people still had blue tarp roofs, they still had infrastructure that was broken, people doing everything they could to come back, and you bring Delta on shore with 95-mile-per-hour gusts and more than 8.5 inches of rain over the course of this storm and counting, and you've got more problems. So, will they be worse off after this than even after Laura? That's definitely a possibility. I know that our team, after the storm goes away, we're going to be working through the streets of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and this part of Louisiana, trying to bring those stories of people trying to recover again. 6 weeks and counting since Laura came through, and now we have Delta adding insult to injury. Definitely a tough go for a lot of people here. As far as where I'm standing right now, before we lose the luxury of having a little daylight, you can see this body of water back here. This is the Calcasieu River, okay? And this is being fed by the actual Lake Charles, which is not far from where I'm standing right now, the actual lake. You can't see it. There's no possible way of seeing it. And in fact, we can barely see the water back there except out to that channel marker. But I'll tell you what, conditions here are going to be pretty bad for a little while longer. Again, can't stress enough, this is not the time to be going out. Stay inside, keep yourselves safe, and remember, this city had so much debris left over after Hurricane Laura went through here 6 weeks ago, and much of it still has not been cleaned up. Meaning when you get those 95-mile-per-hour gusts, and it doesn't even need to be 95 miles per hour, it can be 50 or 60 miles per hour to pick up those pieces of corrugated metal and also wood and all sorts of other projectiles. You don't want to get hit by one, because that is deadly. The Weather Channel is going to continue to track Delta as it pushes off to the northeast, and of course, we'll be here in Lake Charles for you throughout the evening. Stay tuned, folks.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Everyone remembers the moment they heard, "You have cancer," how their world stopped, and when they found a way to face it. For some, this is where their Keytruda story begins. Keytruda, a breakthrough immunotherapy that may treat certain cancers. One of those cancers is advanced non-squamous non-small cell lung cancer, where Keytruda is approved to be used with certain chemotherapies as your first treatment if you do not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene.
Keytruda helps your immune system fight cancer, but can also cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body. This can happen during or after treatment and may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have new or worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain or tenderness, nausea or vomiting, rapid heartbeat, increased hunger or thirst, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in urine or eyesight, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, confusion or memory problems, fever, rash, itching, or flushing. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant, had or plan to have a stem cell transplant, or have lung, breathing, or liver problems.
Today, Keytruda is FDA approved to treat 16 types of advanced cancer and is being studied in hundreds of clinical trials, exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See the different types of cancer Keytruda is approved to treat at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda can be part of your story.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, so you're the scientist here. Does my Aveeno Daily Moisturizer really make my dry skin healthier in one day?
It's true, Jen.
Really?
This prebiotic oat formula moisturizes to help prevent dry skin.
Impressive. Aveeno, healthy. It's our nature. You put care into everything you do. United Healthcare does too. Like connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
Our focus is raising the girls.
Being able to order stuff online.
It helps out a lot.
We get to use that time that we would be at the grocery store. That time is priceless.
Yeah, back at Breaux Bridge, Louisiana here as we continue to move Delta onshore farther. Still a lot of wind with this thing. Incredible amounts of wind energy existing. Just had a power flash here. The power went out and it came back on, and then the streetlights went down, and then they just came back on and through here. So we'll see some of these stronger winds starting to mix down even farther to the northeast. But off to the southwest, that eye wall part that's collapsing in the Jennings area, Lake Arthur, and even back into Lake Charles now. Talk about insult to injury, 95-mile-per-hour winds there. Just a horrible situation. And I was just talking to my buddy, Forrest Masters, who's a meteorologist at the University of Florida. He said, Jim, there is still 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts behind the rain. Okay, so even as the precipitation comes off the radar, keep in mind we still have a nice rear inflow jet almost coming into this thing that's going to gust up to about 90 miles per hour. So don't think that we're done, even though the precip starts to shut off. Got a long night ahead of us. From last count, 200,000 customers without power. That's Texas and Louisiana. Of course, most of them in Louisiana. We've had a lot of issues, guys, especially with storm surge down in Vermilion Bay and Abbeville. We've gotten, top there, fresh water, almost 8 feet. All right, so that 7 to 11 feet is absolutely verified, and they're still having problems. There are waves literally rolling through the city. But in terms of, being able to stand up and certainly seeing things blown over, we don't have any of that kind of damage here in Breaux Bridge. All right, I want to get into Steph, because Steph, it's kind of interesting. You're hopefully going to get out of some of that heavy rain, but you may not get out of the wind. You may not get out of the wind.
Right. Well, as we've been talking about, this is not a well-defined eye, right? It's starting to get torn apart. So you might still see some of that wind, even though the rain was ending, as you were mentioning. And Jim, I really want to hammer home the point. For those of you who have been watching me over the last couple of hours, this is a Category 2. And this is why we try to warn you and tell you to prepare, even for a Cat 2, a Cat 1. It doesn't have to be a major hurricane. If you're in the eye wall of even a Category 1, you will get damage. And so try to remember, this is a Category 2. Next time you see a hurricane coming, that you should prepare. Now, I will say, I think the winds have died down a little bit. It is still raining, but I do think the winds have calmed down. As we're getting closer and closer to that eye, the winds will continue to calm down. I have an anemometer reading too. I've been watching because that pressure will be dropping. Of course, it made landfall in Creole, Louisiana, which is to our south, right there along the coast. And we will start to see our pressure drop. Yeah, we're down to 981.4 millibars. Why is that significant? That is significant because when I started this show at 5 o'clock Eastern time, I took a reading here and I was at 991. My pressure has dropped 10 millibars. So that to me is an indication we are now gusting to 81 miles an hour. So we are definitely getting closer to that center of circulation by the fact that our pressure is dropping. And as you see, we still have those gusty winds. We're not finished with it. We are not finished with it. It's going to take several more hours for this to push through, continue to wind down. The good news is the backside of this system I don't know if you can hear that. So it's now that it's getting dark, it brings in a lot more anxiety because you hear things and you're not quite sure where it's coming from, the direction. This, I think, was just the wind howling down the street. But Paul Goodlow, he's at our hotel. He's been here live as well. He told us that the wind was howling through the hotel. You could feel the hotel swaying, and there's actually some water into our hotel. So if there's water into our hotel, I'm assuming some of the homes perhaps have some water in them as well. Of course, this area was hit by Laura, a month and a half ago, and there are some houses that have blue tarps on them. There were debris piles around, so they were recovering from Laura. Of course, nothing like they dealt with in Lake Charles. Shockingly, as you can see behind me, the lights on here at this bank behind me, power has not gone out, at least on the street that we are on. So it's pretty much a miracle, if you ask me, that we still actually have power here. We do have 200,000 customers. Remember, when we give you the power update, that's for one structure that the power is going to. So if you have a house of 4 or 6 people, you can multiply the amount of people without power is much higher than that. And as this storm goes inland, we could see power outages due to the fact that even if it doesn't have as strong of winds, you don't need a lot when the ground is saturated and you get a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust even. You don't need a 60, 90, 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. You can get a tree to come down when you have your winds at 35 miles an hour and slice right through a home. And so this is why we always want you to be on guard, not only at the coast, but also inland as this hurricane continues to move north, and it will continue to do that into the overnight hours. This is now the 4th hurricane to make landfall here in Louisiana, and that ties a record from 2002, when we also had 4, I should say named storms, not hurricanes in particular, but tropical storms and hurricanes. We tied the record from 2002. There are some of those gusts that are still happening, and I will just continue to check. My anemometer dropping again, now to 979.7 millibars. So we are nearing that eye. I hope you stay tuned to see us after we've gotten beaten up by the winds of Delta. The first time we've had a Greek-named storm, a hurricane I should say, make landfall. Beta was a tropical storm when it made landfall. This is our first hurricane as a Greek-named storm. We will get into the eye. The question is, how dirty will the eye be? What does it mean to have a dirty eye, and how does the eye affect you? I'm gonna have the answer to all of those questions coming up after we take a quick breather here. We'll come back and talk more about the technicalities of a hurricane's eye.
Your grandma will probably know me. It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow.
New Doritos Flamin' Hot Limon.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Our focus is raising the girls.
Being able to order stuff online,
it helps out a lot.
We get to use that time that we would be at the grocery store. That time is priceless.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows.
You waited. I got all the seasons.
For as long as you need them. Dish, tuned in to you.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
It's oh so quiet and so peaceful. You fall in love, sing boom, you shout and you yell. Blow, blow, blow your fuse. When you're falling in love.
Real people are finding real savings with Spectrum Mobile.
I switched because we wanted great service for less money.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $650 a year.
We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator to find out how much you could save. Then get our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our by the gig plan for $14 a gig. Call 844-230-8821.
Well, the idea that we can mix and match plans is great. This way we can adjust the plan to what our needs are at the moment.
These guys are unlimited, I'm by the gig, and I've got more money in my wallet.
Get the flexibility you want with the savings you need, all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts. Call 844-230-8821.
We're paying a lot less and getting a whole lot more.
I'm wondering why I didn't switch to Spectrum Mobile a lot sooner than what I actually did.
Get Spectrum Mobile with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our by the gig plan for $14 a gig. Visit a Spectrum store, go to spectrummobile.com or call 844-230-8821.
Almost unbelievable. This is real.
When your cameras roll.
This is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home. It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 68 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, generally sunny despite a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy, low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Let's talk about some of the gustiest winds that we have seen so far out of Hurricane Delta. Right where we are located, we've been in the eye wall, and we have seen a gust to 81 miles an hour. Lake Arthur, just down the road, 11 miles, gusting to 95 miles an hour. Lake Charles, Lake Charles gusting to 95, Lake Arthur gusting to 96 miles an hour. That's the highest actual observation we've been able to get so far. Now, as you can see, the winds are getting better. They're still gusty. We're not finished with this yet. We're not in the eye just yet, but they are getting better. Now, as we go into that eye, our winds are going to calm because of how a hurricane, the structure of how a hurricane works. What happens is that pressure drops as you go into the eye of the storm. You have the lowest pressure at the center. Of course, that center coming over Creole, Louisiana, not too long ago. Now, I started off the show at 5 o'clock Eastern time. My pressure was 991. My pressure reading now is 979.6. It's jumping around 979.6, 979.7. The central pressure, the lowest pressure right now, is 970. So this is an indication for me that we are getting close to that center. We're obviously not in it yet, but the eye is where we have the calm. Now, before the break, I was talking about a dirty eye. What does that mean? What does that mean for you? Well, when you have a very powerful hurricane, it is so strong that in the eye, and you are able to look up and see the stars. I've witnessed it. I can vouch for it. It literally does happen. It's the weirdest thing. You go through some of the worst weather you've ever experienced in your life, and then all of a sudden it's calm. You hear the frogs, birds come out, and you can see stars when you have a very strong, well-defined hurricane. This one has been falling apart as it's coming ashore. So the shear has been stretching out the eye. It's not as circular as, a super well-defined storm, but we still have it. So once we go into that eye, it's going to be what meteorologists sometimes call a dirty eye, meaning we'll have that calm, that pressure will still drop, and it is still an eye, but we probably won't be able to see any stars. It'll probably just still be cloud cover. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't classify as a hurricane. It doesn't mean anything. Just some eyes are more clear than others. What does that mean for you? Well, it means that you've gotten through that northern eye wall, or perhaps the western eye wall, because this thing is stretching out. We were talking about that earlier with Bettis. You know, Lake Charles, where Tevin is, and Jim Cantori and Bro Bridge off to my east and Tevin off to my west. The three of us could get in this eye because it's getting pulled out, pulled apart. And there are times when you get into the eye, it's not perfectly calm. Again, that would classify as a dirty eye because it's not clean, seeing straight up to the stars. So what this means for you at home is that things will improve, but then we have to get through the backside of the storm. Because this storm is falling apart as it's coming ashore, we don't have a super strong back eye wall, but you will still feel it. It will still be windy. You could still lose power. A lot of times what happens is things really get weakened with that first eye wall, and then even if that second eye wall isn't super strong, you can still see things get blown around. You can still see your power go out and whatnot. Let's talk about power outages, because we're talking 200,000 customers without power in both Texas and Louisiana, and I anticipate power outages as this goes inland and knocks down trees on power lines or just takes down those power lines. Let's go to Lake Charles, who we were just getting back on our feet, Justin, after Hurricane Laura. Yeah. And I've heard that there are sporadic power outages around Lake Charles yet again when they've worked so hard to get it up and running.
From what I can tell right now, about 40,000 customers here, Stephanie, in Calcasieu Parish are without power. In the entire state of Louisiana, we have, and there's a leaf, 167,000 customers without power. The vast majority of customers with this storm without power are right here in Louisiana, especially the southwestern side of Louisiana, as this storm continues to roll through. I'll tell you what, Delta is really dealing a blow to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and the reason is because they were already so badly hit just 6 weeks ago with Laura coming through here and really laying waste to the entire city. Now, to give you some numbers we're talking about here in Lake Charles, we've already had a 95-mile-per-hour wind gust not all that long ago, about an hour ago, and so far today, more than 8.5 inches of rain. The rain is expected to last several more hours. These intense gusty winds are hopefully going to start to die off over the next few hours, but that's no time to let your guard down. We still have hours, Mike Bettis, of rain and winds to deal with, and it really isn't going to be till tomorrow morning, Mike, that people should even consider leaving their safe spots, leaving their homes, and going to assess damage, because now we're getting to night. Power lines are going to be down, trees are going to be down, debris is going to be everywhere, Mike, and we already know that roads, not just highways, but roads, secondary roads, are being closed. The dangers are real, Mike Bettis, and Lake Charles is going to have a lot more cleanup after Delta. Into you.
For real. We'll do it tomorrow. Don't worry about it today. Newest advisory has come in from the Hurricane Center. We now have a Category 1. Winds have been downgraded to 90 miles per hour. Landfall happening roughly an hour ago.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I had to... Okay, I'm on vibrate.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Donald Trump is lying again. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000. Biden will close tax loopholes for big corporations. Trump's tax cut giveaway exploded our debt, so he's threatening Social Security and Medicare. Biden will make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, so we can protect Social Security and Medicare and invest in schools and health care.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
We just got our latest update from the Hurricane Center, the 8 a.m. intermediate update, bringing this down to a Category 1, 90-mile-an-hour winds. We will get another full update from the Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. this evening. And I want to bring in Mike Bettis to talk about this pressure reading. 970, Mike, the center of this storm, the lowest pressure. I have 978 jumping around 0.9, 0.8, 979. We're jumping right around 979 and 978.8-ish. But what's interesting about this eye is it's not like we have this super well-defined eye right in the center. That pressure is going to drop. It's getting spread out. So I think that is going to make a difference in those pressure readings. Again, just a technicality when we're talking meteorology. For those of you at home that aren't as interested in those numbers, Mike, it's not going to make a difference.
No, it really isn't. I think from this point going forward, we're going to start to gradually see the pressures come up. That means a weakening system. We're going to see the winds start to come down. And Steph, I literally think you're just minutes away from literally being in the eye, and I think you'll be in it for a couple of hours then. But all the rain will mostly be gone. You'll get the backside of the storm, the southern eye wall, if you will, but there'll be hardly any precipitation, if zero, but you'll have the wind that comes back. So you'll know you're back in the eye wall when the wind starts to crank back up. But I think you might get the pressure on your handheld there. I think you get pressure dropped to maybe 975, 974, something like that, because I think the pressure with the most recent reading from the Hurricane Center is at 971. So I think you'll probably get pretty close to that, with the handheld. We'll see what it eventually comes to. But it's just interesting to see that we've had 4 landfalls now in Louisiana this season, Steph, setting a record for that state, tying it, with 2002. So it's just been a rough year.
It has, Mike, and I'm not sure if you can see the anemometer. I just wanted to show the people at home what I was looking at and what we're talking about. And that pressure, as you can see, Mike, is still dropping, 978.3. So now we're on the low end of that. So we will continue to see this drop until we get to the center. As you mentioned, it'll rise up. Let's talk about the distance, Mike, of landfall from Laura to this system. And what that distance was. And we don't see that all the time. We have to go back, what it was, 13 miles, right, was the distance between Hurricane Laura versus this one. You go back to 2004, which, by the way, was a record unprecedented season until 2005 hit, and you had Gene and Francis 2 miles apart. Besides that year, I'm trying to think, Mike, back in the 20 years you and I both have been at the Weather Channel practically, I don't think there's been another occurrence.
This close? No. And just such a short time span, too, Steph, just a matter of 6 weeks between landfalls. It wasn't like you had an early season and a late season or something like that. These poor people in Lake Charles, Cameron, still recovering from what happened with Laura, which was a Category 4. This was a Category 2, significantly weaker. That was a strengthening storm, a Category 4 at landfall, which did a significant amount of wind damage there, and so a lot of roofs had damage.
So, Mike, let's not just talk about what's happening here, because we want to show everyone what they're going to be dealing with. And as you look at the radar, we know that this was super front-end loaded. Is it still looking like that? And how long do you think we'll continue to see that heavy rain on the north side?
It's going to be the whole thing is going to be north side loaded. You might start to see some more wrap in on the west and southwest side. But what's been really interesting, Stephanie, is that the highest winds by a significant margin have all been on the west side. A place like Port Arthur still gusting to 81 miles an hour. Lake Charles right now gusting to 79 miles an hour. Whereas you go over to, say, Lafayette or Baton Rouge, significantly weaker winds. I think what's happening is you're getting more interaction with an approaching trough on the western and northwestern side, so it's creating maybe a little bit more of a pressure gradient, or even getting a bit of a jet inflow there. So it's just interesting to see how what we typically see as the clean side of the storm is a lot more intense with the winds. Steph, great stuff there. Let's get over to Jim Cantore. He is on more of that eastern side. I know, Jim, now you're getting another band that's coming in there. This might be the last big band before you then get into the eye.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait it out. I can't believe Steph's not in it yet, which is kind of incredible. But, Mike, what's really weird is we're still getting gusts down at Lake Arthur, even where, they're kind of rain-free. That's about 80, 90 miles per hour. So even when folks get out of this rain, don't anticipate that things are just going to wind down, because, you're still talking about the potential for wind damage there. This is definitely the worst weather we've had by far. Landfall at 6. Now we're about 7, and this is, the rain that's come in. We just lost power probably about 8 minutes ago here. It flashed earlier on, but that's pretty much it in terms of the power. We've got power from our trucks and our generators that are lighting the shot behind me so you can see what's going on. But clearly, the heaviest rain with this thing thus far continues to come on in. It's, of course, in sheets just rolling across the roads. It's earlier on, a lot of people out and about. When we had kind of the breaks in the rain, if you will. Now, not so much. TV crews I see, police, fire, they've come by from time to time. And, of course, now everybody's in the dark, getting the worst of this as we work our way through the night. So, guys, just hunker down. It's going to be several more hours. As Mike said, we may get in the eye. But even on the south side of that, we may not have the rain, but we may have the wind again. We'll see. The whole thing is trying to decouple. There's a lot of wind, Mike, there's a lot of wind energy with these things. So they don't just go away, all right? And so they have to take a while to wind down, and so you can get these kind of gusts. But you broke my heart, man, when you talked about the 95-mile-an-hour gust at Lake Charles on the west side of the center. That's awful, because all those tarps. We had several reports of 60. We had sustained winds for a while in Lake Charles at 65 miles an hour. I mean, that's just doing a job on those tarps. And really the whole story there, folks, obviously dealing with Laura 43 days ago, not being able to get shingles because of COVID. They just stopped production, essentially. So people are waiting on roofs, and some may have chosen to take the inside of their homes and start to do that, waiting on a new roof maybe coming next week or the week after. But now with this wind and the tarps being blown up, I mean, a lot of people are going to start over, and in some cases maybe in a worse off situation than what they started with. So our hearts just going out for so many, thousands really of folks in the Lake Charles area. Some of them still here in Breaux Bridge, some of them in New Orleans, some of them, of course, west into Houston, Beaumont, Port Arthur, just taking refuge. We're over 250,000, by the way, now without power. 250,000 customers without power. A lot of those obviously in Louisiana. We're one of them now, joining just a few minutes ago here in Breaux Bridge. So can't see east, can't see north, can't see south, can't see off to the west. Just a couple of lights on, look like they're from generators, and of course the lights we have that we're powering by the generators that we have on our satellite trucks and our trucks that were operational in through here. So that's what we're looking at here in Breaux Bridge. Lots of heavy rain, rainfall rates certainly the heaviest that we've seen. Stay off the roads, guys. Let it all go through, let it move through. We'll be out of this certainly the next 3-4 hours or so as the south side comes in. But some of you, again, as this winds down, don't be surprised, Mike, to get some gusts up to 90 miles per hour, even on the dry side of this.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. One thing I'm certainly concerned about, Jim, when I look at how much rain is coming with the north side of this storm, is how many places will have really heavy rain and then potentially even some trees that come down with the gusts that come in, because a lot of these places had 6 to 8 inches of rain, so the soil is just loaded with water right now, and the root systems are weakened. All right, we've looked at Jennings, we've looked at Breaux Bridge. Let's take you to Lake Charles, and our Justin Michaels is there. Justin, describe the conditions you've had here over the last couple of hours and what they're like right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, we just got an update. 9.07 inches of rain has fallen in Lake Charles, Louisiana, because of now Category 1 Hurricane Delta. that is not good news, because this area was still really laid to waste by Laura just 43 days ago. There were enormous piles of debris all over Lake Charles, Louisiana. We've had 95-mile-per-hour gusts. The most recent was a 79-mile-per-hour gust. And what's that going to do? That's going to pick up that debris and disperse it all over the place. People who decided to go out in this storm, let's hope it was zero. Let's hope people stayed in, the ones who didn't evacuate. But those types of debris can turn into projectiles, which can absolutely be deadly. We're standing here right along the banks of the Calcasieu River, and it looks like we have these two ominous eyes out there in the storm. Delta is looking at us, and you can see, well, what are those? Those are actually wells. Those are oil wells, and they light those on fire. And believe it or not, those are two burning eyes out there in the ethos beyond us and beyond the Calcasieu River. It's kind of eerie if you take a look behind me. But the scarier thing about this is the wind that has come through, the amount of rain that has come through, and the devastation that's being caused, the continued devastation. Jim was talking about the COVID effects here, people not being able to get roofing materials to repair their homes after Laura. That's going to be a huge issue. And I think that's a really good observation by Jim, that are they going to be significantly worse off after Delta here in Lake Charles than they were after Laura, because of how weakened the infrastructure and the homes and things were here after Laura, and not being able to repair as much as they'd like to? It's certainly a probability. We're going to be going out tomorrow to bring you stories from the ground here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, as people will undoubtedly decide to come back. And we do know tens of thousands of people evacuated yesterday, many people sitting in 8-10 hours of traffic just to head west, get to Houston, Texas, and get out of Dodge before Delta came, because the number one adjective we heard from people as this storm was approaching and they were getting that final gear and trying to get out of here was that they were scared. Laura scared them, and they didn't want to see what Delta had in store. They were scared enough to leave their homes and get out of here. So they're going to be coming back, and we're going to be talking to them over the coming days. We do know in Louisiana right now, we're pushing the 200,000 customer mark as far as power outages just in this state. 192,000 customers without power so far. More than 250,000 customers between Louisiana and Texas without power. And those numbers, every time I check, go up by tens of thousands every single time I check. It's going to be a tough go, and in fact, we just lost light, the entire hotel, and our lights are without power. I'm sorry, you can't see me right now. Here they come back. And what happened right there was the generator for the hotel just kicked in. So power outages are a major problem here. Let's go right now to Jennings, Louisiana. That's where Stephanie Abrams is. I'll tell you what, Steph, the winds are whipping, the rain is continuing to come down, and even though we're on the western side of this thing, Delta has been a fierce, fierce storm in Lake Charles. Steph, to you now.
Yeah, what we're doing is I'm getting into our safe spot, because, it's dark and we're hearing things break, and we're not quite sure where it is. Oh, there we go. Look at those. The boards came down, Matt. Do you see? Okay. Did it smash the window too? The window's smashed out. I can't tell from my perspective here. I have to walk across the street here. But you saw those boards. We were showing you how the windows are broken. Okay, the windows are broken to this business, and it had boards on it. So when we tell you that a Cat 2 does damage and is strong, this is what we're talking about. And those are the boards on the ground, guys. That's scraping. That's the sound we hear. Look at that right there. So we are now out of the worst of the weather, yet we're still seeing some debris get tossed about. And so this is why it is still dangerous. And we want to show you what it looked like during the height of the storm. This is the worst weather we have seen by far. Remember, this is a Category 2, so never let your guard down, even if you have a Category 2 making landfall. So there's some of the damage, and we've been right in the same vicinity all night and all day. You still hear some of that glass. I'm not sure if you can hear it breaking or not, but I don't see any significant structural damage. I don't have any to report at the moment. Now, has there been some, in a neighborhood a little bit away from me? It's possible, right? Because this is what we're seeing. And remember, these were boards that were put up. And so It's unlucky that those crashed down and you can hear the alarm going off. That's the alarm that has been sounding as well. We're getting into the eye, which usually is pretty calm, but again, because this hurricane is not a super well-defined hurricane, the eye is getting sheared apart. It's not going to be that perfect eye and seeing those clear skies. But let's talk about the pressure. I know you've been following along here. Matt, are you able to read this when I hold it up like this? You are. Okay, so I started my shift here at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and I checked my anemometer and it read 991 millibars. And right now we're at 977, and the lowest pressure in the hurricane is 971. So this is a good indication that we are near that center or nearing it. It's pretty interesting to watch this continue to drop. Remember, we were just talking to Bettis, and we were in the 980 range. So it is dropping, it's continuing to do that, but because of all of the shear and its weakening, we still are going to be a little bit breezy in the eye. And in fact, down to 976 here. Jim, this eye is pretty stretched out, and it's going to continue to get stretched out. Do you believe you'll get that eye in Bro Bridge? I have not had a chance to actually check out the radar for a bit.
No, I mean, we're getting what looks like is happening here is we're getting kind of the unraveling. You throw a stone in a pond and you see the wave ripple out from that stone. That's kind of what's happening. So we're seeing that, that kind of an outer band of the eye wall come through Bro Bridge right now. It's knocked out power. And Steph, I don't know if you read this, as long as I still got you. There's been so much stuff, the superlatives of the season, the storm, are just ridiculous. Yeah. But I think, isn't sub 980 a record October low pressure for Louisiana? Did you remember reading anything like that?
I just confirm that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. We'll
I know. You're like me. I mean, we read so many things.
We will do that shortly, quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll try and get that back to you guys. But I think something sub 80 is maybe a record low pressure for October in Louisiana. Either way, it's a nasty storm. It's got rain. It's got the wind that Steph went through with that northern eye wall. Well, it was still pretty solid. Some of the strongest winds where she was in Jennings and then back on the backside of Lake Charles. Finally a calm in Lake Arthur. So, Steph, there's promise coming your way from the south. All right, so hang in there. Right now, winds whipping through Bro Bridge. We have lost power in through here, and we are now up over 250,000 customers without power, most of these in the state of Louisiana, as Delta, the first hurricane with a Greek name, makes its way into the United States, landfalling right around 6 o'clock local time in Creole, Louisiana. What a year it's been there. Holy smoke.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
It's so good to see you guys. Hon, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Over the last century, we've seen tough times. This country and this company. But through it all, we've learned we're better when we come together. A family-led business with 260,000 people working together, employing more hourly workers and assembling more vehicles in America than any other automaker. We were built in America. That's why we build for America.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
And Doug. You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. What? Oh, I said. Oh, this is my floor. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. If you want to show the world the good you do, Cheerios can help to feed the good inside of you. And in the morning, if you think your whole day's a flop, feed the good inside of you, cause it never stops. Cheerios.
For homeowners 62 or older, new government guidelines have increased the limit on reverse mortgages up to $3 million. Now you can take more money out of your home for the things that matter: family, health, a better retirement. And Zoom Reverse makes it easier with much lower closing costs. So if you didn't qualify for a reverse mortgage before because of that low lending limit, now you could qualify for a Zoom Reverse. Now you can take more cash out with a Zoom Reverse, even if you already have a reverse mortgage. And even up to $3 million. You pay back only what you want to pay each month, even make 0 payments. With a Zoom Reverse, you still own your home. Nothing changes. As long as you want to stay in your home, you keep the title. Imagine more cash out, and you decide on the monthly payments. Call 888-592-4747.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, generally sunny despite a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, a few clouds. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And just like that, the rain and the wind are gone. All right, at least for the moment. So we'll see if that continues here in Breaux Bridge. It's interesting. I mean, we were getting hammered just a second ago, and you go to a commercial break, come back 5 minutes later, and now it's gone. But what's really interesting is there's a lot more wind now without the rain than what we had earlier. And I was just talking to my buddy Forrest Masters, who's down in Cameron, Louisiana. He's still seeing winds of 85 to 90 miles per hour in the area where it's dry and there's no more radar echoes showing up. So let's learn from that and realize that even when this goes by, we may still have some very, very strong winds. I mean, this is a deep low pressure. And by the way, Mike Seidel cleared up the pressure question pretty quick. Mike is like one of the best statisticians I've ever met in my life. He gets stuff like nobody I've ever met before in my life. So what he got was Hilda on October 3rd, 1954, with a pressure of 950 millibars. So that's the lowest October pressure for Louisiana. It will not be this 970, whatever it's going to be verified as with Delta. So either way you slice it, we're still dealing with a hurricane tonight. In this case, we're dry at the moment here in Breaux Bridge. Lost power about 7 o'clock. Landfall officially, guys, if you're just joining us on the Weather Channel, Creole, Louisiana, about 6 o'clock. Local time. So Mike Bettis, kind of amazing where some of the highest wind gusts that we've seen, 96, Lake Arthur, not surprised because that was the northern eye wall. But how about Lake Charles at 95 on the west side?
What's interesting, I'm trying to figure out, Jim, why this happened is what I'm looking at, upper levels here. The only thing I can find here is we've got a little bit of a maximum wind at 850 millibars, okay? So we go up a couple thousand feet, and right on the western side, maybe interacting with the western side, we're getting a pretty decent north to south wind at 850 millibars. So there might be some interaction going on there that's creating these surface winds that are pretty intense on that side, whereas we don't have that on the eastern side where you are.
No, it's amazing. I mean, because I really think like I was talking about with the stone and the rock earlier, the wave ripples out. I think that's what kind of happened out of the eye wall and through here. But holy smoke. I mean, we are just dead calm right now, Mike. This is
I think you're done,
weird,
Jim.
Actually,
I think you're done with the rain. I think you might get a few spits of drizzle, and I think it's all lifting north of I-10 now. For you in Lafayette, in Jennings, Lake Charles, I think might be the last spot where the rain ends. But I think most of it is ending now as it goes north.
And Bettis, to your credit, you called that. You said that we're all going to be kind of drying out together here, which is really odd. But that's how we placed it. Either way, Mike, I got that smell going on. Sadly, which timber. So we've got some tree limbs certainly down. It's dark, can't see anything. We know we had a couple down earlier, but when that band came through. When that band came through, it was about 60, 70 mile an hour with the gust and the rain. So not surprising. We've got, certainly a little tree damage. I don't know the extent of it. I can just smell it with my nose. All right, let's go back to what is, I think, going to be the calling card of this storm. Amazingly, it's Lake Charles. So beaten, so battered, so bruised because of Laura. Now getting it again with this 95 mile per hour wind gust. Justin Michaels, what are you hearing? In terms of the tarps, in terms of any kind of additional damage that's going on there. We saw the shot earlier with the daylight hours of the power pole down. What else can you tell us? What else can you add to the damage here?
There's a big gust right there, Jim. I'll tell you what we're hearing and what we're seeing on traffic maps is lots of roads in the area are showing up as red or black, meaning they're completely shut down. You have to believe there are probably some people out, and GPS systems are recording these roads as closed. So we have to know that there is probably debris, there are probably power lines, there's probably a ton of trouble across Lake Charles, Louisiana. Remember, we went into this storm, Hurricane Delta, with hundreds and hundreds of millions of cubic yards of debris still left in this city. Even though they picked up 1.5 million cubic yards of debris, there's still so much left, hundreds and thousands of piles of debris still to clean up. Some of them are taller than I am, and all of it is building material, trees, corrugated metal, you name it. This city was blanketed with it. So, when you're talking 95 mile per hour wind gusts, 79 mile per hour wind gusts, sustained winds 30, 40, 50 miles per hour, all of that turns into projectiles and gets blown everywhere. And that's going to be a very dangerous, hopefully not deadly phenomenon here in Lake Charles as this storm rolls through. So what are we going to see tomorrow? We have to believe, well, the power's out. The power's out in our hotel. We have a generator in our hotel, thank goodness. But we have to believe the power will still be out. People are going to start to come back. We know that tens of thousands of people did evacuate. They headed west. Some people headed north, some people headed west, getting out of Dodge and doing what they could to save themselves and get away from Delta because they had to live through Laura, and they said they were never going to do it again. So people are going to start to come back to assess the damage, and we have to believe that it's probably going to be worse this time around because of how weakened the state of things were here after Laura. Homes without roofs, blue tarps providing any kind of protection. Jim was talking about COVID and how the roofing industry was really hard hit, not producing asphalt shingles and all sorts of different things, so people couldn't repair their rooms depending on those blue tarps, and then Delta comes to town. So it's going to be a story here, and it's going to be a long haul as people still try to clean up after now two really bad hurricanes coming through Lake Charles, Louisiana. Two is too many. Two is too many, right? We know that power outages are running rampant all over the place. Now up over 300,000 customers without power in Texas and Louisiana. Louisiana has the most, about almost 220,000 customers without power, and those numbers are going to continue to go up as these winds blow. The rain continues to come down. Now more than 9 inches of rain here in Lake Charles. We're back after this with more coverage of Delta.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Oh, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common:
a common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science
is how we get back to normal.
My life was just getting started.
There are empty rooms to fill.
But it turns out fate had something else in store for me.
Please come back to me.
I had a vision. I knew what I had to do.
I will always love you.
2 Hearts, rated PG-13.
Right now, AARP's work is more important than ever. Access to health care, affordable prescription drugs, opportunities to save for the future. That's what AARP fights for, because that's what everyone deserves.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Eduardo Perez, it drove him to thrive in his search for a better life. Immigrating from Guatemala at 18, he found work as a dishwasher, a line cook, sous chef, and eventually fought to the top of one of the most challenging professions in the world, proving that there is no challenge that can hold back a fighting spirit. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from, it matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll.
So this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
The weather has calmed significantly here in Jennings, Louisiana, because we are getting to the center of the circulation. And we've been showing you for the last couple of hours that pressure dropping. The lowest pressure is right at the center of the storm, starting off at 991 millibars if you're just joining us. And now we're down to 976.4. This is the lowest it has been officially. They're at 971. That's the official reading, 971. So we're basically in the center of this thing, and it's not a well-defined center. So I'll take this at 974. The pressure could go a little bit lower, but overall we're there because the eye is really stretched out. And as you can see, we're in what we call a dirty eye. There's still some misting. I don't know if you can see if the camera picks up or not on the misting. And it's still a little bit breezy too. So this is not going to be a perfect eye where you look up, it's still cloudy. I'm trying to see if I can see any stars, but it's totally cloudy. So that's not what this system is, and that's good news because that means it was falling apart, but it was cranking out here, and we're going to show you that video of just how bad it was. Remember, this was a category 2. Our wind gusts here topped out at 81 miles an hour. Lake Charles gusting to 95. Lake Arthur, which is to our south, 96. And here's what's wild. Texas Point, Texas, at the Wildlife Refuge, it has been confirmed a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's the highest we've seen. And it's interesting because a lot of times when you talk about hurricanes, that energy gets wrapped around on the east side of the storm, and that's where you see the worst of the weather. We did see, the water go up in the Louisiana coast up to 8 feet, but it's been on the west side that they've been getting hammered. Let's go to the west side of the storm and check in with Charles Peak, who has been riding this out in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Charles, how has the last hour or two gone for you guys?
Stephanie, I've been a little surprised being on the west side, but we've had continual strong winds and even some stronger gusts, blowing a lot of the debris around, the sheet metal down the streets. Power went completely out in downtown here about 15 minutes ago, so still a lot of impacts here.
Okay, so let's talk about the rainfall, because there's been a lot of rainfall, and in Lake Charles being on the west side, I would think the flooding that you guys got would be mainly from the rain that has come down.
Yes, Stephanie, most of what I've seen I would classify as flash flooding. This from rainfall in a lot of streets having a foot to 2 foot of water on them as I've been getting around.
Okay, so let's talk about the fact that there is a lot of tarps also on the roofs. Have you seen any homes, I know it's dark now, so it might be hard, Charles, but have you seen any homes that have lost their tarps?
It's definitely throughout, even earlier this afternoon, you started having many of the tarps being ripped off, businesses having them come off. I saw a bunch of piles of what looked to be the foam siding that you would put on the side of a building, and all those were being blown over and into the road, and additional sheet metal, additional damage on the roads, poles coming down, power poles, power lines down. So they've had more additional damage here with this storm, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too. Have you heard of any injuries or anyone needing to get rescued? Have you seen any emergency management out?
Now, Stephanie, for probably the last 3 hours, I've probably run across maybe 2 or 3 vehicles. Fortunately, nobody's out. I have not seen a single law enforcement or first responder out, so that's been good. Everybody's off the road.
That is good news, Charles. Thanks for that report, and we'll check back in with you as well. We might want to go to Jim. And Jim, you know, I'm just getting a nice little gust right here. This eye, as we were talking about earlier, is a dirty eye, right? It's not a perfectly formed eye. But Jim, I don't know if you've been watching the pressure, if you have an anemometer with you. We're down to 975.8, so we're still dropping here. In the center of circulation, which is elongated and getting ripped apart, and we're getting some upper level energy in it as well. So it's not this perfect scenario that we're used to. It's much more complicated with this system.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, that's another little surprise. Besides the west wind being so strong on this, getting the strongest winds on the west side of this thing, that surprised me. Really, getting these kind of wind gusts. You hate to see that, that's for sure, because you know there's an issue somewhere. But we probably had 60-mile-per-hour gusts roll through here in Bro Bridge, but it doesn't take much to cause the power to go out, and certainly a couple trees. You can smell it. You can smell limbs that are down through here. It's kind of amazing, too, Steph, that you're seeing the pressure still going down. You would think, you know, obviously as the storm comes in, it starts to fill a little bit. It's not happening as quickly as what we might think. Perhaps an explanation, or part of the explanation, as to why even in the dry side of this, we're getting wind gusts that are still as high, let's say down in Cameron and Vermilion Parish, still getting some 80s and 90s. So the moral of the story here for you, Stephanie, is maybe we'll see the winds pick up again, this time from a southwest flank coming into you. So we'll see. Either way, we're up without power here in Bro Bridge. Mike Sedell says we haven't even gusted yet over 50 miles per hour at the airport in Lafayette, which is on the southeast side of the city. So, you know, that's, you know, big difference, obviously, in where you are in relation to that eye wall, which is, you know, continuing to collapse as it moves north. But there's a lot of wind energy with this. And now it's interacting with the mid-latitude jet that we get in fall. So, again, expect a lot more wind than what you might think. It's pretty low pressure, all right, coming ashore at 970 millibars. We'll be right back.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Look at that scuffed up wall. Embarrassing you. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. Behr, exclusively at the Home Depot.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone, to a t-shirt that means the world.
This movie is really about people coming together, how you never really know what's around the corner.
You don't see how the two families are going to connect.
And in the end, it's a total curveball.
Too hard. Rated PG-13.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto is a heart failure medicine prescribed by most cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Heart failure can change the structure of your heart, so it may not work as well. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. And with a healthier heart, there's no telling where life may take you. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. And trust your heart to Entresto.
I'm not hungry!
You're having one more bite!
No! One more bite!
Kraft, for the win-win.
In today's market, deciding the right move is easier with the right advice. A personal financial advisor who understands you and the markets can help you make decisions today to reach your goals tomorrow. Ameriprise Financial.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
And our contemporary coverage of Delta coming ashore 6 o'clock Central Time. First hurricane to make landfall with a Greek name, with the alphabet of the United States. Pretty amazing season it's been, and it's not over. You remember the whole season goes till November 30th. So it ain't done till it's done, right? So you're looking at live pictures from Charles Peak, who is in Lake Charles. And if you're just joining us, we've been talking about how the storm coming ashore near Creole, but we had so much wind on the west side of this. All right, Texas City, 100 miles an hour. At the Texas Wildlife Refuge, they're incredible. 95 at Lake Charles, worst case scenario. They had a couple of times where their winds were sustained over 60 miles per hour. And just imagine what that's doing to the thousands and thousands, or I should say what it's done to the thousands and thousands of tarps that are on people's roofs over there. So just a horrible, horrible situation. Charles mentioned he is seeing new power lines down. He is seeing new wires down and even new damage to report in the Lake Charles area. So certainly that may be the calling card of this. But Mike Bennis, let's talk about this. Speaking of Laura and the damage that caused, a similar storm surge as we kind of look at this time lapse of Vermilion Bay near Abbeville. Getting up to 8 feet.
Yeah, pretty interesting. We have record-setting surge that's happened for us here, actually eclipsing Ike. Now, Ike was a little bit different storm, hitting a little bit farther to the west over in Texas, but still, when you look at this water come up and you see it come and inundate the buildings here, then you also see the wave action that happens on top of that. But I think just the angle that it came in, the location, Jim, and really being right in the right front quadrant, I mean the exact spot to maximize the surge, and this is what you get.
Well, you remember when this thing was a 3 and a 4, so it was pushing all that water up. We saw the buoy this morning, 42002, have a wave height of 33 feet. So, again, that water doesn't go away certainly as quickly as some of these other things.
No.
And you saw the result of a pretty high water rise there.
What I'd say what is super interesting about this, Jim, is it didn't even happen at high tide. Imagine if this had happened at high tide, which happens later on tonight, it'd have been even higher. Now I think we're going to start to see it back off a little bit as the storm comes ashore here, but it was pretty impressive to see, and now we've got a record setter in Louisiana.
Well, I got to tell you, Mike, this is kind of interesting. We're behind this thing with no precip now, but we're seeing so much leaf debris blowing around right now. I mean, there was some pretty good gusts when that little piece of the eye wall came through here. It's what pretty much kicked out the power. We don't have any rain. We are completely rain-free. A couple of drops here and there, but the wind is still kicking up, and you can smell, the timber. You can smell probably pine that's gone down here. And, just to remind everybody that we had historic timber damage to the state of Louisiana from Laura. And this is going to add to that. It's going to lay down the sugarcane. And I was talking to a sugarcane farmer earlier, Mike, and how he was telling me, how it's different from corn. the sugar cane will lay down in storms like this, but you can actually bring it back up and keep harvesting it. When the corn lays down, it's done. It's done.
Yeah.
So
it snaps.
A little bit of good news there.
I'm going to show people, Jim, and stay with me here because I'm going to show the radar because you're going to be really close to the eye, all right? I'm going to circle where Jim is. He's right here outside of Lafayette and Breaux Bridge. But I'm also going to kind of outline about where the eye is. It's about right there, okay? So the movement is going to be off in this direction. So, Jim, you might actually stay in a, which is just bizarre, you might stay in a dry eye wall or just barely get in to the eastern eye of this thing. It's just really close, but it's just an oddball kind of storm tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, we do is on the way of collapsing. I mean, how do you deal with 60 knots of surge, Mike? I mean, that's what this thing got hit with, and that is going to cause big time changes in the structure. But that wind energy, interesting to go through an eye wall with dry weather, but yet still some very gusty winds. And I think even when we get on the south side of this, and that's kind of a testament to this, even though the precip ends, we're still going to get some gusty winds out of this. They may not be as bad as the northern eye wall and certainly what Steph went through, but I still think it's enough to cause some additional power outages.
Oh, definitely,
all this
Jim.
Obviously heading north toward the I-10 corridor.
You think about how much rain we've saturated Louisiana with, anywhere from 6 to 10 inches of rain. So the ground is really soaked right now. Now you're still going to see gusty winds that are over 75 miles an hour. Easily, you're going to bring down some trees. You're going to snap some limbs. You're going to bring down some power lines. So I think we're going to have some power outages that'll extend beyond I-10. Could go maybe as far north as I-20 even.
I think you're right. I think you're right on that. There's a lot of wind energy with this. Hey, Mike, I want to bring in Steph because I want to see how it's changed for her. So we've really kind of spaced everybody out, folks, if you're joining us. I mean, Seidel's to my west in Scott. We've got Lake Charles obviously covered because of the big story there. Steph's about 38 miles to my southwest in Jennings. She got into that northern eye wall in the much higher winds. Steph, I want to ask you again because you were talking about your pressure was still coming down. Is that still the case?
So we're down 976, Jim, 0.0, just looking down. I had written down on my notepad 976.2, so it's jumping around 976.2, 976.0. So yes, we have dropped since I last spoke with you, but we're probably going to level out here. I don't know that we're going to see a more significant drop from that. But Jim, I want to also show the viewers behind us. Let me move out of the way so you can see what's happening. I don't want to block the light. This shop was boarded up. And somehow the wind got under the boards, ripped them off, broke all the glass in there. And you see that these gentlemen are here to board this back up. And so they are going to take care of that so that they don't obviously have anyone going into their shop and whatnot. The things are much calmer here, and our highest gust 81 miles per hour. But in and around Lake Charles, they are experiencing flooding. They've had a gust of 95 miles an hour. Flooding, power is out. Power is out to over 200,000 customers between Texas and Louisiana. We're going to take a quick break.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
So, you said only we at Left Twix could put cookies and cream in Twix? This is a right Twix.
Excuse me.
Twix, cookies and cream.
Working and learning from home?
This is gonna be good.
They've totally got this. Because this family fuels up with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. 10 layers of whole wheat in every delicious bite. They're made to help fill you up.
It'll be all right.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My life is just getting started.
There are empty rooms to fill.
But it turns out fate had something else in store for me.
Please come back to me.
I had a vision. I knew what I had to do.
I will always love you.
2 Hearts, rated PG-13.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets!
When I started this commute, everyone said I was crazy. So 15 years ago, I got my first Subaru. and I did it anyway. My Outback always got me there. So when it was time, of course I got a new one. Because my kids still need me. And I need them.
Welcome to the 2020 Subaru Outback. The most reliable Outback ever. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select new 2020 models. Now through November.
New phone? Yep. I got a new one when I switched over to Spectrum Mobile. They're faster overall and more reliable.
They all say that. It's just jibber jabber.
Jibber jabber? Yeah, you know, balderdash.
Hooey. What? Did you sense any flapdoodle?
What is flapdoodle? I think it's like hemming and hawing.
With a little bit of hogwash.
No, they're just faster and more reliable. Okie dokie. No flim-flam.
Spectrum Mobile gives you the fastest overall speeds and the most reliable service coast to coast. It's a better way to mobile. Spectrum Mobile.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Almost unbelievable. This is real.
When your cameras roll,
This is something nobody can imagine.
our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds. Low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, generally sunny despite a few afternoon clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, a few clouds. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thank you for staying with us as we continue to track Hurricane Delta live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we now have a flash flood emergency in place. The National Weather Service just sent that across all of our cell phones. Power outages are running rampant here in Lake Charles and also across most of southwestern and southern Louisiana. More than 225,000 customers are without power in this state right now. More than 100,000 customers in Texas alone as well. So we're talking more than 325,000 customers without power, and we have to believe those numbers are going to continue to go up. The power is out in our hotel. We now have a portable generator. It is outside. It is not inside. If you're using a portable generator and you're listening to the sound of my voice, watching the Weather Channel, make sure that generator stays outside of your house, not even in your garage. It needs to be outside because you can have catastrophic results if you don't do that. As far as what numbers here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, we have had a 95-mile-per-hour wind gust here today. That's the height of the storm, and the number one that we've had, 95 miles per hour. We have more than 9 inches of rain has fallen here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. These are terrible numbers for this city that was already reeling because of 43 days ago, Hurricane Laura coming to shore, decimating this city, causing so much trouble. People haven't been able to get roofing supplies because of COVID. They're not making the shingles and the products they need to get these roofs put back up and get people back on their feet. So many people had blue tarps. We have video coming in from our fields here, or for our crews here in the field safely. They captured video before the sun went down of blue tarps flapping in the wind and lots of trouble around Lake Charles, Louisiana. We do know that tens of thousands of people evacuated Lake Charles because of fear. They were scared of what Delta might bring, so they headed west all the way to Houston, Texas, to try to get away from this storm. We know tomorrow morning, after the effects of this storm have pushed off to the northeast, we know people are going to want to come back and reassess. What are they going to find? Well, Lake Charles, they were able to clear more than 1.54 million cubic yards of debris out of this city in the last 6 weeks, but there was still so much more to clean up. And now we have insult to injury, Delta coming to town and possibly laying another major blow. We know it's going to be pretty bad as we head out tomorrow. Our crew is going to be doing storytelling across Lake Charles and this entire region, as the stories are going to be really horrible. People are going to come back and find out that all the progress maybe they made over the last 6 weeks was completely wiped away as Delta came through. The winds have been intense. The rain rates are intense. We have that flash flood emergency in place right now in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Steph, in Jennings, Louisiana, I can tell you, Steph, conditions here, they might have inched a little bit better, but we are still getting intense rain and intense gusts of wind coming through here. We are on the western side of the storm, which is typically not as bad as the eastern side of the storm. But I'll tell you, Steph, It is no day in the park here in Lake Charles.
So let's talk more about, you were saying inches, and actually we're measuring in feet now when it comes to this storm just to the east of Lake Charles, where Justin is located. We have the Calcasieu police reporting a rain gauge, 16.5 inches of rain. In Lake Charles, a daily record of 9.07, and there's more falling, as you can see in those live shots. I know Justin mentioned that flash flood emergency, and if you go in depth with that flash flood emergency, what it tells you is it's eastern Calcasieu, western Jefferson Davis Parish. We're in Jefferson Davis Parish, but it's going to be west of here where we see some of those heavier totals. 4 to 10 inches is what the warning is reporting has fallen, and we could see another 2, maybe 6 inches of rain before all is said and done with this. And that's going to be a big story with those of you who are watching us as the storm moves inland. Our winds, as you can see, have calmed down, and I've been following the pressure reading to see if we've gotten any lower. Let me look real quick. 975. So, our pressure down to 975.6, and that's the lowest we've had. 976.2 is the last thing I wrote down on my notebook. So 975.2. That pressure is still dropping, and it will start to come up once the storm goes to our north, because being that we're in the center of it, that means that you're going to see the lowest pressure. Let's talk about some of these wind gusts we've had. 81 miles per hour here is what we had for the strongest wind gusts. Shockingly, around me, there's still power, though I know they're between Texas and Louisiana, some 200,000 customers without power. Lake Charles gusting to 96, and Texas Point, we're talking about the wildlife refuge there around Port Arthur, they gusted to 100 miles an hour. That's the highest gust we've seen so far. This system is going to continue to fall apart as it moves inland. So those of you watching us, in the path, as this is going off to the northeast into Mississippi and also into Tennessee, we have crews positioned to take you through the storm as it goes through. And then, of course, we will be with you after the storm. We don't just, forecast it and go through it with you. We are there for you after, and we continue to revisit communities and check in with them as well. Around here, overall, I have not seen any structural damage. Seems stop signs have flown off. Bits of sheet metal have come down. We saw a stop sign that was in a huge planter that is knocked over. That's the type of damage that we're seeing. Now, I can only speak to where I've spent the last 4 or 5 hours here in this one little square block area. But as I look down the street, I don't see massive trees tumbled over, which is good news. We really have gone through the worst of it here. So as we go through the night, the conditions are going to continue to improve. It's not going to be raging anymore here. So that's the good news for this I-10 corridor. We'll be right back.
Sensitive skin? Cetaphil Moisturizing Cream with 24-hour moisture lock formula gives continuous soothing relief for dry, sensitive skin. Cetaphil skin is healthy skin.
Your journey requires Liberty Mutual. They customized your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Wow, that will save me lots of money.
This game's boring.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's the snap, drops, fakes, throws right on the net. Oh, he drops it. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
working and learning from home?
This is gonna be good.
They've totally got this. Because this family fuels up with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. 10 layers of whole wheat in every delicious bite. They're made to help fill you up.
It'll be all right.
My Beneful Superfood Blend has me feeling super healthy with salmon, cranberries. Oh, here comes Superfood Wet with beef and pumpkin. It's like a superfood sundae on a Monday.
Beneful Superfood Blend. Try more of our recipes with no artificial preservatives.
The more care you put into something, the better it will be. It's why you put so much into everything you do. And it's why United Healthcare has so many ways to take care of you. Like supporting your physical and mental health, helping make sure you're not surprised by prescription costs, and connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Joe Biden will make healthcare affordable. His plan gives a tax credit to help working families pay insurance premiums, lowers prescription costs by 60%, and protects coverage for pre-existing conditions, no matter what. He'll pay for it by getting rid of Donald Trump's tax cuts for the super rich, because Joe knows our economy's strength doesn't come from the top. It comes from working families, and that's who he's fighting for every day.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Thank you for staying with us live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels in Lake Charles, Louisiana, a city still reeling from Laura and now Delta. It is now 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 8 o'clock here Central Time as the storm continues to whip through. We have had 95-mile-per-hour gusts. We have more than 9 inches of rain here in Lake Charles, and it's still blowing around, folks. You're taking also a look at video coming into us live as our Charles Peak is out showing us images of Lake Charles, Louisiana. We have to believe when the sun comes back up tomorrow, the damage is also going to be extensive. Could it be worse than what we saw after Laura now 43 days ago? Well, you have to believe that it probably will be. Power outage numbers are mounting. We have hundreds of thousands of customers here in Louisiana and also in Texas are still going through this night without power right now. And if we go over the last 43 days here in Lake Charles, where cleanup was happening, big issues related to COVID, people not being able to get roofing supplies and building supplies to try to bring their houses back from Hurricane Laura. Now we have Hurricane Delta. So the temporary patches, the Band-Aids, if you will, that they used over the last 6 weeks to try to get their houses prepared for now another hurricane, they are not going to stand up to this kind of wind. 95-mile-per-hour gusts, 79-mile-per-hour gusts. That's what this storm has done here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Not to mention the amount of debris that was on the streets, pile after pile, street after street, all across Lake Charles. Debris that was not picked up between Laura and Delta. That's not because Lake Charles was delinquent in their work. They picked up 1.5 million cubic yards of debris in just 6 weeks. But there is still so much more to pick up, and so many dangers if you were going out this evening. And the number one thing you can do is not go out tonight. Stay indoors. Wait for this storm to completely push off to the northeast. And we know there's probably going to be a mass return tomorrow as people coming back from the west, coming back from Houston and other points west, are going to want to come back to their homes and their businesses and see what exactly happened here because of Delta. We know so many people left because they were scared. Now they're going to want to come back, reassess, and try to figure out how to move on now again after another hurricane, Laura and Delta. So we're right along the Calcasieu River. I know it's difficult for you to see it back there, Lake Charles itself is not far from where I'm standing. Off to my left, your screen right, is Lake Charles right up there, the actual body of water. And the city is basically also off to your screen right, as people will eventually come back in. The east is that way. So, Steph, I'll tell you what, someone else to the east, Stephanie Abrams, Steph in Jennings, Louisiana. The wind, Steph, my goodness gracious, are they still whipping around here in Lake Charles? The rain is still coming down. I'll tell you what, it's time for a reprieve here in Lake Charles. We know it's coming, but it can't come soon enough, Stephanie Abrams.
Yeah, we've gotten that little bit of a break here. I mean, much different than just a couple hours ago when we were in the eye wall. And we're going to be able to show you what it was like to go through the eye wall. And it can just remind you that when we say there's a hurricane coming, it doesn't matter if it's Cat 1, Cat 2, or if you are in the eye wall, you will get damage. Right around us here, we don't have a lot of structural damage. There were some boards that went flying and stop signs and whatnot. We had our wind gusts to 81 miles an hour. There's no significant flooding that I can see. Now, in western Jefferson Parish, there is a flash flood emergency. Also, eastern Calcasieu, they're in a flash flood emergency. 4 to 10 inches of rain. And I want to bring in Jim Cantor to talk about the rain totals. Jim, we're just starting to get some in. We got a report here. I wrote it down to make sure I have it right. 16.5 inches. The Calcasieu police jury there, just east of Lake Charles. They said that was on a rain gauge. And I believe that because in Lake Charles, they're still getting rain, Jim. I don't know if you've heard these numbers yet. 9.07 so far in Lake Charles. And so it wouldn't be out of the question to have that 16.5 just east of Lake Charles, since the flash flood emergency is 4 to 10, another 2 to 6 could fall.
We got to buy into that, Steph, and I would, but that's a lot of rainfall, no question about it. We've certainly got flash flooding all over the place, which is now expanding up toward Alexandria. We're still gusting here. Very different. It's not like this persistent wind out of one direction. I mean, the wind literally comes and goes. It swirls around here through Breaux Bridge and then moves on. All right. Sometimes we'll get a little splits of rain, but otherwise, it's really like leaf debris, tons of leaf debris just kind of coming down the road here. I don't know what's going on here, guys, but we had about 7 police cars just race by us here, which is up toward the interstate there. Not really sure what's going on. Hopefully we'll find out. Hopefully it's nothing super serious. But, when 7 cars go rolling by you and a fire truck, it can't be good. We got word of a friend of mine who's actually here working with us that the old house he grew up in had a huge oak tree fall on it. So there are, gusts up here, 60, 70 miles an hour that are taking down, trees. And it's the type of kind of just this pushing and building of the wind, Steph, that we're worried about. That certainly could continue tonight. And I'm really surprised, certainly even as dry as we are, a lot of this wind energy continues tonight. I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knabb, our hurricane expert, to talk a little bit about this. Rick, are you surprised to see some of the strongest gusts on the west side of this or not?
Well, Jim, this has always been a symmetric kind of system, kind of surprisingly in some ways. But, when you got a large hurricane like this, it doesn't necessarily, have a lot of one-sidedness. But in terms of one-sidedness, though, isn't it interesting how it has been kind of front-loaded because of the wind shear today? Right. That shear has kind of pushed a lot of the weather kind of upstream. And since it's kind of doing that in the same direction, both northwest and northeast, then I think that kind of evens the playing field for what the north half of the hurricane looks like.
Yeah, and that certainly makes sense. As you know, Dr. Knabb, they're all different. And they all present learning situations for all of us, to kind of, now I see that. Sometimes in post, you go in and you certainly see things like that. Guys, just to recap with you, if you're just joining us this evening, we know a lot of viewers certainly come and go. Landfall, 6 o'clock near Creole. We've had winds in Lake Charles, sadly, at 95 miles an hour, many sustained winds over 60. We heard from Charles Peak earlier. He has seen tarps ripped off of people's roofs, thousands of tarps obviously there as they wait for shingles and wait for a repaired roof, which because of COVID is not happening. If you don't make the shingles, you can't put the shingles on the roof, right? And that's really one of the big issues there. And I'm wondering, certainly a lot of people that may have said, all right, well, I'm getting my roof maybe in 2 weeks. Let's start the inside project. Let's start fixing the inside where their tarp was over the roof, and now because of this, maybe missing it or maybe loosened, and may have, certainly put the house again in harm's way by getting water back inside, because we've had almost 10 inches of rain in Lake Charles, for goodness sake, on the western side of this. So incredible. Still very, very breezy, windy. We haven't had any persistent rain here in Breaux Bridge for hours, but we can hear the wind certainly howling through. We lost power about an hour after landfall, about 7 o'clock local time here in Breaux Bridge. But we really got what I think we were expecting here. A little surprising, like I was talking about with Dr. Knabb, certainly on the western side of this, and we're not done. And the system's still elongating and pushing up through much of Louisiana. We've got about 330,000 customers now without power between Texas and into Louisiana as well. So those numbers certainly have a chance of going up with the kind of wind, even in these dry areas, going to be very tough to get those buckets out. I'm sure a lot of these folks are going to wait till first light to get out, and then the winds start to die down a little bit because they're much too strong right now to get even near a bucket. So we'll keep you posted here from Breaux Bridge in Louisiana. Justin, let me know where I'm going here from this point on. But right now we are without power. And Dr. Now let's go ahead and get an update actually on where this thing stands, where you think the center may be. Steph was talking earlier about how the pressure was still going down where she is. Do you think the actual center of this is by Jennings, or is it just kind of this elongated low pressure blob at this point?
I mean, that's the thing. It really is becoming a broad system. In fact, even the radius of maximum winds on the right-hand side and the whole storm surge component was very broad. This is not the focused kind of circulation that it was over the center of the Gulf of Mexico. Still a hurricane for the moment, but it'll be weakening wind-wise relatively quickly, but not quick enough to save northern Louisiana and western Mississippi from a lot of really gusty winds. And I wanted to highlight again what has happened storm surge-wise. We had the forecast from the Hurricane Center of 7 to 11 feet above normally dry ground there along the central portions of the Louisiana coastline, and that definitely seems to have happened. Now, right now, we can't get observations from the freshwater canal locks because communications went down and that isn't reporting anymore. However, we do know that earlier it got above 8 feet, highest that gauge has ever reported in terms of storm surge, higher than what it got in Ike. And higher than what it got in Laura. So every storm is different, isn't it? Calcasieu Pass got to 5.5 feet above normally dry ground. Now, when you look at where this all happened relative to what happened in Laura, remember that we had the landfall of the center at Calcasieu Pass. But in this particular case, we had the landfall of Delta at the same place where this 17-foot storm surge flooding was reported in Laura, where the radius of maximum winds was. So Delta came in farther to the east, and that created storm surge that was higher to the east as compared to where the highest storm surge was in Laura. And of course, this is a weaker system, so the peak surge isn't as high, but I think we're going to get something near 10 feet. But out to the east, way out to the east, 50 miles away from the circulation center, we got over 8 feet. And I think somewhere between Grand Chenier and the landfall location of Creole, we got probably something near 10 feet. And part of the reason why we got as much storm surge flooding as we did is that low tide was earlier in the afternoon, and we're headed into high tide, so we're kind of between low and high tide when all that happened. So it's a significant storm surge. And as the winds come inland, we're going to get a lot of power outages, but in the meantime, all that wind going inland is going in with a lot of rain, where we've had over a foot of rain just east of Lake Charles, and where our Justin Michaels is in Lake Charles, we've got the flash flood emergency. This is a really significant event. It's a little different than Laura. Not as much wind, but maybe a little more rain-induced flooding, Justin.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, that's a big concern, Dr. Knabb, as people will eventually be coming back here over the next probably 24 hours. I would imagine tomorrow morning people are going to wake up and say, we're going back, because of how much progress they were trying to make over the last 43 days since Laura. Now Delta probably wiping a lot of that away. I hope I'm wrong. But we're going to get into the city tomorrow and start talking to people about what they're seeing. Let me show you a little bit of improvement. Let's find the silver linings where we can, right? We are getting better and better visibility. Take a look at all the refineries across the Calcasieu River. We can now see them. Earlier today, it was a complete whiteout. So We're getting a little bit better visibility, but the winds are still strong. The rain is still coming down. Let's get on the phone right now and actually talk to Charles Peak. Charles, I know we probably have some video images coming from your camera. Tell me, Charles, people have reached out to me on social media asking about some of your images about water on the roads. How deep is the water that you've seen? I know you're not driving through it or walking through it, but how any way to gauge what you're seeing?
Yeah, Justin, in quite a few areas, you've got water on the roads as deep as 2 foot, 2.5 foot. I would say more broadly about a foot deep or so, but you know, in the low-lying areas, I was a little surprised that you could have it that deep. But fortunately, Justin, I mean, there's almost nobody on the roads except me, so that's a good thing. As bad as that is, people aren't out here that accidentally driving into something that can get themselves in trouble.
That is good news, Charles. Now tell me, as you're moving around, I've seen images coming in from our Robert Ray. He's been out storytelling this afternoon. We see the blue tarps flapping in the wind. I know you've seen that and documented that. What are you seeing? Because you know people have in their minds about what their houses were like after Laura, any progress they may have made, and wondering, did it all get wiped away? What are you seeing on the ground as you move around?
Justin, it's going to be a case-by-case basis. In some of them, the tarps were completely ripped off, is what I saw. In other cases, they were completely intact. So I would say more of them intact than not. At least that's what I saw before it got dark, when it's harder to see. In the last few hours, we've had it get stronger and more sheet metal blowing around and those types of things, as we've had some strong gusts. But the good thing, like you were just talking about, Justin, the rain is letting up. The winds aren't quite as strong as we had earlier, although there's still some strong gusts. But things look like they're going to be improving over the next few hours.
Well, and Charles, you brought that up, that metal blowing around. I know you've been driving around here for days. We were out the last couple days driving around. Those enormous piles of debris left over from Laura, even though the city did yeoman's work cleaning it up, 1.5 million cubic yards cleaned up over the last 6 weeks. There was still so much more to do. Are you seeing that debris spread across Lake Charles?
Yes, sir, in some of it, but it's been the lighter. I was honestly, and we talked about it, I was worried about those tree limbs and stuff becoming projectiles, and very little of that did I see. It's been more of the sheet metal, the lighter things, even with those stronger winds. So in that particular situation, from what I've seen, it's been better than what we were fearing.
Oh, thank goodness for that. All right, Charles Peak, please, please, please be safe as you cruise around. These are still dangerous conditions, folks. Charles is out in them to document them, but he is doing everything he can for his safety, as we all are here on the Weather Channel. Our team of 4 people, Mark Whaley, Daniel Lapham, and also Steve Dresner, they are staying safe. I am staying safe. We all go in. Safety is key. Make sure you're making good decisions, especially when you come back. The Weather Channel is coming back live right after this.
Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck, want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
I'm not hungry!
You're having one more bite.
No!
One more bite!
Kraft, for the win-win. Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table, where new normals are created and where you watch them grow up. Here, simple whole grains are easy to enjoy. So grab life by the spoon or cup and nourish it. Quaker Oats.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FF PAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Introducing Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, the first full prescription strength non-steroidal anti-inflammatory gel available over the counter. Voltaren is powerful arthritis pain relief in a gel. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Right now, AARP's work is more important than ever. We hear older Americans loud and clear, and that's why we fight for what they and their families need. Access to health care, affordable prescription drugs, opportunities to save for the future, ending age discrimination, a healthy, financially secure, fulfilling life. That's what AARP fights for, because that's what everyone deserves. Join us in fighting for what's right.
I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. I feel good.
Get a dozen double crunch shrimp for $1 with any steak entree, only at Applebee's.
She can't send you flowers. He can't write you a letter. She can't give you a hug. They can't thank you. And we can't thank you enough. To all of our PetSmart associates, for being selfless, for being tireless, for always being there, caring for every pet like they were your own. We say thank you.
I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. I feel good.
Get a dozen double crunch shrimp for $1 with any steak entree, only at Applebee's.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and some clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy, low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We are here now in the center of circulation, and I want to bring in the mayor of Jennings, Henry Gwynn, who is joining us, and he's just getting out and about and find out what information he has about the town. So what is the latest that you know?
Right now we're in search and rescue. Y'all see me tonight because we had an accident on Main Street. Good friend of mine, Rusty Saunier. Glass broke, boards blown out everywhere. We really needed to come in and help them out and get that secured.
So how about tree damage on your way over here? Did you see any tree damage?
There is some significant trees down throughout Jennings. We don't have a confirmed count just yet. We're in the early stages of search and rescue. Fire department is getting significant phone calls for trees on homes, people isolated that need some help. So we're in full-blown search and rescue.
And how about power outages? Is it out in all of Jennings, or is it spotty that you know of?
It's isolated right now. There are some more significant areas than others, but I'd say roughly 50% of the town is without power right now.
What does the next 24 to 48 hours look like in Jennings?
Right now, it's safety first. We want to make sure that all our residents are safe. We want to get to them. The wind has died down significantly, so it'll allow us the opportunity to do that. Next 24 hours, once daylight breaks, we're going to start the actual physical damage to facilities, kind of go from there.
Okay, let's talk about Laura real quick, because it seems that your town took this very seriously. Do you think Laura coming in just a month and a half ago had something to do with that?
I think it was fresh on everybody's minds. Obviously, with the sheriff and the OAP director issuing a mandatory evacuation, kind of resonated with our residents. our residents have been through this before. This isn't their first rodeo. So they know what to do. We're in a very close-knit community. Everybody knows everybody. That's why you saw such a quick response once y'all put Blackwater on TV. So it's good. We're in a good place. Again, we want everybody to be safe. So we're going to start that search and rescue right now.
All right, Mayor, we certainly appreciate you coming on and coming out here, standing in the rain for us. We really appreciate that. And, the thing is Jim, this town, as Henry was saying, it's just a close-knit neighborhood. And I don't know if you saw earlier, but essentially the business across the street from us, somehow their boards got ripped off and the glass broke out. And I'm telling you, they saw it on the Weather Channel. And Jim, literally trucks just zoom right into it, and it's all boarded up again. Right. And we see that in these communities, and it's one of the most touching things after you've been through horrific weather to see these communities jump in like this. And the guy who owns it, by the way, is out of town, saw it on the Weather Channel, and his friends just came over and boarded the place right up.
Stephanie, as you and I both one of these days put our careers to bed, I think we will both look back at all the wonderful people we've met along the way that have shared information, shared food, a conversation, anything like that. And it, certainly warms my heart, and I'm sure yours, just the wonderful people that we come across out here in the field. Your situation that you're describing is certainly one example in so many out there that we continue to see. So many things we don't even get to show you. So it's amazing, really, guys, and I'll never forget that as long as I live, especially here in Breaux Bridge. We're getting through it. We'll continue to get through it tonight. We've lost power as well as like Steph. We did not get the kind of wind she did. She was in the northern eye wall. We were east of that. We got a little ripple of that. So in other words, if you take a stone and you throw it in the pond, that ripple comes out. That's what we got. We got the ripple. She got the true, collapsing eye wall right over her. And as you kind of look down behind me here, it's been interesting to kind of watch this sign, this antique sign, because you can hear it. When you wave metal like that and slap metal around, you can really hear that thing. And when it was dark earlier, before we lit it, with our generators and our lights that we have here, you were kind of wondering where it was going to wind up, really. But so far, so good. I cannot see. Steph's talking about the kind of damage that she had. I cannot see any kind of structural damage, at least here in this four corner. But I will tell you right now, my producer, Mike Fobel, was driving down the road, and there's tree branches coming down, wind. You can smell there is tree damage. It's just very, very apparent. There's leaf debris just kind of floating down the road from time to time. But we've really been void of any heavy rain now for about an hour. So, good news in that regard, but amazing some of the reports that we're getting in out of Cameron Parish in Iowa. I think it's called Iowa, 16.51 inches of rain. So incredible. Lake Charles itself, almost 10 inches now, if not at that or more. So lots of rainfall heading up toward Alexandria, heading up into West Tennessee, or west parts of Mississippi as well, and West Tennessee, and into southeast Arkansas. All this is moving north. We won't have the wind energy with it, but there'll be enough. So we do anticipate some sporadic power outages as this all kind of moves toward the north. Here in Breaux Bridge, we are without power as far as the eye can see. East, north, south, and west. All the way to the interstate, for that matter. So tomorrow is going to be the day that a lot of those power outages, now up roughly around 330,000, and that was about 20 minutes ago when I last heard that. So that's 330,000 customers. With the kind of wind that we have here, and of course the night, you're not going to see much happen. So just kind of hunker down here. It's going to be a night in the dark for many, and unfortunately a night continuing in the dark, as Justin's been talking about back in Lake Charles, where this area hit very hard with 95-mile-per-hour winds. Really shocked to see Texas Point, right there on the border between Louisiana and Texas, and the wildlife refuge, come in with a 100-mile-an-hour wind gust. Just incredible. So we did not have the rain. We have not had the 9 inches of rain, maybe 2-3 inches of rain through here. Settle was telling me we got Lafayette at the airport, gusting at 59 miles per hour. We've had a little bit stronger, certainly here, I think upwards 60, 70 a couple of times, especially when that squall came through. But otherwise, again, no visible damage at this point. It is also completely dark. And the winds maybe a little bit, I guess in the last 10 minutes, dying down, but then occasionally you get a big gust, upwards of 50 miles per hour. And that's, going to certainly add insult to injury in through here. Guys, much more to come as we continue to cover Delta, the first D storm in the Greek alphabet to come ashore.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table. Here, there's a seat for everyone and delicious whole grains to enjoy your way. So grab life by the cup or bowl and nourish it. Quaker Oats.
You're strong. You power through chronic migraine. 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. So if you haven't tried Botox for your chronic migraine, check with your doctor if Botox is right for you and if samples are available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
95% of patients may pay as little as $0 for Botox, so text to see how you can save. Botox is the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So ask your doctor about Botox today.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here!
It holds up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows.
You waited. I got all the seasons.
For as long as you need them. Dish, tuned in to you.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
This Beneful Simple Goodness is amazing. Meaty morsels, a tender texture with real meat, and a blend of peas and carrots I can see.
Beneful Simple Goodness. Or try these recipes with no artificial preservatives.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll.
This is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Good evening from Lake Charles, Louisiana. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you here tonight as we're continuing to track Hurricane Delta, really causing a lot of problems across Lake Charles, Louisiana. Speaking of Charles, take a look at Charles Peak. He has some video off to my side here, and he's driving around, doing it very safely as he can, not driving through floodwaters and being very careful, but bringing us the images to document what's actually happening in Lake Charles, Louisiana right now, as Delta is continuing to pack quite a punch with intense winds. As we look at the conditions changing, oh my gosh, as we look at, that scared me, as we look at the conditions changing, the rain is starting to slowly stop. And an example of that I can show you, you can see the oil refineries off across Calcasieu River here. We can finally see them. Earlier today, completely whited out. So it's nice to be able to see the conditions getting a little bit better. We also do know there is flooding across the city on roadways, including I-210. If you're not familiar with the lay of the roads here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, you have I-10 that runs east and west, but there's a business route that connects in the east or west and kind of goes to the south side of the city and then back up again. That is I-210. It's kind of the main thoroughfare for people to get around this neck of the woods. We do know that that has water on it. Luckily, from Charles Peak's reporting, he hasn't really seen anybody out. That's the best news we could probably have for you all night here on the Weather Channel, is the fact that people have heeded the warnings. Anyone who didn't evacuate is staying in, but we do know tens of thousands of people did head west to evacuate Lake Charles, Louisiana. Because remember, this is a city that dealt with Laura 43 days ago. Now we have Delta today, and we have to believe that a lot of the work and the repairs that were made over the last 43 days between these two hurricanes may have just been blown or washed away. We hope that's not the case for the majority of people, but you have to believe when this storm came ashore and was packing Category 2 force winds that there's going to be damage here. And there was already so much damage after Laura. So we're going to continue to track this. We're going to continue to tell you the stories we can. Our crew is going to be out covering this live for you tomorrow to bring you the stories here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. How are people recovering after two really bad hurricanes in 6 weeks? I can't imagine what they're living through, but we're going to tell you those stories in the days to come. I'll tell you what, these wind gusts are really, really intense as they're whipping through here. All right, so we're going to send it back into Dr. Rick Knabb, of course, the former director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knabb, you know something, thing or two about hurricanes. As far as us being on the southwest side of this storm, Dr. Knabb, I know you can see this. It is still blowing hard out here as far as these winds associated with Delta. How much longer is this weather going to last as it continues to push off to the northeast?
It's going to be a few more hours before you stop getting the tropical storm force wind gusts because, you know, while it is a front-loaded system, you still got a pretty significant low-pressure area, and it's going to take a while for that to get far enough north that the gustiness subsides. But the front side, I think, was worse than the backside will be, at least in terms of the duration and the heavy rainfall. Let's take a look at what the ramifications of some of these winds have been in addition to the damage that could be caused. A lot of power outages, especially in the Lake Charles area and southeast Texas, and they're spreading northward, getting up into the Alexandria area, and that will continue to spread northward as the system moves inland, and maybe all the way up to Memphis, Tennessee, we could see some sporadic power outages. Look at up in Alexandria, gusting near 60 miles an hour recently. Baton Rouge still gusting to 44, and that western side has been pretty potent. Port Arthur still gusting over 30 miles an hour. But you see how front-loaded this is. So the front side of it has a lot more rain and wind, and so we've had a lot of rain already, even though a lot of you haven't even come close to seeing the center of circulation. The center of action in terms of the heavy rainfall has been on the front side of this, and in fact, look at all the heavy rain totals that are over a foot estimated by the radar up by Alexandria, and then down in the Lake Charles area, if we zoom in there, look in the Iowa area just to the east of there, the actual gauge measured over 16 inches in there, and the radar over a large area approaching a foot. So it's the volume of water that's fallen in that area, and that's why we've got this flash flood emergency for a large area in the Lake Charles, Crowley, and Sulphur areas. And we've had numerous reports of water-covered roads throughout the Lake Charles area, even homes getting some flooding in the Moss Bluff area. So many reasons not to be out on the roads tonight. And this problem of the flooding is spreading northward. We do have a flash flood warning that's in effect for Bunkie and Alexandria, all along the I-49 corridor going up from I-10. Increasing problems on the roads is what we can expect. This warning goes till 2 o'clock in the morning local time, but some kind of warning might have to be extended beyond that time. And again, look at the radar estimates of over a foot of rain, and that's over a relatively large area where we've gotten at least 8 inches. So again, volume of water falling into this area, and it's still coming down really hard. These are hourly rainfall rates, radar estimating more than 3 inches per hour. So our team of meteorologists, not just at the coast, but inland as well, covering every aspect of Delta. Please stay with us as our coverage continues.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I have to fill up my gas tank twice just to see my parents.
Stop.
Saving money on gas from Walmart would allow us to see them more often. I love that.
Sensitive skin? Cetaphil Moisturizing Cream with 24-hour moisture lock formula gives continuous soothing relief for dry, sensitive skin. Cetaphil skin is healthy skin.
This movie is really about people coming together, how you never really know what's around the corner.
You don't see how the two families are going to connect. And in the end, it's a total curveball.
Too hard. PG-13.
What started out as a better floor liner for your car turned into even more superior ways to protect the inside and outside of your vehicle. That led to enhanced ways to protect your home and to keep your pets safe. Next came the best ways to secure and protect your phone. But the most important things worth protecting are American jobs. WeatherTech, made right in America.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road to life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
I object to your objection. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase.
Order.
And may it please the court, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
No further questions, Your Honor. Well, just one. What's in your wallet?
These days, we need each other more than ever. That's why AARP created Community Connections, an online tool to find or create a mutual aid group, get help, or help those in need. Stay connected with AARP.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here!
It holds up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows.
You waited. I got all the seasons.
For as long as you need them. Dish, tuned in to you.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Guys, Delta continuing to work its way slowly on off to the northeast. They're slow enough anyway because the rainfall has just been intense. Alexandria down again just to the north of I-10, now back still in toward the Lake Charles area and across southeast Texas, as Dr. Nab was talking about. And we still got a lot of wind with this thing. Essentially, there's no real eye. There's no circulation center to speak of. It's all collapsed, and it's just one big windy blob right now rolling around. And heck, we even get gusts here where we've been dry now for about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes of 50, 60 miles an hour. Seidel just told me that Lafayette Airport is gusted to 75 miles an hour. All right, they didn't even have any rain. So, they had rain earlier, but out of the rain, they already gusted to 75. So that's pretty good. There's a lot of strong winds behind this thing. And the other thing I'm seeing is a lot of cars that have been coming out now that the rain has stopped. Be careful, guys. You're still going to get trees and power lines down potentially with the kind of winds that we're getting. They're just as strong now, at least here, than when we got earlier. We've had a couple of 60, 75 mile per hour gusts as well, because all that has kind of rippled up through Lafayette. All right, let's talk about some of the pictures that we've seen today. Certainly the thing that stands out is Abbeville and Vermilion Bay getting that surge, the number one all-time surge there, 8.3 feet. And I was talking to a meteorologist, and he says, Jim, the gauge failed too. One of the gauge, so it could have actually been higher down there. That's the highest surge they've ever got. It beat Ike back in 2008, which is pretty incredible when you think of the size of Ike. But as Dr. Nab was mentioning earlier, these are all different. These are all different. They have different components. And that wasn't even at high tide, by the way, that we got that. That's just water above normal dry ground. So here we are. Again, guys, we just talked to you literally in almost a calm or a breeze. And here comes one of these squalls again, with gusty winds. Got reports. You see the police driving around behind me. We had a scramble of police cars go. What we heard was that there was a tree that actually fell on a gentleman's camper. He was trapped inside. They removed him from that camper. All right. Justin Michaels, I want to bring you in from Lake Charles because I think, again, the calling card of this thing is what has happened there. The strong winds on the west side, gusting to 95 miles per hour, several sustained winds, rainfall up around 10 inches. Describe for us, how you've gone from really horrible to even worse, which I can't even imagine down there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jim, something, I guess, looking at a silver lining, the rain is beginning to fall off. It's beginning to wane, but it is still really, really windy here. We are still getting these hurricane-force gusts here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and we know the power outages are continuing to tick up. Every time we check, it seems like it's maybe 10, 12, 15,000 more customers are losing power. And something we just witnessed, Jim, was kind of remarkable. Mark Whaley behind the lens. I want you to take a look at all of these oil refineries back here. And if you kind of look right in the center, there's a dead spot. Well, that was all lit up about 10 or 15 minutes ago. An enormous, enormous explosion happened. Some sort of a transformer that was not like the residential transformer at the end of your street. It lit up the skies in purple and green and all these colors. And now that entire section of oil refineries is dark. So not quite sure what exactly happened back there, but I'm glad we weren't over there when it did. And that's a good example of the dangers associated, in this case, a very large danger, but the dangers associated with this wind and storms like Delta. And what makes it worse, insult to extreme injury, is the fact that this city, Lake Charles, Louisiana, had to deal with this just 43 days ago with an even more powerful hurricane, Laura, coming through here, laying waste to so many people's properties, business or otherwise, homes. Blue Tarp City is what this was, and now they're going to have to come back in and do so much more cleanup work. Can you imagine going through all the painstaking effort to try to get your house back, only to have another hurricane come through, rip off those Band-Aids, and start over again? That's what thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people are going to have to do when they come back from the west to the east here in Lake Charles to assess the damage, probably for many people beginning tomorrow. We know that the roads here, many of them are still flooded. Charles Peak was telling us earlier today, some roads have about a foot, and there's that wind I was telling you about. Some have 2 to 3 feet. We also know that I-210, kind of the business route, the business highway to the south side of the city, we understand, Dr. Nab, that route also has water on the highway, so the problems still persist here. The winds are still quite intense, Dr. Nab, and I know people here in Lake Charles are going to wish 2020 adieu and hopefully not have another hurricane season like this for a long time to come.
Yeah, every hurricane is different, and this one will have its own unique personality traits that we will look back on, and a lot of it not very fondly. And we had another big storm surge event on the coast. It's just that it didn't happen in as many populated areas as happened with Laura, even though it missed Lake Charles with the storm surge. We got a Category 1 hurricane still, and again, it's very front-loaded with the weather, but we have had plenty of onshore winds that created the storm surge that Jim was talking about a little bit ago, and I wanted to show you where that all occurred. Now, again, the landfall and the track, I'll update the current track of Delta. It's east of where Laura went. So Laura went west of Lake Charles, and it got even stronger winds than they're getting with Delta's west side. That is still pretty strong. But the landfall locations were 12 miles apart, and interestingly, the location of Delta's landfall was the location of the maximum storm surge associated with Laura, because that was where the maximum onshore push was. In this case, the maximum onshore push was out in here. And we got about 10 feet of storm surge flooding, I think, somewhere in here, even though we measured a little bit over 8 feet farther to the east, up to 50 miles away from the center of circulation, 8 feet of storm surge flooding. So a big hurricane can bring big problems to the coast and inland.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I did. Okay, I'm on vibe.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Mom, I can't find Mr. Quago.
Sweetie, Mom's in York mode right now. She's enjoying yummy dark chocolate and refreshing peppermint.
Mama's back. And now introducing York Thins, the York you love, just thinner.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, works perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
for all the hardwoods doubling as dance floors, refrigerators hiding secret snacks, sunrooms used for afternoon naps, and backyards primed for picnics. Protect the pure joy of home with Terminix. Our experts are committed to keeping pests like termites, rodents, roaches, and mosquitoes out of your home. Always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Real people are finding real savings with Spectrum Mobile.
I switched because we wanted great service for less money.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $650 a year.
Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator to find out how much you could save. Then get Spectrum Mobile with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our by the gig plan for $14 a gig.
The idea that we can mix and match plans is great. This way we can adjust the plan to what our needs are at the moment.
Visit a Spectrum store, go to spectrummobile.com or call 844-400-2631.
Ready to take your immune support to the next level? Nature's Bounty is here for you. The #1 herbal supplement brand has everything you need to help keep your immune system strong. Immune support comes naturally with Nature's Bounty.
I'm 53, but in my mind, I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteo Biflex to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints for the long term while helping with occasional joint stiffness. Osteo Biflex.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll,
this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh. Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, clear to partly cloudy, low 61. Winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and some clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy, low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Delta coming ashore 6 o'clock local time. And, of course, beating up this area here in Breaux Bridge, which is about 40 miles inland, by about 7 o'clock. That's when we kind of lost power in through here. And I think it's out throughout the city and certainly many areas in St. Martin Parish. I want to bring in Chief of Police here, Rolly Cantu. He's going to talk to us about the situation here. I'm going to set this up and social distance properly here, as I'm being told. But let's talk about this, Chief. Thanks for talking to us. Power's out here. Was that about right around 7?
Around 7 o'clock, as the power went out. What we understand, there's a tree that fell on some major power lines off a street called Joe Tree and Railroad. Once this tree fell, knocked down all the power. Then it started a chain reaction all through town. We had a couple of calls, rescue calls, which we took care of. We had one incident off a parkway where a tree fell on a trailer. A male subject was pulled out of the trailer and he was transported to the hospital. What I understand, he's going to be okay.
Good.
Overall, everything's going good.
And this is what you kind of anticipated,
yes,
isn't
sir.
it?
Yes,
we knew when
did.
it was coming in. We were talking about this. You were briefed on that. What's interesting is these winds now, even when it's dry, they're going to stay up for a good part of the night.
Yes.
But is power out,
yes, the power
countywide, countywide? Or?
There are some sections in the parish that I understand that is still
I'm sorry, parish-wide.
Yeah.
I'm not used to saying parish-wide, but parish-wide that they still have some power on. Hopefully they'll be able to get that back up tomorrow. But as long as these winds stay up like this, you're obviously not going to have crews out.
Oh, definitely not. I think their policy, the wind has to die down up to 40 miles an hour, down to 40 miles an hour.
All right, well, let's hope the rest of the night goes equally well, sir.
Yep. According to what y'all telling us,
yes,
a couple of more hours.
Sun comes out tomorrow, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Rolly Cantu, Chief of Police here in Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. Again, just kind of giving us a briefing on what's happening. Nothing really unexpected here. Obviously, you hate hearing the fact that a tree fell on a gentleman's camper home, whatever, and he had to be transported to the hospital. But from what we're hearing, we understand he's going to be okay. But that's when all those police cars came by. If we were live during that, you would have literally seen about 7-8 of them go in the row with fire, chief of police as well as the fire, kind of rolling on by here pretty fast to get to that gentleman. So all in all, not bad. It's exactly what we certainly expected, and the fact that the guy's okay is huge. All right, guys, again, seeing this squally weather just continue here in Breaux Bridge. One of the things that really stood out to us is those trees that are back there kind of in front of that building where that antique sign has been blowing around. Just amazing sound coming out of that. And when it was pitch black before we got a chance to light that with our generators, you never knew where that thing was going to wind up. And that is definitely the most eerie thing that we've had happening through here. Our gusts have been around 60, 70 miles per hour. Mike's been telling me the airport in Lafayette gusting to 75, so they've had a hurricane force gust there. Rainfall has been about 3.43 inches. That's a record for the day in Lafayette, Louisiana, so that's where the weather is. And now it looks like most of the wet weather is starting to move north of the I-10 corridor. So that's good news. That's taking to Scott, which is off to my west and off to the west of Lafayette as well. And you can see as the storm came in during some of the daylight hours, we weren't in the worst of it yet, and we weren't in the eye wall there. That's what Steph went through down in Jennings, and she's had to break down her shots tonight because of a natural gas smell in that area. Obviously, that's the best reason at all to get out of harm's way. Just get out of there entirely. But you can see some of the action that's coming on through that area earlier on in Scott. It got worse, as it did in Lake Charles, Louisiana. We actually gusted on the west side of the storm. Some of our higher gusts were actually on the west side of the storm, 95 miles an hour in Lake Charles. So, Justin, when we left you were mentioning how the rain was coming down. Tell me the wind is starting to come down a little bit, or has it not changed much?
No. Jim, in fact, while you were talking just there, we had a gust. It might be the worst gust we've had yet. It's one of those gusts that you've experienced probably 1,000 and a half times, where it comes through. It was even worse than this. Where it comes through, it takes you off guard, and you almost, you have to brace yourself. They keep coming and whipping through here, Jim. Definitely, Delta still has some more story to tell as far as this storm coming through and going to the northeast. But yes, we're on the west side, the southwest side of it, but my goodness gracious, the wind has been really intense over the last, hours and hours and hours. If anything, the rain is beginning to die out a little bit, coming back right now a little bit. I can tell you, observing what's been happening here for several hours, the rain rates have certainly fallen, but there are places that have seen over 12 inches of rain. We do know flooding is persisting all over Lake Charles, and there was a flash flood emergency earlier. I have to check and see if that is still in effect. But a flash flood emergency is a dangerous thing. We know residential streets, we know commercial streets around town, those secondary and tertiary roads, but also the highway. I-210 had water on it, flooding it. Now, the good news is our Charles Peak, he's moving around. You can see some images coming from one of his cameras showing a building with some damage. We know that that's going to be a problem all over the place, but he was telling us for the most part, he isn't seeing people out. He seems to be the only person out. That is some really, really good news as far as the state of affairs here in Lake Charles. Probably a good reason a lot of people aren't out is because so many thousands of people left. They evacuated, they heeded the warnings, and in fact, the mayor here told us they believe more people left for this storm than for Laura. Of course, the Weather Channel is going to continue to tell these stories over the days to come as people come back and assess the damage.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
I'm still discovering what's next and still going for my best, even though I live with a high risk of stroke due to AFib not caused by a heart valve problem. So if there's a better treatment than warfarin, I'm reaching for that. Eliquis. Eliquis is proven to reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, plus has significantly less major bleeding than warfarin. Eliquis is FDA approved and has both. What's next? I'm on board.
Don't stop taking Eliquis unless your doctor tells you to, as stopping increases your risk of having a stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve or abnormal bleeding. While taking Eliquis, you may bruise more easily, and it may take longer than usual for any bleeding to stop. Seek immediate medical care for sudden signs of bleeding, like unusual bruising. Eliquis may increase your bleeding risk if you take certain medicines. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Ask your doctor about Eliquis. And if your ability to afford your medication has changed, we want to help.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
After 80 years, we've made it the longest lasting. But only you can make a moment last forever. We make it so you can go anywhere and do anything. But only you can chase freedom. Because the truth is, we don't make Jeep. You do.
Get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
The more care you put into something, the better it will be. It's why you put so much into everything you do. And it's why United Healthcare has so many ways to take care of you. Like supporting your physical and mental health, helping make sure you're not surprised by prescription costs, and connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thank you for staying with us live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where Delta is still continuing to whip through with intense hurricane-force winds. Also, rain is coming down, and in fact, over the last maybe 5 or 10 minutes, our crew was just talking. We think it's actually gotten a little worse. You know what, Delta? Keep pushing off to the northeast because the people here in Lake Charles, they need a break. People are still cleaning up after Hurricane Laura about 43 days ago. They're going to come back after this storm, hopefully starting tomorrow, and reassess the damage. You have to believe that people are going to come back and have more damage than they were expecting with 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've had that today, more than a foot of rain, a tough go for so many people, and now hundreds and hundreds of thousands of customers are without power. We've actually been watching some major power trouble. Mark Whaley behind the lens. Now follow me from the left, your screen left to the right, and you can see all of those oil refineries, and then all of a sudden you get to an area that's completely dark. About a half hour, 40 minutes ago, there was a huge explosion there that lit up the whole sky, and then that entire section went dark. Follow me beyond those two stacks that are flaming right there, those two oil wells that they have on fire, and you keep following me to the right a little bit, and then you see a very dark area. Just during the last commercial break, right before we came back live to you here on the Weather Channel, we had another one of those enormous explosions that lit up the entire sky, and then that section of oil refineries went dark as well. That's not good news, because if oil refineries are having that kind of trouble and the infrastructure that they have in place, you can only imagine the other power problems there are all across this entire region of Louisiana. And we do know hundreds of thousands of people are dealing with that right now. Now, the good news is as we send it back into Dr. Nab there at the Weather Channel HQ in Atlanta, Dr. Nab, we know thousands of people did evacuate. That is great news. They were scared. They weren't going to deal with what they dealt with in Laura. They headed west. They're going to start coming back, and they're going to come back to, in many cases, if not all cases here in Lake Charles, no power. That's some bad news. But Dr. Nab, for the people who did remain, and they're wondering, my goodness, when is this going to come to a stop? I have to tell you, Dr. Nab, the winds have not let up. They have been intense. Those gusts come whipping through here, and they're the kind of gusts you have to brace yourself as they're coming through. How close are we to the real backside of this storm where they might get a little reprieve here and we see the light at the end of this tunnel, Dr. Nab?
Well, you're about to begin the second half of the circulation. Now, the good news about that is it will be a lot less rainy. And because rain brings down momentum and energy from above, the winds will be weaker on the backside than they were on the front side. But it will take until the morning for the winds to completely calm down. And it's going to, that will hinder efforts to get the power back on and so forth. So got to be patient and be careful during the power outages as the system moves in. So you see how front-loaded it is in terms of the rain, but it was right-loaded, as they usually are, with the storm surge, the right-hand side, the onshore push. And we wanted to show you a video from Abbeville. I want to show you where that is. That's over here, way about 60 miles east of where the center came ashore. And that in that area, they had storm surge, because you're in Vermilion Bay right here. And that allows storm surge to come over normally dry ground and get as far inland as a location like that. And also, if you go all the way over to east of Pecan Island, about 50 miles east of where the center came ashore, that's where we had 8 feet of storm surge flooding measured. So even though the center of circulation came ashore only 12 miles apart, that little bit of difference of where the center comes ashore makes all the difference in terms of who gets what storm surge, because ironically, the exact location where the center of Delta came ashore this evening, that was the location where we had the strongest onshore push and the greatest storm surge flooding east of Cameron. Now, in this particular case, there's that location about 50 miles east of the landfall location that got the 8.5 feet of storm surge flooding measured until the gauge failed. And then at Calcasieu Pass, they measured 5.5 feet. But in between here, just like in Laura, we didn't measure with gauges and observation systems every storm surge flooding location. We probably got above 10 feet. Somewhere in this area between these gauges, in an area where there are hardly any structures. We might not ever really be able to measure that directly. Just like in Laura, we had gauges that measured 13 feet and 9 feet, but in between there we had a structure, again, at the location where Delta made landfall today, but east of Laura's landfall location where we measured 17 feet of storm surge flooding. But because there aren't any structures hardly left after Laura, it's really going to be hard to know what storm surge flooding actually occurred. Now, as it moves inland, we've got power problems. You see the power outages mounting from southeast Texas through Lake Charles up into the Alexandria area, and that will expand farther and farther north, even though the strongest winds will be where it came ashore, and then it'll weaken as it goes inland. The gust factors over land are significant. You can have a sustained wind that's even below tropical storm force and get tropical storm force winds, and that is why you could have power outages perhaps all the way up into places like Memphis, Tennessee. And look at how gusty it is in places like Alexandria, gusty near 60 miles an hour. And that will be an inland location that gets power outages and damage. So, Justin, we've got a lot of problems in the Lake Charles area. We still have that flash flood emergency in effect till 1 a.m. local time, and there are a lot of homes that are getting threatened by water.
Yeah, in fact, Dr. Nab, I want to bring in right now Charles Peak, who's in front of some of that flooding we're talking about, Dr. Nab. Charles, we know we have your video up on the screen. We have your voice to tell us what you're seeing. What are you seeing?
Right here, Justin, this road, it's got about 6 to 8 inches. It looks more like a river because it's completely covering a 4-lane road here. But the good news that I can tell you is that this particular area, over the last hour, the water levels have gone down a little from what they were about an hour ago. So hopefully this flash flooding won't last too long and be as dangerous as it could be.
Well, and Charles, you and I have talked about this. We had lunch earlier today. We've had other meals talking about this. The dangers of floodwaters, even like you say, 6 or 8 inches. Doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But there are dangers in that water. It's a good news you're one of the few and the proud out in this right now, because a lot of people either evacuated or are staying in. That is good news. But when you come across floodwaters, so many dangers present that you cannot see. Have you come across anything that you said, you know what, thank goodness I didn't drive through that, thank goodness we didn't have to interact with that?
Haven't run in the flooding situation, but coming down the road just a little bit ago, because it's dark out here, even though I've got extra lighting on here, I was right up on a power line, almost completely down over the road. And fortunately, because I'm going slow and have lights, I was able to stop. But it was easy to hit something like that. I will tell you, Justin, since the last time we talked, there's a lot more people out now driving around and checking things out. So they really need to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's terrible to hear, because this storm is nowhere near over. Winds are still gusting, just like Dr. Nab Charles said. You know, we're not done yet. We've got a long way to go. Now we're on the other side of the storm, and these winds are going to persist. The rain's going to let up, but we still have these hurricane-force winds, and it's the wind that can be a real problem here. We do have that flash flood emergency in effect. Turn around, don't drown. Don't find yourself in that water. Avoid it at all costs, especially at night. My goodness gracious, don't even think about driving through it. But we have these winds and all the debris that is left in Lake Charles after Hurricane Laura 43 days ago. Are you seeing any examples of that debris going airborne, being a problem? That can be deadly.
Yes, sir, Justin. I've seen a lot of this, especially the sheet metal that has been flying down the road and across the road. While you were talking there, I could see off to my left power flashes, obviously some lines going into each other, a transformer, but we still have strong wind gusts here, even though the sustained winds, like Dr. Nab had talked about, has come down quite a bit. You're getting some very strong gusts that's still causing a lot of damage. Some of these trees have been able to sit in this flooded water now, and you get those gusts, you can bring trees down as well. So it's definitely not time to get out and be checking everything out after.
It's scary to hear, Charles, that people are starting to venture out. You hate to hear that. You know, it's just too soon. The storm's not over. I really, really hope people find themselves going back home and saying, you know what, it's dangerous out here, because it absolutely is dangerous. I can tell you, Charles, as you well know, our crew has a safety plan in effect. I am only a few feet away from my crew right now. I can get up those stairs and into the building at a moment's notice. You can find yourself out there, debris blowing around, floodwaters continuing to flow. That can be a deadly situation. Charles Peak, we really appreciate your time. Thank you. Be safe, my dear friend. We'll see you back here at the hotel at some point. And I'll tell you what, folks, as you go through this, it really is disappointing to hear that there are people out right now. Thankfully, tens of thousands of people did leave the area. They did evacuate before the storm, but we do know people stayed. And if you can hear the sound of my voice, if you can see the Weather Channel feed on an app or whatever it is you're using to stay in touch, being out right now is so dangerous, so dangerous. You can't see how deep water is, especially at night. You don't know what's in floodwaters if you do drive through it. I know Chris Warren, as we send it to Chris there in Alexandria. Chris, you know, you've covered these storms for years. This is the exact wrong thing to do, going out while the storm is still going through your area. Chris Warren, to you now in Alexandria.
Yeah, and Justin, you're bringing up a good point, too, because I was thinking that one of the saving graces is, as heavy as the rain is right now here in Alexandria, hopefully the saving graces is that the heaviest rain is going to be ahead of the storm and with the strong winds happening at night. Here in Alexandria, we're pretty much right in the middle of the state of Louisiana. The worst of the weather has been going on for about an hour or so, or maybe 2 hours now, and it's going to continue like this at least for another couple of hours, maybe longer depending on the track. We're the northern part of the center of the storm right now, but I was thinking that would be at least one thing, with flash flood warnings extending south of here about 80 to almost 100 miles, including flash flood warnings here in Alexandria. that I was hoping that people just wouldn't go out. And we've seen a few people come into the hotel where we are driving in, and the road here off into the darkness, I could tell that there's some pretty decent ponding on the roads with these sheets of rain. We talk about that, the waves of rain that come in. That is certainly what we're seeing right now, and we have been. So with the rain coming at me like this, the rain is coming between two hotels right now that are both generally oriented north and south. So that's one of the clues. We watch the rain as it's coming out of the northeast, really is the way it's coming in, kind of being funneled in almost a due northerly direction between these two buildings. What we're going to do as the storm, as Delta is that way, south, actually a little bit more that way, a little to the south and east of where I am, the center of it, we're seeing some of the heaviest rain right now, and will continue to do so going into the overnight hours, either shortly after midnight, could see some of the worst of the weather, or possibly a couple hours after that. So we have a few more hours to go as far as the rainfall goes. So getting up early in the morning and going out, there's likely to be some residual flooding with this, with the flooding that is already ongoing with the flash flood warnings. And then we got to talk about all this heading, the rain and the wind, about 2 miles away from where I am right now. The winds, the latest gust was around 53 miles an hour. But all this is heading up into the northeast part of the state, then into Arkansas, and Dr. Nab, then into Tennessee, and we can't forget about parts of western Mississippi still have to deal with this. So the extent of the flash flood watch is continuing. Flash flood warnings going on here through the overnight hours. What are you thinking, Dr. Nab, is going to be the biggest concern out of this during the overnight hours?
Well, Chris, I think it's going to be two main problems. One is the wind-induced power outages, and that can bring its own dangers. And where you are in Alexandria, you've been under a flash flood warning for a little while, and that has just been upgraded to a flash flood emergency. So that means with additional rains to come where you are, Chris, not only problems on the roads with flooding, but possibly, like we've seen farther south in the Lake Charles area, the possibility of some flooding starting to threaten some homes eventually. That's what the flash flood emergency is talking about, the risk of community-wide flooding.
And just driving around, Dr. Nab, today, I could see evidence of Laura, still some debris piles around as well. And while no two storms are the same, and this one might not be as strong as it's coming through here, it still could be strong enough and coming in at a different angle that the winds could play a different role, could do something different than what we saw with Laura here in Alexandria. So that's something that I think is going to be interesting to watch too. Plus all of this rain and the serious flood threat that we're watching. What do you think beyond this, Dr. Nab, going into Tennessee and beyond? I mean, this is, it's not going to be, you wake up in the morning and this is over. It'll be a different system in the morning. But what are you curious to see happen tomorrow?
Well, even up into a place like Memphis, Tennessee, there could be enough gustiness in the winds into tomorrow for there to be some spotty power outages. And then that problem, I think, starts to be less of an issue, but the rain-induced flooding could become more of a problem farther north and east. So increasingly, over the next day or so, the wind problem will get less and less, but the rain-induced flooding problem will continue. Let me show you the big picture here. Again, this is where Chris Warren is, where the gusts have occasionally been up to 60 miles an hour and still gusty right now to 45. And the backside of this is still very gusty in Lake Charles. Then look at just the heavy rainfall. It is raining the heaviest in the Alexandria area, and because of the rain that's already fallen, they've had more than a foot, and now more heavy rain is coming. Flash flood emergency in the Alexandria area going all the way down I-49 to near Lafayette. That means community-wide, life-threatening flooding. You've got to stay off the roads, and if you're in trouble at your home, call 911.
Right now, AARP's work is more important than ever. Access to health care, affordable prescription drugs, opportunities to save for the future. That's what AARP fights for, because that's what everyone deserves.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard. Why won't you... Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
This country was not built on white collar. It was built on blue collar, hard work.
Hard work means every day.
getting it right.
It's so iconic, you can just sit on the shelf. If it's missing, you'll know it.
Your family, my family, when they drink that coffee and go, man, that's a good cup. I'm proud because I helped make that cup.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
Donald Trump is lying again. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000. Biden will close tax loopholes for big corporations. Trump's tax cut giveaway exploded our debt, so he's threatening Social Security and Medicare. Biden will make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, so we can protect Social Security and Medicare and invest in schools and health care.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes, then I look at good morning, and I know it's gonna be a lovely
This is the feeling of total protection. Now that we protect your identity and mobile phone as well as your auto, home, and life, you've never been in better hands. Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
At BMW, we didn't make just one SAV, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. With unmatched power, luxury, and performance, the BMW X-Range is prepared for any road you travel. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there. Hurry in to lease a BMW X3 X-Drive 30i for $489 per month.
This right here is that sweet breakfast that's been on your mind since last night.
Bundle a sausage McMuffin and hash browns, a McChicken biscuit and hash browns, or a sausage biscuit and hash browns for just $3.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 62, winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and some clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Our coverage of Hurricane Delta continues. I want to show you some of the new images that we've been getting here at the Weather Channel. Some damage from Jennings, Louisiana. You can see some of the lighter roofing materials there thrown across a yard and then also thrown across the road, which makes just one more hazard when you're out there at night. You don't know what's going to be in front of you when you had all this wind come through, and there has been at least some reports of structural damage. So our storm chaser here, Brett Adair, going around that
off-roading just a little bit. And then look at this, coming up against some trees and some power line issues. That road then becomes effectively impassable, as you don't know if those are live wires. You got trees blocking the rest of the way. You got to get the heavy machinery out to clear that up once the power crews come out and say that it's okay to be walking around and doing that. So things take a while to go back to normal after an event like this comes through. So that's the Jennings area, as shown to us from Brett Adair. This is from Chase Boyer, and look at this. That is a mobile home, you know, the modular home there that is picked up, turned on its head, and is literally lying across the middle of the road. It's upside down. You can see some of the wheels back pointing towards the sky. The air conditioner and the roof are closer to the roadway. Gosh. These structures, these types of structures are not safe places to be when you have very strong winds, whether they're straight line winds because of a hurricane coming in, or tornadic winds can roll these features as well. Let's hope that nobody was in that home when this occurred, because that is not a ride you want to go on. That is for sure. Now, so we're starting to see some wind damage, right? We've seen some video of that kind of wind damage coming into us. We've also seen lots of water around. I want to show you what it's like out on the roads. Bringing in storm tracker Charles Peak right now. As Charles, you are bringing us these images that look like the middle of rivers, except there's streetlights in front of you. Where are you? How deep is that water?
Mark, right here, it's about 18 inches deep. It's a little deeper than just behind me. This is right near McNeese State University and not too far from the Bayou Contraband. So I'm not sure in this particular area if there's any overwash from that or if it's all freshwater, because there's been a ton of freshwater flash flooding. But needless to say, widespread road covering around here.
And I can see the water all over the roads there. There are some buildings off to the side. Can you tell if the water's going up against homes and businesses there also, or is that more just staying in the streets at this point?
It's going up, in some cases, up right into the businesses. A little earlier, I saw a few buildings that probably had a foot of water in them. At that time, that was businesses. I have not run across any homes that I've seen water getting into yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Hey, Charles, how close are you to a body of water? You know, the river comes up all the way from the Gulf of Mexico, some 25 miles, and at the gauge there, they are measuring storm surge flooding of about 1.5 feet. So there's got to be a little bit of a water rise component here, in addition to the freshwater flooding. But I don't know if you can tell kind of where the water has come from to get to this point.
Yeah, Dr. Nev, I can't really tell you. Like I say, behind me about 1/2 mile is the Bayou Contraband, and so it would make sense that there would be some surge aspects to this, but being dark and not being able to see, I can't tie one to the other right now.
So that's Charles Peak. He's on the roads, surrounded by water at this point. Stay safe, Charles. Want to bring back Justin Michaels, who's been in Lake Charles as well. And as this center has gone through the Lake Charles area, or just east of Lake Charles, really, Justin, we're still seeing a lot of mixing from the upper levels of the atmosphere down to the surface. So all of a sudden, big squalls of wind have come through where you've been standing over the past several hours.
Is that okay? So there it is, the meteorological explanation as to what we're living through right now, Mark. It's incredible, really, because all of a sudden, you know, right now it's windy, but it's relatively calm compared to what it's like when these enormous gusts of wind come in, and it's one of those kinds of winds where you have to brace yourself because it's just coming and you feel like you're going to fall over. Well, those winds are not just going to potentially knock me over. What we keep seeing is explosions in the distance, bright explosions in the distance, continuing the power problems that are here. More than 350,000 customers in Louisiana without power right now. More than 100 and some odd thousand in Texas. We're getting close to 500,000 people without 500,000 customers without power here in because of Hurricane Delta. So the problems persist. We know it's going to be very difficult for people to continue the cleanup after Laura. Now we have Delta. It's going to be so hard, but they're going to come back and start doing that good work. All right, so now we're going to send it right now to Alexandria, Louisiana. That's where we find our Chris Warren. And Chris, I know, man, it's windy here. How are conditions where you are right now, Chris?
Well, it's been pouring for a couple hours now, and it is still coming down. And the winds have been going up as well. The past couple of hours, the winds have been gusting stronger than 50 miles an hour, and the rain has been like this on and off. And when I say off, it goes down to heavy. It's very heavy right now, but then it goes down to just being heavy. And that's what's going to be going on for a while now. And rain is going to be the issue here in Alexandria. And I want to show you, there's a slope right here going out of the parking lot of this hotel, and there's a storm drain right there and a storm drain over here. And I think it is still accepting water, but barely. That's a ball right there and a plastic bottle that continues to kind of circle around and then come out again. So flash flood warning is currently in effect right now, and flash flooding does remain a huge concern right here in central Louisiana and heading up into the northeast. Stay with the Weather Channel.
It's oh so quiet and so peaceful until
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting and sure, with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
Working and learning from home?
This is gonna be good.
They've totally got this. Because this family fuels up with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. 10 layers of whole wheat in every delicious bite. They're made to help fill you up.
It'll be all right.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Maverit, I was cured.
I faced reminders of my Hep C every day.
I worried about my Hep C.
But in only 8 weeks with Maverit, I was cured.
Maverit is the only 8-week cure for all types of Hep C. Before starting Maverit, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Maverit with anazanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than Hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With Hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless.
Because I am cured.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll,
This is something nobody can imagine.
our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh. Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Tracking Delta on the Weather Channel right now, and we will be overnight. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren here right in the middle of Louisiana in Alexandria as this storm is bringing a lot of rain, heavy rain. Flash flooding is an ongoing concern and an ongoing right now threat. So hopefully people are home and where they should be. The wind has been gusting stronger than 50 miles an hour as well. And this is some of the stronger gusts we've seen. And I want to just kind of look up here at some of these lights here, these lights in the parking lot, to just kind of get an idea. And while we're looking at these lights right here, remember that going closer now to about 500,000, 450,000 customers without power in Texas and Louisiana. And the night is still relatively young, as this storm is making its north to slight northeasterly movement here into Louisiana. Again, I'm about roughly 115, 120 miles away from where this storm made landfall on the Louisiana coast, about 12 miles away from where Laura did to the east in Creole. Coming ashore is a Category 2, 100-mile-per-hour storm. Now, as this hurricane continues to march up, it will continue to lose its strength, but it is still going to bring tropical storm force winds during the overnight hours to so many people here across parts of Louisiana and the northeast part of the state, and then going into western Mississippi and Arkansas. Tropical storm warnings in effect. In fact, right here in Alexandria, Louisiana, we're on the farthest northern portion of the hurricane warnings that are still in effect. So while the rain is the obvious sight here with the flash flooding going on, the wind will still remain an issue and a concern with power outages possible. Even earlier, a few hours ago, I saw a report of some trees down northwest of where we are. So this is far from over, as hurricanes tend to be, even as they continue to go down in wind speed. Long after landfall, long into the night, these storms, including this one, will continue to cause a lot of problems, unfortunately, and make it very difficult for millions of people to get a good, restful sleep, including, of course, the people that are wondering what they're going to be going home to, whether it's tomorrow or whether it's in a couple of days, or those, Dr. Knapp, who, like in Lake Charles, have had to evacuate from Laura, and while their homes are not livable anymore, it's possibly going to be even longer now. So such a heartbreaking situation, while at the same time, we've still got this one. We've still got a lot of rain and a long night ahead of us.
Yeah, the evacuation situation for Lake Charles was kind of unique because most of the people who had to leave left because there wasn't safe wind sheltering. Not so much that it was a storm surge issue, but so good that so many people did get out to stay in a safer place from wind, and because they're getting such widespread flooding tonight in Lake Charles, as well as where our Chris Warren is in Alexandria. And now we've got not only the gusty winds, 40, 50, near 60 miles an hour last few hours in Alexandria, it's starting to get gustier in very northern parts of Louisiana, and we've got a flash flood warning that's now been extended even north of Alexandria into the Winfield area, up I-49 even farther to the north. And then where our Chris Warren is, he's under a flash flood emergency. They've had over a foot of rain in some spots, and there's a lot more to come. So because of the volume of water that has fallen in the area, we're starting to get reports of problems. Here is one report of street flooding and road closure and vehicles getting stranded. Now, hopefully, those vehicles were just parked somewhere and people aren't stranded in those vehicles, but we got to stay off the roads tonight. Don't put yourself in danger, and don't make responders come out and have to rescue you. And even in the last hour, we've had more than 3 inches of rain locally. So it's coming down in buckets, and that's going to add to the flooding problem. Now, the rainfall rates are decreasing down in the Lake Charles area, but the damage proverbially and literally is already done. Look at the most recent updated report we've got in the Iowa area east of Lake Charles. Rainfall total now exceeding 17 inches. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of rain. And we're getting some reports of water in homes in the Iowa area. So this is getting real. Moss Bluff area north of Lake Charles, some water getting into some homes. So Justin Michaels, it has not been as much of a wind event as Laura was, but with the compromised structures, any additional wind is bad news. We've got the power outages, and we have water getting into homes mainly because of the heavy rainfall.
Yeah, that is all bad news, and I know we still have some more time to go. I know, hopefully, Dr. Knapp, I guess by tomorrow morning, and people start to make the trek back here to assess the damage, the storm will have been pushed off to the north and east. But right now, for the people who are out, and we do know from our own Charles Peak, people have decided to venture out of their homes. And it really is a scary proposition. You're really taking your own lives into your hands when you do that, because of the dangers that present with not just floodwaters. You don't know if there are drainage holes that are drains that are completely exposed. You don't know if the road is washed away, but also the winds that are continuing to whip through Lake Charles, Louisiana. Going out right now is not the best idea. Now, I will tell you, and we've been talking about this for a while, and the problems that persist related to power, we're approaching the 500,000 mark of customers without power. That's remarkable. Between Louisiana, where the most customers are without, but also Texas, but we keep seeing explosions off in the distance of probably, transformers or whatever it might be. It's dangerous here, folks, as Delta continues to push through.
Your journey requires Liberty Mutual. They customized your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Wow, that will save me lots of money. This game is boring.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
The more care you put into something, the better it will be. It's why you put so much into everything you do. And it's why United Healthcare has so many ways to take care of you. Like supporting your physical and mental health, helping make sure you're not surprised by prescription costs, and connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Advanced non-small cell lung cancer can take away so much. But today, there's a combination of 2 immunotherapies you can take first. One that could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread and that tests positive for PD-L1 and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. It's the first and only approved chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works together in different ways to harness the power of the immune system. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more days, more nights, more beautiful weekends, more ugly sweaters, more big hugs, more small outings. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to attack normal organs and tissues in your body and affect how they work. This may happen during or after treatment is ended and can become serious and lead to death. Some of these problems may happen more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. See your doctor right away if you have a new or worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, extreme tiredness, weight changes, constipation, excessive thirst, changes in urine or eyesight, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing, fever, or tingling in hands and feet. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant or lung, breathing, or liver problems. Here's to a chance for more together time, a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all involved in our clinical trials.
This fall, new appliances can welcome family recipes, shorten laundry days, and keep the season fresh. Right now, they can also help you save on appliances from top brands like Samsung. Now from the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest. Take a piece of chocolate if you're better at eating your vegetables. Take a piece of chocolate if you love sharing.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
So we're watching a bit of a collection of some of the sites that our storm tracker Charles Peak encountered over the past several hours going in and around the Lake Charles area. We talked about how many tarps, how many plastic layers there have been on the roofs around the Lake Charles area because of Laura, things that weren't all put together yet. Now we have another hit, and you can see debris on the roads. You can see those plastic coverings flapping in the wind. Your heart goes out to these people, right? You just probably got through the whole insurance ordeal, and now you're going to have new claims, start that whole thing over again. It is going to slow the process of recovery down considerably. So again, we're showing you kind of a loop of some of the things that we've been seeing around Lake Charles. Let's show you what we're seeing now around the Lake Charles area as well. The roads are wet. We've seen some areas that are completely covered in water by, inches up to a foot. Big cars like what Charles is in, getting through okay, although he's not going through the worst of the areas either. And then, round after round after round of streets that are just impassable. He said earlier there were several areas where the water was right up against homes and businesses in the area. Let's bring back Justin Michaels, also in Lake Charles. Justin, very interesting what you've been talking about kind of across the water there, seeing the different sections of power going out. And this is after the worst of the rain has come through.
Well, yeah, it's interesting to see it. In fact, in the last 20 minutes, we've seen a couple more, these enormous explosions that happen, like this blue, green, purplish light that it just engulfs the entire sky. And that we keep seeing it over there. Those are all oil refineries back there. That's a big part of the economy down here in Louisiana. So we're not quite sure what's causing those explosions, but I have to believe it's probably a function of the intense winds that continue to pick up and also the rain that's coming down. Basically, in total, it's Delta continuing to push through to the northeast. Now we're on the backside of the storm, but still we're getting these incredible gusts of wind that are very dangerous, very dangerous. We know there's flooding happening. Mark Elliott was talking about that. We know Charles Peak is seeing it with his own eyes, documenting it as he's driving around very carefully to see what's going on in Lake Charles, because so many people did evacuate. They're going to be coming back, and what are they coming back to? Probably going to be a lot of down power lines, down power poles, debris all over the place, corrugated metal that's been blowing all over the place. It's going to be another dangerous situation, not dissimilar from what they just lived through 6 weeks ago, 43 days ago, and what that was Hurricane Laura. Now we have Delta, and they have to do it all over again. So, with the light of day tomorrow, we'll be able to really assess what's going on, what people are going to have to do to clean up again, to really get their lives back moving again. But it's not just Lake Charles, Louisiana. Alexandria, Louisiana, also a town that's playing cleanup and catch up after Laura and now Delta, Chris Warren. Such a tough blow for the people here in Louisiana as the 2020 hurricane season moves on.
Yeah, and this storm Delta is moving on through Louisiana. I'm about in the center of the state as you could possibly be here in Alexandria, about 120 miles from the coast, from landfall. And this is what we're dealing with. Hours of rain so far, and we've still got some hours to go. And the wind as well. Latest wind gusts up around 59 miles an hour here. We feel the gusts a little bit. We're somewhat protected. We're on the south side of a building, but every once in a while we'll feel the wind gusts come around. And there's a flash flood emergency, by the way, here. Not by the way, this is actually a really big thing. It's a really big deal. In fact, there's a flash flood emergency. Flash flood warning means that, of course, flash flooding is ongoing, but flash flood emergency is just taking it up another notch here, with the radar estimating several inches of rain, parts of Evangeline and Rapides parishes. And this is a very dangerous, possibly life-threatening situation if you were to go out. And what I mean by that, just look at this parking lot right here. And it's a wet parking lot, right? That's what it looks like. And it is. It's extremely wet. And you see the wind pushing these huge raindrops. And I was looking over here, and I noticed that car looks like it's got some water pretty high, and then all of a sudden, I'm in ankle-deep water. Goes down probably about 6 inches. This white car over here has water that's going up just to the baseboard there. And if it goes up any higher, I don't think it will go too much higher, just looking around. But, another couple of inches on that car, it's going to start sneaking into that car. But what I mean by the danger of this now that it's night is that just from an eye's look, from up here, and just seeing that there are cars there, I otherwise would not have known that was actually 6 inches of water, because it just looks like a continuation of a soaked, waterlogged pavement here at a hotel. And this is why it's that standing water that you just don't see, why it's particularly dangerous when the flash flooding happens at night and you're out in it. Now, hopefully people are going to, if you can get some sleep with the wind howling stronger than 50 miles an hour, the gusts have been, going 50 miles an hour or stronger for hours now. And we're hoping that people are going to stay off the roads, because once this gets through, we should be in pretty good shape. It's not going to linger with the heavy rain. We just got to get through the night here. Now, during the day tomorrow here in Alexandria, central Louisiana, we could see more thunderstorms and some showers, but by the afternoon, that'll be more hit and miss. And then on Sunday, we're going to be back to a steamy Louisiana with temperatures back into the upper 80s. But we still have a long night ahead of us. That's why we're here after the Weather Channel to walk you through the threats to come. And this one is moving off to the northeast and the flash flooding threat with it. Stay with the Weather Channel for the latest on Delta.
Putting adventure first doesn't mean having to put sugar first. This Cliff Bar's first ingredient is brown rice syrup, another name for sugar. In this new Kind energy bar, it's whole grain oats with 35% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Not much. How about you?
Are you answering my text in person?
I am, yeah.
LOL, come on in.
This is tech that helps you be there. The Nissan Altima, now offering the most tech-advanced engine in its class.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited. I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Ready to take your immune support to the next level? Nature's Bounty is here for you. The #1 herbal supplement brand has everything you need to help keep your immune system strong. Immune support comes naturally with Nature's Bounty.
Feed a healthy lifestyle with Pure Protein.
High protein, low sugar, tastes great.
High protein, low sugar, so good.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Pure Protein, the best combination to help you stay fit.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll,
This is something nobody can imagine.
our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh!
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 62, winds southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and some clouds. High 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy. Low 64. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Brand new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center on Delta. It's still a hurricane. Even though these systems make landfall, they don't just go away. This is still producing maximum sustained winds of 75 miles an hour. And so we've still got hurricane warnings along the coast. It's going to take a little more time for this to spin down and for those hurricane force winds in the coastal areas and with some very strong gusty winds to lighten up as this moves northward. So still a Category 1 hurricane, moving north-northeast at 15 miles an hour. So it came ashore, moving along at 15 miles an hour. But as we feared, the rain rates are so high that we're still getting flash flood emergencies. So much for a moving along hurricane not being an inland flood threat. It's definitely still producing that kind of problem, and it's mostly front-loaded. But the backside is still windy, even though it's not as rainy. Now let's take a look at the new track and intensity forecast, and this will be an update that comes out every 6 hours, right? It's 11 p.m. Eastern Time and 10 p.m. Central Time, and it's going to weaken pretty quickly in terms of the sustained winds. So right now, it's a hurricane. It'll be a tropical storm before too much longer. All it has to do is come below 74 miles an hour. And then tomorrow morning, breakfast time, this will be still a tropical storm, if this forecast is exactly right, all the way up into northeastern Louisiana. And then we have a tropical depression and something losing its tropical characteristics as it goes through northern portions of Mississippi and into Tennessee. But increasingly, this will become mainly a rain problem. But remember that the sustained winds are just that, sustained winds. The gusts can be a good bit stronger than that. So we still have the hurricane warnings up along the coastline from High Island over to Morgan City. Now, we'll have to see if some of the local forecast offices do any shaving off or changes of these inland warnings. But for the time being, along the coast, that hurricane warning is still up. And this is kind of an update on where Delta is and where it has been as compared to Laura. Made landfall earlier this evening, about 12 miles east of the landfall location of the center of Laura. And interestingly, ironically, the location of the landfall of the center of Delta is the location where we had the maximum storm surge just to the east of where the landfall of Laura was in Cameron. So just 12 miles difference makes a world of difference in terms of where the maximum storm surge occurs. In the case of Delta, the maximum surge was probably somewhere out here in a very sparsely populated area east of Creole and west of Pecan Island, but this area still got 8 or 10 feet of storm surge flooding all the way out to 50 miles east of there, even into Vermilion Bay and up into Abbeville. So, Mark, as we anticipated, this large system that's moving along is still able to produce storm surge that is pretty high and rainfall that is pretty significant in terms of the flooding. We've got flash flood emergency still affecting Lake Charles and in Alexandria.
Yeah, we're certainly not done yet with that inland flood threat. That will continue all the way through the night. We do want to get you caught up, if you're just tuning in now, what it was like as landfall was happening. Delta made landfall this evening near Creole, Louisiana, just after 6 p.m. Central Time. Stephanie Abrams was in Jennings, Louisiana, about 50 miles northeast of there, and this is what she experienced.
Yeah, Army, are you kidding me, Cantori? We're getting crushed right now with the rain and the wind ripping down the street. Visibility has dropped significantly. We're watching the power line. Shows what is happening with the wind. That is by far the strongest gust we've seen so far. I anticipate to continue to see those and perhaps some stronger ones as we go over the next hour. It's about 11 miles to our south. That's it. The weather there is coming right back up to us. Look at these gusts. We're going to be in this for about the next 30 minutes, and I anticipate, I was just looking at the radar during the commercial break. Down towards Port Arthur, we've been gusted to 96 miles an hour. That weather is rotating up to us. And Port Arthur is, I should say Lake Arthur, excuse me. Lake Arthur, which is 11 miles to our south, gusting to 96 miles an hour. The weather there is rotating right up to us. There's our strongest wind gust. Now we're feeling it. I was kind of waiting for this. I knew this was going to be coming in from Lake Arthur, where they were gusting up to 96 miles an hour. I'm now at the point in the storm where the rain feels like pebbles on your face. That's how fast and how strong it is hitting any exposed skin. You can tell now, even from just last 15 minutes, things have gotten worse and they deteriorate pretty quickly. We can show you the trees that are swaying in the wind here, and down the street, the visibility is awful, just sheets of rain going down. The eye wall of Category 2 Hurricane Delta. Watch out, there's debris flying, watch out. All right, it's okay, it went down the other way. We're all right, you're all right. You just catch it out of the corner of your eye, so there is debris that is starting to fly.
And while the conditions have improved dramatically for Stephanie and Jennings, our own Chris Warren is in Alexandria with what's left of that northern eye wall approaching him. We'll check back in there coming up next.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Which ones you want for Casey? Esta?
With mobile Scan and Go, get in and get out so you can get back to living.
Ready to go.
This isn't just a bandage. It's a badge of armor, of care, of respect. Because it means you fight for the safety of those you love. When you come into Walgreens, you get a flu shot that's right for you and them. You become a flu fighter. Do your part and defend your crew against the flu. Walgreens.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Oh, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You put care into everything you do. United Healthcare does too. Like caring for your physical and mental health. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.